out, and he knew this, because off camera we had many conversations where I was like, thank you for owning up, like, we can just move on from this. But if anything, I think he just felt guilty the whole entire time, and he put that on me, which is fine, but yeah, there's obviously a lot that people don't see.
So for viewers who don't know, Love is Blind is where you go and seek love and romance, but you don't see who you're speaking to, right?
No.
So, Jake, why did you go on the show?
My parents actually met in a very similar way. So my stepdad was texting my mum. He'd basically stolen the number off of a friend because the friend had met my mum in Blackpool, and they were texting for like 6 months. They'd never met. So that premise of how they got together and the marriage that they had was stunning. And to build a relationship not based on looks before you met, I just found that just incredible.
So do you believe in that concept? Is it lust or love at first sight?
It's weird.
It's a bit of both.
I think, it's definitely a bit of both. And I would say, as you get older, your looks will change, but your personality will stay the same.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Dubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the arguments. We get rid of the disrespect. And then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together, and what have we got? In my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
It's 11 o'clock, live across the United Kingdom. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Tonight, the race for the White House reaches its final hours. By morning, we could have a new president-elect of the United States. Will it be Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? I'm Ellie Costello.
And I'm Stephen Dixon, and this is America Decides. So we'll bring you the results throughout the night, of course, and the key number to look out for is 270.
That's because in order to become the 47th president, Donald Trump or Kamala Harris will need to win 270 electoral college votes. Each state has a certain amount of electoral college votes determined by its population size, and in most states, it's winner takes all. Whoever gets the most votes in the state wins all of its electoral votes.
Well, we'll bring you every result in the race to that magic number, and joining us throughout the night, some of the world's top political commentators. In the studio, our panel for the next few hours is spokesperson for Republicans overseas, Jennifer Ewing, Labour activist Susie Stride, and political journalist Theo Usherwood.
Well, before we get to them, let's get the latest from our Deputy Political Editor, Tom Harwood, who has a special map for us, which we know he loves. Hi, Tom. Talk us through the state
I
race.
love a map, and I hope that everyone watching will learn to love this map throughout the night. Of course, these are the 50 states of the United States. At the current moment, these are all blank. We haven't filled in any of these at all, but we will be filling these in throughout the night as they turn red for the Republicans or blue for the Democrats. It's important to note that these states, 50 of them, plus the territory of Washington, D.C., account for 538 electoral votes. If you half that number and add 1, that's your winning margin, that magical number you mentioned, 270 electoral college votes. So why don't we wind our minds back to 2016? Because Donald Trump 8 years ago surpassed 270 electoral votes. In fact, he won 306 electoral votes, and this is how he did it. This is the map that he painted. It's important to note that there are states that were considered swing states back in 2016 that we're now putting in the safe Republican column. These are like Florida here or Ohio here. These were swing states back in 2016, but now we're saying these are pretty certain to go red tonight. Really, the magic of Donald Trump in 2016 wasn't so much in Florida and Ohio, although those were, of course, important wins for him. Also, of course, was the perhaps surprise of the night in 2016. And these are states we're going to be looking at throughout the night tonight. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. These are known as the Rust Belt. These are incredibly important states, and something to remember about these states is they usually vote together. In fact, they have done since the 90s. Donald Trump managed to flip these, turn them Republican for the first time since the 1980s in 2016. But, of course, in 2020, if we switch to that map, this is how Joe Biden took the White House back for the Democrats. Notice those 3 states, they turn blue. We'll be watching those 3 states again tonight. But it's not just Wisconsin, Michigan and Pennsylvania. Of course, Georgia was another incredibly important state in the 2020 election. It flipped from Republican red to Democrat blue. We're also going to be looking at some of these Sunbelt states, Nevada, Arizona. In fact, why don't we have a look at the swing states in focus? These are what basically all political commentators have determined to be the key states to look at tonight. We're looking at Nevada, we're looking at Arizona, we're looking at Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin. So let's look at these in turn. There are the Sunbelt states, if we turn to our circles. Now, these are important because Donald Trump basically has to win these states. It's very hard to see a map for Donald Trump without winning these, because if we do the maths, if Donald Trump wins these 4 states, he still hasn't won the presidency. In fact, if we have a look at the Rust Belt states here, and we'll keep coming back to these Rust Belt states throughout the night, if Kamala Harris wins this map, which is pretty set in, pretty accepted that this is the broad map, if she just takes these 3 swing states, Kamala is president by the end of the evening. These have large numbers of electoral votes. It's why we've seen candidates spend so much time in Pennsylvania. 19 electoral votes up for grabs there. It's also why Wisconsin was the site of the Republican National Convention, where Donald Trump was nominated over the summer. Really key states here. Could these 3 states be the ones to watch throughout the night that might well determine the outcome of this election? We'll be following it all on the Magic Map.
OK, Tom, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's head over stateside, should we, and talk to GB News presenter and someone who is a good friend of Donald Trump's, leader of the Reform Party, Nigel Farage, who's at West Palm Beach in Florida. Nigel, it's good to see you. Look, just how confident is Donald Trump now that the polls have started to close?
I think Trump and Team Trump feel very confident, perhaps more confident than they felt even in 2016. There is definitely a sign out there that the turnout in the non-big city, urban, rural type areas, as opposed to the inner city urban areas, really big turnout in the rural areas. That's where Trump draws most of his strength. And some of the indications that we have, and it's very early yet, some of the indications that we have, not as many people turning out in the big cities, such as Philadelphia, for example. So I think, no, Team Trump feel very, very confident indeed.
Page of The Telegraph today, Nigel, with your advice to Donald Trump, if the result is decisive, to not fight the result and to go play golf in Scotland instead. Do you think he's going to heed your advice?
No, he's not going to heed it at all. There's no chance of him heeding it. Do you know why? Because he's not going to lose, he's going to win. It's as simple as that. And interestingly, when he went today himself to vote at the polling station in Palm Beach, afterwards he said, look, if Kamala wins fair and square, she wins, that's me out of the game. So, you know, I think what I said was common sense. Is to go through, you know, a deeply contested result of this election. The country's divided badly enough as it is. Having said that, there are still some really big doubts about the way America conducts its elections. It does need to clean up.
OK, Nigel, we're going to leave it there just for now because that line keeps breaking up, but back to you a little bit later on. Thanks very much indeed. Let's talk to our political correspondent, Adam Cherry, who's, well, we've only sent him as far as London to a watch party there, but he's making the most of it. Hi, Adam.
Hello guys, yeah, I am making the most of it. I've done a very smart thing, which is I've placed us directly next to the bar, which I think is going to pay dividends in a few hours' time. But seriously, it's a good atmosphere here. I must admit, this is a popcorn event, so I think Trump's doing quite well here this evening. Before the real states roll in, these guys are running their own election. They've got their own ballot box. Everyone's filling in their own choices, so we'll find out what these guys really think in the next couple of hours. But for now, booze is flowing, people having a good time, just waiting for those first results to come in shortly.
OK, Adam, we'll be back to you in the next few hours. Stay sober for us, if you will. We're joined now by GB News' US correspondent, Stephen Edgington, who's at a Democrat watch party. Good to see you, Stephen. How's the atmosphere there?
Well, the watch party is just starting, so there's only a few people here so far. I think the mood is apprehensive. You know, we're in DC, just 5 minutes away from where Kamala Harris is watching the results. And I'm actually with two people who voted in the election, if you want to come in. This is Bella and Taylor. What do you guys think? Who do you think is going to win the election tonight?
I honestly have no idea. This is one of the closest elections we have had in years, maybe even this decade. So very, very close. We're depending on those swing states, and I'm really excited to see what happens.
What do you think?
I would also agree with that. We have literally no idea, and we are just so excited because I think the polls close 7:30 most places, so we are excited to find out soon.
And have you guys voted yet?
Yes, we have. We actually submitted absentees, as I'm from Florida, she's from North Carolina, submitted those a little bit ago, and excited to see what happens.
So you're more excited than apprehensive?
I am, actually. I'm excited to see where our country goes, you know, dependent on whoever candidate it is. I'm excited to see what they do with our country.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll come back to more people throughout the night.
Stephen, thank you. Let's head to the Big Apple. Should we? Ben Leo is there for us, living it up. Ben, I mean, it's going to be fascinating to see just, you know, what the good people of New York make of all of this.
Yeah, I was going to say it's the calm before the storm, but I'm in Times Square, so never very calm, I guess. Interesting to hear what Nigel said about people in big cities not turning out, because I did a bit of a poll today myself, not very scientific, I admit, but lots of people saying either they weren't bothering to vote because they weren't too keen on Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, and likewise Donald Trump, or if they were voting, a lot more people than I expected admitting they were voting for Donald Trump. New York, of course, being a very blue, liberal city. We popped down to Trump Tower a little bit earlier today. There's security railings, lots of police getting ready for if there is a result that's in Trump's favour. And behind me, you probably won't be able to see, but behind me is an advert for Louis Armstrong's A Wonderful World musical. And I just wonder, in the days to come, which side is going to be thinking it's a wonderful world, the Republicans or the Democrats?
That's a very good point.
Ben, you've been busy meeting people all over the city today, haven't you? What's the atmosphere like there? Is it excitement? Is it nervousness? What are you getting from people?
Well, look, like you probably know, New York is buzzing for a lot of the time anyway. But it's quite sedate, actually. As I said, lots of people are missing that they weren't even going to vote, they couldn't be bothered to vote, or they weren't keen on either candidate. So during the daytime hours when the sun was out, it's been a beautiful day today. Not sure what the weather's been like in England, but it's been lovely here. Sorry to rub it in. But as the night has fallen, that's when it kind of feels like the atmosphere has ramped up a little bit. With polls closing in about 2 hours now. And in Pennsylvania, I'm not sure if you've mentioned yet, but polls are being extended by 2 hours because of problems with voting machines. So all those little anecdotal incidents with voting machines and so on and so on. And as we draw nearer to the polls closing, that's when the tension starts to rise.
Yeah, no, absolutely. OK, Ben, back to you a little bit later on. For now, thanks very much indeed.
Well, let's welcome our panel now. Spokesperson for Republicans Overseas UK, Jennifer Ewing. Labour activist Susie Stride, who was out in America campaigning for Kamala Harris. And political journalist Theo Usherwood. Very good to see you all. Welcome to our panel. Susie, can I start with you?
Yes.
Were you part of the foreign interference, as Trump would say? Campaigning for Harris in the US?
I mean, look, I actually went there for a month-long holiday, a road trip, and basically just went over the border into Nevada for about 2 hours. And for me, it was just the experience of it. You know, I've never been to mainland America, and I thought, you know, this is my chance to actually campaign in the US election. And to be honest, it was more for the experience of it. You know, I wasn't going to make a big difference. I bought a couple of badges, 3 for $10, which I thought was a little bit much, but that's okay. And it was interesting. And to be honest, it was not that much different to campaigning in a marginal seat in this country. And people say this state-of-the-art app. The app is almost identical to the app we use here. But it was fascinating and it was interesting, and you could swing people, you know, and I don't mean that in a kind of weird way, but, you know, you're knocking on doors of people. There was a mum with children, and I was just talking to her about education and healthcare, you know, and, you know, it was fascinating and it was interesting. And there were some people that were voting a certain way and they weren't going to budge. But I enjoyed the experience. I don't think I probably made any difference whatsoever, but it was, you know, an interesting experience to have.
Jennifer, it's a fascinating time for Republicans, isn't it, with this? Because there was so much expectation when Biden was the candidate that actually Trump was... It looked like Trump at one stage was going to walk it. Well, it's all changed now. I mean, it really does seem too close to call.
Of course, if you look at the polls, it's very much, you know, too close to call. I think every single poll, including the outlying Iowa poll that came out, you know, the Des Moines Seltzer poll that came out, still within the margin of error. And then, of course, Emerson had him up 10 points, Trump, that is. But I think, you know, you mentioned that the change that's happened since it went from Biden to the coronation of Kamala Harris. But what's also changed on the Trump side are the people he's added. You know, he's added Bobby Kennedy Jr., he's added Elon Musk, he's added Tulsi Gabbard. Two of those are former Democrats, by the way. So his team is also part of this whole, as I've been noticing, this realignment in Republican politics. It's no longer the party of forever wars. It's this no longer the uniparty. It's a real populist kind of America First movement.
Theo, how are you feeling at this point? Polls in Eastern Kentucky have just closed. We've got 45 minutes until Georgia's closing. Can you call it at this point?
I don't think you can call it at this point. I think we'll get an indication, of course, from Kentucky and Indiana, both, of course, Republican strongholds. But I'm sure we'll be able to, and Tom will be able to do this, dive into the data.
OK, Theo, we're just going to jump in because we've got an issue with your mic. So we're going to sort that out. I think it's dropped off, but we'll sort that out. In the meantime, I've got to say, it's as far as Kamala is concerned, Susie, I mean, she seems to be riding on a bit of a wave. That certainly dropped off in the last couple of weeks or so.
Yeah, it has. I mean, it is just watching it. It's like watching a film, isn't it? Like, you just could not. I mean, it's like I was watching the little video before. It's like assassination attempt. Biden dropped out before that. But do you know what I mean? You couldn't. And then at one point it looked like he definitely had it. And obviously Kamala came in, it looked like she definitely had it. And then now it is neck and neck. And yeah, I mean, I think it's very interesting with the Democrats. It's really interesting what you're saying, because I think there are parallels with this country about the Democrats have, you know, the lesson for the Democrats here is don't forget the working class, who they call the middle class, and they've got something on there, and I'm going to just say it, there is something that J.D. Vance and Donald Trump has understood. Now, I don't support them, but I do support their understanding of those people. And the Democrats, you know, they've got some waking up to do, and I'm happy to say it. And I think that is part of what is stinging them. But we can't call it yet.
No. Oh, no.
Theo, let's bring you back in. Your mic's been turned on now. When do you think we'll be able to call it, when these first polls start closing?
I think we'll get the Indiana, Kentucky results early, and then, of course, Georgia, North Carolina around 3, 4 o'clock. But, of course, we're not going to get Pennsylvania, which is seen as, I think it's 19 electoral college votes. We're not going to get that through till Wednesday. So I think we're not going to get a definitive answer until later tomorrow, but I think we'll have a clear indication. And I think, you know, this is a seismic moment globally. I think it's probably more important to British people, this election, than our own election back in July. Because
Why?
Because it's going to decide everything from the war in Ukraine to the Middle East. And by the way, I think there are many benefits that Donald Trump presidency could bring about, especially when you look to the Middle East and the way. And I was speaking to a fairly middle-of-the-road, moderate advisor to the US and Army high command going back years. And he was making the point that actually the Ayatollahs in Iran, for instance, would be quite fearful of a Trump presidency, and you might actually see peace brought about to the Middle East quite quickly. So I don't think it's just an issue. I know both campaigns have just been running on fear, and people have been looking and saying, you know, is this the end of democracy if Donald Trump is elected president? What does it mean for the world? But I don't think it's quite as cut and dried as that. And actually, you know, I think there may be some, you know, I think it's too easy to be deluded by the idea that simply a Harris continuity candidate from Biden is suddenly going to end all of the problems facing the West right now.
Yeah, and Jennifer, that's the point, isn't it? I think one of the biggest questions with Harris is, has she distanced herself from Biden enough
Well, no, not at all, because we heard her in several interviews, one of which is The View, where they said, is there anything you would change, you know, from your time with President Biden, where you were in the room for every decision, including that disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan? And she said, nothing that I can think of. So,
but what else could she say?
Well, I'll tell you right now.
Without being critical of Biden, which is therefore problematic to her base.
OK, well, what she could have said is, you know what, we did a few of these things correct. However, you're right, the border is an absolute disaster. And within the first couple of days that we got into office, we put a line through all of Trump's very good border policies. And now we've got a problem. I'm going to look at that more seriously. Or, yes, I was, you know, the deciding vote in the Inflation Reduction Act, and I do see how that didn't cause inflation. And you know, to your point, Susie, and thank you for acknowledging that, these flyover countries, Hillary Clinton's deplorables, or Joe Biden's, you know, garbage, whatever you want to call it, they've been forgotten. And I think that is what J.D. Vance and Trump talks to, and Kamala Harris would be. She could have answered that question in a much better way to distance herself from Biden and say, this is how I will improve.
OK, thank you all. We'll chat, of course, throughout the course of the night and the morning, because it's going to go on for a very long time. In the meantime, let's talk to former aide to Margaret Thatcher, Niall Gardner, who joins us. And Niall, really good to see you. I mean, look, because of your longevity in this business and the sort of people you've dealt with, like Margaret Thatcher, I mean, you know, the strongest of women, you could say, and someone who knew her own mind and led the way. It begs the question what you make of these two political candidates now, and whether, I mean, obviously Trump seems very strong and very determined, but is that enough to pull him over the line?
Well, thanks for having me on the show. It's a pleasure to join you from Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. on a very historic night. And a great question about Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, how Margaret Thatcher may have viewed them. I think with Kamala Harris, Lady Thatcher, my former boss, would have been very unimpressed with Kamala Harris. She would have viewed her really as a very dangerous sort of left-wing socialist. And I think that, without a doubt, I think that Margaret Thatcher would have taken a very dim view of everything that Kamala Harris stands for. And also, I'm in no doubt that she would have viewed Kamala Harris as somebody without any real sense of principle or conviction. She would have been very critical of her. With regard to Donald Trump, I think that you know, Margaret Thatcher would have viewed him as somebody who's a very strong, tough leader, somebody who's very pro-British. Trump has been very pro-Brexit, big supporter of the special relationship, big supporter of the royal family. So I do think that Lady Thatcher would have got on actually very well with Donald Trump. There may have been some policy disagreements in certain areas, but I do think that she would have you know, welcomed the kind of strong leadership that the United States clearly needs today. And the US is a world superpower in a real decline at the moment. And the vast majority of Americans, according to polls, are really very disillusioned with the direction this country is taking. And I think that American voters are overall very unhappy with the Biden-Harris administration. Of course, Kamala Harris is part and parcel of the Biden White House and all the policies that this administration has put forward.
It's interesting, though, that you say she may have viewed Kamala Harris as being someone without principle or conviction. I mean, in terms of principle and lacking some principles, I mean, that could well be aimed at Donald Trump as well, couldn't it?
Well, I think that you know, Donald Trump's message is very clear-cut for the American people. I mean, he talks about a strong America based upon the principles of economic liberty and freedom. He's a believer in a strong national defense. He is very assertive, I think, on the world stage, as we saw with his first presidency. There's a good reason why Putin invaded Ukraine under Biden's watch and not Trump's watch, because Putin viewed Biden as very weak, actually, and as a easy adversary to confront. I do think that Donald Trump overall is advancing the kind of renewal and a sort of frankly, positive overall message for America's future that many Americans are embracing today, which is the reason why, as he goes into today's election, Trump does have the edge in the polling. And on the opposite side, I do think with Kamala Harris, she represents a White House that is deeply unpopular with most Americans. And if you look at the Real Clear polling average, only 27% of Americans believe the country is moving down the right track. The two biggest issues, of course, are immigration and the economy. And on both key issues, Trump has a big lead on the economic front and also on the issue of illegal mass migration into the United States. And so Trump leads in the vast, the clear majority of issues that the American people are voting on. And there is tremendous disillusionment, I think, with the direction this country is taking. Americans want to feel good about America. Most of them don't at the moment. And they think this is a superpower in real decline.
But there is a third biggest issue in this election, isn't there, Niall, which is a challenge to Trump, and that is women's rights, reproductive rights. I don't know if you've caught that ad that's been doing the rounds in America. It's been quite controversial. Julia Roberts has voiced it, essentially encouraging women to vote against their husband's wishes for Harris, saying that what happens in the booth stays in the booth. Do you think there will be a silent women's vote that hasn't been picked up in the polls?
Yeah, I think there are large numbers of women who will be turning out, of course, to vote for Donald Trump as well. A lot of the Democrat advertising, of course, has been very, very cynical, hugely negative, and frankly, a lot of it's quite bizarre, really. And I think that with regard to to this election, what is most striking, I think, in terms of support for Donald Trump is not only the strong support that he's getting across the board from American men, but also the fact that there's a big rise in support for Trump among Hispanic voters. Non-white voters are turning increasingly towards the Republicans, and there's a big surge, a big increase in support from Hispanics, but also among black voters as well, actually. And so Trump is appealing to a much wider range of American voters in this election, and clearly there's a lack of enthusiasm among many U.S. voters for the kind of left-wing socialist-style policies that Kamala Harris is advancing. Very, very similar to what the Labour Party is advancing in the UK, and I do think that a lot of Americans view what Keir Starmer and Labour is doing in Britain as very destructive, and they're worried about Kamala Harris bringing in big government, high tax policies, weak need on illegal migration, woke totalitarianism as well. And so actually the British government under Keir Starmer gets a very bad, a bad level of coverage here in the United States, a very negative impression, I think, of what Starmer is doing. And that's basically what Kamala Harris is offering for the American people. It's a reheated socialist Labour Party agenda for the United States. The Americans are not socialists. They don't like socialism. They don't like big government. They don't like high taxes. And they don't like the fact that 10 million people have crossed the border illegally under the Biden presidency, which is an absolutely shockingly large number. And we're talking about a population the size of New York City that has entered the country illegally under Biden-Harris.
OK, Niall, really good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed.
My pleasure. Many thanks.
Well, I'm joined again by our panel, spokesperson for Republicans Overseas UK, Jennifer Ewing, Labour activist Susie Stride, who was out in America campaigning for Kamala Harris, and political journalist Theo Usherwood. I really want to get into this point on what is actually turning people out of the polls. What are the biggest draws? What do you think the biggest issues are, Susie, in this election?
I mean, it's very interesting, isn't it? Because you've got, and what's fascinating is issues that never would be the big issues in this country. So you just mentioned one of them, which is abortion and, a woman's right to choose. But on the other hand, you've got the economy, you've got immigration. And I think there's that thing that we spoke about before. There's that feeling of I find it confusing, the middle class in America, we call the working class, the working person, that feeling of we've been left behind, we've been taken for granted, that they don't care about us. And there's that feeling which actually I think is quite a powerful, a big powerful one, and I don't even know what words you'd put to that. So you've got the economy, you've got immigration, you've got women's rights, you've got inflation, but then I also think there are these other things, that do people trust Donald Trump? It's really interesting. I'm just reading William Hague, who obviously is a conservative and is to the right, and just his characterisation, or criticism of Donald Trump. So I think there are other issues there around democracy, etc.
Trump is trusted on the economy, isn't he? When you talk to people in the streets, when you're getting boxes from people, and people say they're voting for Trump, 9 times out of 10 they'll say because of the economy. What did you make of Barack Obama speaking in the last few days, saying that he was just riding his wave? It was his trend, his economy, that Donald Trump simply was riding. That's why it's so good.
Sure, it probably helped a little bit, but let's not forget one of the biggest things that President Trump did was deregulate a lot of things, put new tax breaks in place. So Trump definitely gets credit for the economy. And like you said, he polls better on the economy. So part of the reason we're seeing such an influx of more Latino people voting for President Trump, more black men voting for President Trump, is because that's what they're voting on too. When you said you can't quite put your finger on what you saw when you were out in the U.S., I think it's Reagan's famous question, was your life better off 4 years ago than it was today? And most people under a Harris-Biden administration, the answer to that is, it's worse. It's absolutely worse. And to say that, for her to act like, oh, we're going to turn the page. I mean, she has been the vice president for almost 4 years. So this is her economy. This is her border crisis. This is the fact that over 60% of Americans feel the country's going in the wrong direction. So she can't separate herself.
Oh, that's interesting, Theo, isn't it? Because obviously she's trying to pitch herself as not being the continuity candidate, even though, I mean, she is. There's no getting away from it. However, in terms of that continuity, you've also got to look at Donald Trump and the people who were serving under him. I mean, John Kelly, former White House Chief of Staff, is the latest one to come out just ahead of voting day and says, well, do you know what, the man's a fascist.
Yes, and I think what's interesting, just to pick up on the 2 points made by Jennifer and Susie, is that if you look at the way the issues split, state of democracy, the threat to democracy that Donald Trump poses, that's a Democrat issue versus the economy, inflation, and, of course, immigration and the southern border. Those are Republican issues which they will do much better with. So as we get a breakdown of how those issues are split, and of course you've got reproductive rights coming into the mix as well, Democrat as well. But this is, Harris's legacy. She's been finding it very difficult to leave that legacy behind because she has been vice president, especially she's vulnerable on the southern border. But to your point about, those who worked with Donald Trump last time around and the threat that he poses, it's about fear. And that's what the Democrats are trying to instill in people. That actually, if you vote for Donald Trump, you're going to get a fascistic state, a return to something that we saw in the 1930s in Germany, and that is chipping away at people's fear. What they're not doing, and this is to Susie's point, is they're not addressing the issues. And you put in some interesting analysis about, when you listen to Harris, could she concede on points? That was actually something I was hearing that David Axelrod, who advised Barack Obama, was saying.
Absolutely.
Actually, show a little bit of humility when you're going up in those long-form interviews or you're in front of those town halls to say that you've made some mistakes, and then maybe you might start winning people over. So I don't think it's just a question of, well, if this goes wrong for the Democrats, blame Joe Biden or blame the fact that there was a transition late on. Harris will have to carry some of the blame herself if Trump wins.
Yeah, but it's interesting because if you listen to that, anyone just tuning in listening to that analysis would sort of assume that actually this is all going Trump's way, that she's made some big flaws. I mean, the bottom line is this is neck and neck.
True, but, I think just to remind people, Vice President Harris ran in 2020 and she had to drop out early because she was so unpopular. And the more she spoke and the more people heard of her and saw of her, the less they liked her. And then she goes on to be the most unpopular vice president since Spiro Agnew. And then just because they realized after that disastrous debate in June, they needed to push Biden off a cliff and they coronated nominated her. And I think the Democrats tonight are going to be really, really regretting the fact that they did not have a primary to choose a better candidate. And they've got a great bench. There's some wonderful governors out there that could have done a better job. If Biden had dropped out earlier, there's no way Harris would have even been top 5 of the choices to be the nominee. So I think there are going to be a lot of regrets on the Democrat side.
OK, Theo, Jennifer, Susie, leaving it there just for the time being. Back with you later.
Let's go to political advisor Pablo Ohana, who is in Pennsylvania for us now. Good to see you, Pablo. And all eyes are on Pennsylvania, aren't they? No state looms larger in this election, it would seem.
Yeah, I mean, the people here have been battered to death. They have had their doors knocked on and knocked on and knocked on. The ads are relentless. If you switch on a TV in Pennsylvania, the ad breaks is literally back-to-back TV ads. So yeah, I think I have a feeling the people in Pennsylvania will be pretty relieved when polls close at 8 p.m. tonight.
Yeah, I mean, how's it looking at the moment? Because, I mean, Pennsylvania, correct me if I'm wrong, it's part of the Rust Belt, isn't it? Which, I mean, if Kamala can win the Rust Belt, she's got it sealed, hasn't she?
Yeah, for sure. The energy and momentum is certainly with Kamala Harris. There's no doubt about that. The Democrats are knocking on over 1,500 doors per minute. They have over 150,000 volunteers. Yesterday, that equated to more than 3 million doors knocked on. So it is an extraordinary effort here, both, on the airwaves, as I said, there with TV ads, but on the ground as well. And voters are turning out in record numbers. They're demanding the leadership that works for them, that focuses on the real issues: healthcare, jobs, of course, a woman's right to choose. And Kamala Harris leads on those issues. And so I think, as I say, it's tight, and we are working right up until the last minute. I've been up since 4:30 this morning, but it's a long day, and at the end of it, I'm sure that Kamala Harris is going to win.
The ground operation by the Democrats in Pennsylvania has been intense, to say the least, hasn't it? We were hearing yesterday that there were so many volunteers that they actually ran out of shifts to give them in Pennsylvania for the Democrats. Where has the Trump campaign been? Have they been out and they've just been eclipsed by the Democrats?
I think historically Democrats are very good at organizing like this. They know how to play the ground game. They know where their voters are, and they have the software, the apps, and the kind of motivation to do that. Trump's campaign, I have to say, I've been quite surprised that I have not seen anybody canvassing for Trump. I've not seen anyone knocking on the doors. As you say, I mean, the ground game here in Pennsylvania from the Democrats is unbelievable, and they did run out of shifts. But it's not just the door knocking, there is phoning from other states as well. New York, for example, today they had 15 coaches leaving New York, filled with activists that were being shipped into swing state, into Pennsylvania, but swing counties as well. It is an incredible operation, and I think ultimately that is what is going to carry Kamala Harris over the line. Trump, speaks a good game, and he tweets a lot, and so does JD Vance. But ultimately, getting that vote out, getting the people to the polls, the Democrats are going to win that battle.
What's interesting, though, is she's pitched as someone, I mean, by the opposition, of course, but pitched as someone who is a continuity candidate. She was a very unpopular vice president. She's someone, as Niall Gardner was saying, could be viewed as being without principle or conviction. I mean, in terms of winning people over who aren't dyed-in-the-wool Democrats already, that's a big challenge.
I think actually what I've seen and heard is very different to that. The popularity of presidents and vice presidents kind of goes up and down, but the more people saw Kamala Harris in this campaign, the more they liked her. And, there's all this, as there always is, there was in our general election in July as well, all these talks of polls and this versus that. The one poll I always look at is how enthusiastic people are and how likely they are to vote. And we are seeing an enormous gap between how likely Democrat voters are and how enthusiastic they are to go and vote for Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. So Democrat voters and Kamala Harris voters are going out and saying, I cannot wait to vote for her. I cannot wait to see her as our president. And it's not just kind of like, well, I've got to do it because it's the best of, a terrible option or whatever. People are really enthusiastic. People are really excited. I actually don't buy this idea that she was really unpopular. I think partly there's a little bit of sort of sexism in that, but I do think that fundamentally people hadn't seen enough of her. And the more they saw her, the more they liked her. She's leading at the moment. She's going into this campaign with positive ratings, which is actually very rare for a campaign, and Trump is not. Neither is JD Vance.
And Pablo, when you've been talking to people in Pennsylvania, what are the big issues that have got them to the polls? What are they feeling passionate about?
The number one issue by far is the state of democracy, which is seen. I mean, the two issues that come up is sort of the stability of their democracy and abortion. And it sounds like such a strange thing for us to hear in the UK because of like abortion is not really debated. It's just, it is, you know, you can access it. It's free, you know, and we have the NHS, of course. And we don't really have this kind of threat to our democracy. So it's, you know, for me, it's a little bit odd. I hear these conversations and you have to sort of, you know, wrap your head around it. But for sure that, you know, people will open the door and they say, listen, I'm voting for my daughter, or I'm voting for my sister, or, you know, a lot of husbands who are going out and saying, you know, I don't want to live in a world where, you know, my wife can't make choices about her own body, or my daughter can't make her own choices. And as I say, absolutely the state of democracy. People are really, really worried. They remember January 6th. Of course, everybody does. But people here really, really feel that.
Pablo, really good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed. Catch up with you a little bit later on, no doubt.
Well, let's go to our Deputy Political Editor, Tom Harwood. And Tom, how might tonight play out?
Well, that is the question, isn't it? And I have to say, it's back to the map. We love the map, and the map will be a feature throughout the night. Currently, it is, of course, blank. Just 2 parts of 2 states have closed the polls. Most polls still open across this vast landmass that is the United States of America. Important to remember that it's not the popular vote that wins the presidency. It's a majority of what's called the Electoral College. Each state is assigned a certain number of electoral votes. You need to add those up, get state across state across state throughout the night, get to that magic winning post number of 270 electoral votes. If you win California, you win 54 electoral votes. That's the most populous state. The next most populous, Texas, you'd win 40. Although if you were to win the least populous state, little old Wyoming, you'd win 3 electoral votes. You can see how the picture adds up. But let's see how Donald Trump won back in 2016. This was the map that he was able to make. If we can, there it is, like magic. And this was the map that Donald Trump was able to go to. He got over 300 electoral votes, well past that winning post. How did he do it? He flipped certain states. Florida and Ohio. Obama won both in 2008 and 2012. Donald Trump flipped both of those states. So much so that actually these states are not considered competitive in this election. It's going to be pretty certain that Florida and Ohio remain with the Republican Party, as they did in 2020. This is the map that Joe Biden was able to win the presidency with. Notice how Ohio and Florida still red. We're expecting them to be red tonight. But look at these 3 states here: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Let's compare that again to 2016. Look at that big change. These are going to be some of the crucial swing states tonight. Also, Georgia is another one that swung. Why don't we have a look at those swing states in full, in all their glory? Here is the expected map. Psephologists are pretty confident about the red and the blue on this map. Republican red and Democrat blue. We're pretty safe with these sorts of guesses. Where we don't know are Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin. These are the states that are in play, the Magnificent Seven, tonight. And let's have a look at some of these, particularly the Rust Belt states. These are states that Donald Trump did very well in 2016, surprised everyone in 2016. Other states, of course, have been Republican and Democrat in recent years, but these 3 states, until 2016, well, they hadn't been Republican since Ronald Reagan's big wins in the 1980s. So these were seen as very working class, very blue sort of mechanical states, Rust Belt states. You sort of get the sense of that. You've got Detroit in Michigan, of course, car manufacturing, these sorts of things, really, really key here. But actually, one thing that I want to leave you with is the thought that this election is very, very tight. But even though it's tight, it might not play out tightly on this board. Let's circle these Sunbelt states now as well, because these are all 7 states that are really in play. I want to tell you that in the last 25 years, the average polling error in presidential elections was 4%. 4% either way. Well, if the polls are out by just the average error that they've been out in the last quarter century, either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump could win all 7 of these swing states. So whilst the polls say it's very, very tight, this could actually be a healthy win for either candidate if we're just to believe the same amount of polling error that there's been in United States presidential elections over the last 25 years. What am I trying to say? It's going to be an exciting night. It's all to play for.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, Tom, though, isn't it? Because if there was a significant margin between the winning candidate and the losing candidate, that would take some of the concern out of the wind out of the sails about this being disputed either which way.
It certainly would. That would be a very important factor if multiple states were won. However, we could be in the nightmare scenario that, of course, people found themselves in 2000, the year 2000, where the map was so finely balanced. It all came down to not just one state, Florida, but actually only a couple of counties in the state of Florida. Weeks of judicial decisions, of recounts or whether or not to recount certain counties. This has happened before in the United States, where actually we don't get a result and things are on a knife edge and it goes for a long time. But I think what that indication there of that idea that actually Joe Biden won 306 electoral votes in 2020. Donald Trump won 306 electoral votes in 2016. These, of course, far beyond that margin of 270 that you need to win. Well, if there is a comfortable margin, having sort of these battles over specific counties and specific states still might be important, no doubt. But if you win by more states, there's sort of more of that cushion there. That could, of course, be a very important factor.
OK. Tom, we'll be back with you and your map very soon. We're back with our panel now. And Jennifer, just wanted to talk to you about polls, because Tom touched on them there. Lots of talk about them being neck and neck in the past few weeks, to be honest. They've been wrong in the past, though, haven't they? So how much do we trust them in this election? You talked about the Iowa poll this week, which was an outlier, which showed momentum for Kamala Harris in Iowa. How much are we trusting them right now? How much are they to be trusted?
Well, my understanding is that polls have changed a lot in the last few years because just of the way people don't use their landlines as much, right? They have a mobile phone, that sort of thing, the way people get text messages, just the whole way polling is done. That's number one. Number two, what we're hearing on our side, and I don't know if it's the same as the case on the left, is a lot of Republicans just don't trust institutions, do not trust the media. The mainstream media is at an all-time low as far as, the public's trust in them. So a lot of Republicans are just not answering these polls. So that could be, that could contribute to it. But yeah, going into this, it's neck and neck. Now, if you look at the betting markets, which of course is something very different, they've got Trump ahead.
Susie, what do you make of it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to agree with that. I just think polls, for me, just get it wrong so often. And I don't think... And it's neck and neck. And let's not go with the betting markets, because obviously, I don't want to see Donald...
You're not a gambler?
No, I'm not. I don't want to see Donald Trump winning. But it's really interesting, because I was just looking at, like the poll of, key issues. And, it being, foreign affairs, immigration, abortion, economy, and I can't remember what the other one was, but it's just very, very interesting looking actually at what have been those top issues. But I just think one of the reasons that makes this night so exciting is no one can call it. No one.
No, absolutely. Right, we're going to come back to you, Theo, in just a sec. But news just in, and Donald Trump has said there was cheating in Philadelphia's biggest city. Philadelphia's hit back. Let's hear from Omar Sabir, the city commissioner.
We have hard-working Philadelphians who work on the election boards, through the canvas. They're hard-working citizens. And again, that's an attack on the hard-working people who are honest. And we have evidence and proof to show that everything is on the up and up, and that it's always been. And again, we're not going to be here all the time just addressing whatever is on social media. We have an election that we have to run. So we actually please respect that and let us finish our job.
What do you want to say to Donald Trump right now?
I don't want to say anything, Donald Trump. The only thing I want to say is us, citizens of Philadelphia, you're going to get the election that you deserve. And you have always been having accurate results. and honesty. And we have great citizens here working to do their job.
Do you have any specifics of the allegations?
I mean, I saw something on social media. I mean, I saw it said something about he was cheating and all that kind of stuff. Again, that's not nothing new. I mean, this playbook has been played since 2020. We saw it, and we're going to do our job to give the citizens and give America the election that they deserve.
Did you investigate?
We have time for one more question. We got to get back to work. One more question.
And as we've done all day.
All right, let's leave that there. Theo, I just want to bring you in just briefly on that. I mean, basically, so the officials from Philadelphia are saying, well, there's nothing going on here. This is all just being done as it should be done. It does fall into Donald Trump's playbook, doesn't it, when he's, tight on the line, that he will call out cheating even if it's not there.
Yeah, the whole pretext of this is that he's going to do everything in his power to win this election. And that will include looking for any moments that he can say, well, actually, is that cheating, or questions that he can cast over. And this is just the beginning. We're going to see this, I think, throughout the rest of this week. And depending on how close the result on Tom's map will, of course, bring us everything we need to know. But, depending on how close this is, you can expect Donald Trump to haggle and compete over every single county in every single state that there's a possible question mark over. That's just the nature of the man.
Yeah, OK, Theo, thank you.
Well, let's head over to the Big Apple now, shall we, and speak to political correspondent Nelson Aspen, who joins us live now from New York City. Good to see you, Nelson. I hope we've had a lovely day with Ben Leo in the Big Apple today. And this contest is not for the faint of heart, is it?
This is a marathon, not a sprint, and what you just saw coming out of Philadelphia proves it. And I would hope that whoever wins in a landslide, because it's guaranteed to take days, if not longer, to determine and certify the actual victor, unless there's a landslide. But it's not just Philadelphia that's having issues. There were counties in the Philadelphia state of Pennsylvania that were having problems with their software and their scanners, also in New Jersey, also here in New York City, where I am. So to be able to have the confidence in the voting system is really at risk. And while Oprah Winfrey may want to get up at a Kamala rally and say that this is a threat to democracy, meaning Donald Trump, the real threat to democracy is not having confidence in our actual voting systems.
The question around that, though, is there any genuine concern, or is this being stoked up?
I think there is genuine concern. I went to early voting, and yeah, everything went smoothly, but it is quite a prehistoric process. Just the whole act of voting seems very strange to me, that in 2024 that we're voting the way we are voting. And word just came in that 30,000 absentee ballots in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, a swing state, are going to need to be recounted. So, this is the tip of the iceberg when it comes to voting problems. And if it is a close election, then all those absentee ballots, the military ballots, the mail-in ballots, the things from overseas, they take even longer. But if it gets down to the wire, every one of those votes is going to be very important and have to be counted.
What's the mood been like in New York City, Nelson?
Well, New York City is a reliably blue, liberal city. And I have to say, I've never seen it so divided and nervous. The anxiety level is very high, and especially for a lot of Harris supporters are very angry at the thought that anybody could possibly be voting for Donald Trump. Of course, Donald Trump got his fame and fortune here in New York City. This is his original home, even though he's now living at Mar-a-Lago these days. But New York City was once Trump land. And I think there are maybe a new wave of Trump supporters that were not here before. And you also have to remember that New York City is just a small part of New York State. New York City is just 19 miles of island down here, but there's the whole rest of the state, and that has been changing as well. So Donald Trump likes to talk about, as he did at his Madison Square Garden rally recently, about flipping New York back to red, back to being a Republican state. We'll see if that happens, but we're in for a long night, guys.
What are we hearing about turnout?
Turnout's very good. I think people are very excited to be a part of this. A lot of people did early voting. A lot of absentee ballots were sent in, and the lines are long, very, very long. Some people are waiting up to 2 hours. Celebrity Paul Rudd, better known as Ant-Man from the Avenger movies, actually went to Pennsylvania and started handing out water to people standing in line because it's unseasonably warm, and they've been out in line for hours on end. And because of the snafus at some of these places, they're extending the hours to vote. So the sort of rule of thumb is if you get in line, they can't close the polls. As long as you're standing in line, they will keep the polls open long enough for you to vote.
I'm glad you mentioned Paul Rudd there, because I wanted to ask you about the celebrity endorsements, because Kamala Harris has been pretty reliant on them, hasn't she, in the past few weeks, in the likes of Lady Gaga and Beyonce, Jennifer Aniston coming out in support of her. Do you think that makes any difference, or do you think it makes the electorate feel like that they're far away from her, that she's untouchable in a way?
Yes, Ellie, you and I have talked about this on the Saturday show. I personally feel that celebrity endorsements, especially, have the opposite effect. I really don't care who Taylor Swift is voting for. I don't care who Beyonce likes. I don't care who Hulk Hogan, the celebrity wrestler, likes. You know, it doesn't matter which side of the aisle. I am not swayed by celebrities. However, you mentioned Lady Gaga. I thought that was interesting because Lady Gaga's father, who owns a restaurant here in New York City, raised Lady Gaga here in New York City. He's a Trump supporter. Oprah Winfrey sort of closed out the show last night by talking about what a threat to democracy Donald Trump is. But I don't know that anybody is interested in Oprah Winfrey's opinion either. So I don't know. The only endorsement that seems to hold sway for me is that, and you may have heard just today, podcaster Joe Rogan came out for Trump. And the reason that endorsement might mean something is because his following among the coveted male audience of voters is so huge. And Trump had the sort of audacity to go on Rogan's show and speak for 3 hours. And you have to wonder why Kamala Harris never agreed to go on it. And if she had, could she spontaneously talk for 3 hours?
Well, good any of us. Nelson, thank you very much indeed. I want to see if Jennifer can speak for maybe 2.5 minutes. I mean, I'm quite intrigued because I said the Rogan issue is quite interesting because are we seeing this election almost split down male and female lines?
I don't think so. And actually, I would add on to what he said is it's not just the male vote that Joe Rogan is appealing to. And by the way, not only did Trump go on, so did J.D. Vance. And Elon Musk did last night. And that's when Rogan came out finally and endorsed President Trump. But it's what's called the low propensity voter. The low propensity voter is a man or woman who just can't be bothered to get off the sofa. They kind of don't like either candidate. They don't think their vote makes a difference. And Joe Rogan appeals to a lot of those people, men or women. 23% of his audience are women. I've been listening to him for years, so he's got a really wide fan base. And I think unlike the singers and the dancers and these other celebrity endorsements, which, by the way, if you're trying to figure out how you have enough money to put gas in your tank or buy groceries, I'm not sure Beyonce's really, helping you swing your vote. I think Joe Rogan does matter. And as far as women go, I kind of find it a little insulting that people assume that women's only issue is abortion. And we know for the first time the GOP platform has said that they do not have a national ban on abortion. So the messaging on the Republican side has not been great on that. But no, there's other issues for women too, fairness in women's sports, not allowing men to play in women's sports, safe spaces for women in bathrooms, and of course, women buy groceries and other things, so it's the economy.
Thea, what do you make of the gender split in this election? Do you think that is something that we are seeing?
It's something that I was speaking to a couple of Democrat strategists, and they were pointing to, and they were talking about what they described as, and this is their terminology, the kind of crypto bro mantra that Trump taps into. And I think what he has managed to do, and this is actually interesting in that it's not just about white men, it's also about men of colour particularly as well, is he's managed to tap into that, and Joe Rogan is the same, and I think that's what's interesting.
OK, thank you all. It's approaching midnight. This is GB News, America Decides. Well, tonight, history will be made. So we will, of course, bring you the results throughout the night. Kentucky, we're being told, looks like it could go Trump's way. Perhaps not a huge surprise as far as that goes, but it's certainly the first prediction we've had so far this evening.
Well, joining us for the synopsis throughout the night are some of the world's top political commentators in the studio. Our panel for the next few hours is spokesperson for Republicans Overseas UK, Jennifer Ewing, Labour activist Susie Stride, and political journalist Theo Usherwood. Before we get to them, let's get the latest from our deputy political editor, Tom Harwood, who has a very special map for us. But just for the moment, we're going to stick with our panel.
Yes, because we're hearing, so Kentucky, we're hearing, has gone, or is very likely to go Trump's way.
That makes sense.
What was it?
Indiana.
Indiana, yeah. So where was Harris going, someone tell me? Oh, I've lost comms.
Harris takes Vermont.
Vermont
is the projection.
That's what I'm looking for.
That makes sense as well.
Yeah, so but that's interesting, isn't it? Because it's all about the swing states and everything else just isn't flipping.
Absolutely. I think one thing that will be what I am going to be watching is the popular vote. And a lot of people have tried to figure out, why is Trump spending so much time in New York City or in California, which are both very blue states? And I think he's trying to chip away at the popular vote. I know it makes sense. I mean, I'm from California. That's my home state. There are a lot of people that, know Kamala Harris from years and years. And they don't like the way San Francisco and the rest of the state is going. So they don't want to see the rest of the country going in the same direction.
Susie, what do you make of what we've just seen there?
Yeah, I mean, it's predictable, isn't it? So, and it is so fascinating in how different it is to this country that it just comes down to those 7 states and it's all about, which makes me happy that I went to Nevada, because that's one of those states. But I was just going to say, on that exit poll, the top issue was democracy, which I think is very interesting because obviously on democracy, in some ways you could say, well, that's a weak spot for Donald Trump because of, a whole lot of things. But then you could also say that some people might think, well, actually, we're not being listened to and heard by the Democrats. So I think...
Nor did they have a primary.
So it's an interesting, but I wonder if on that issue, actually, the Democrats are going to win on that issue. But then the next one is economy. And as you said, actually, Trump is polling stronger on that. So, what's to play for?
But it is fascinating, isn't it? Because when you look at the key issues nationwide are the economy, immigration, and reproductive rights. But it's interesting that how in some places, democracy is an issue. I mean, it's remarkable.
But that's what Harris has tried to insert into the debate. That's a Democrat.
Yeah, but it's worked.
Looking at this particular poll that came out a few hours ago, it does appear to have worked, and I think that will be something that will be making Republicans nervous. But, people think about in their back pockets as well, and I know, of course, 80 million votes apparently have been cast early, but, Trump obviously feels at the moment that he's still very much in this race, and he's confident that he can win it. But he's going to those, he's trying to speak to those people who feel that they've been left behind, and actually that he can turn the economy around. And that's his argument is that Harris has been in office for those 4 years, and that's part of her responsibility, at least alongside Joe Biden.
But Jennifer, the state of democracy could be one of the biggest issues. We've been talking about the economy, we've been talking about immigration and women's rights, but this must be up there. I mean, when we're looking and thinking about the 6th of January 2021, I mean, it's cast a long shadow on this election.
Sure. And let's not forget that on the 6th of January, obviously not a proud day in America, but on the 21st of January, there was a peaceful transition of power. With regards to democracy, I find it wild that the Democrats are running on this, considering that they coronated Kamala Harris and did not have a primary, and even changed some laws in certain states to keep people like Bobby Kennedy Jr. off the ballot, Dean Phillips off the ballot. So I guess it just depends on how you're defining democracy.
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't think we've got a lot of room to talk in this country because we've done that on
what is it,
parties
36?
at various points, haven't we?
All I was going to say is I think on that, there's a couple of things there, isn't there? Because I think there's also, you know, the thing, you know, Trump getting on with Putin and, you know, North Korea, and there's those little things. And I think that unpredictability, I mean, there'll be some people that don't care about that, but there will be voters that care about that. But just to say, democracy was the top issue amongst Kamala voters, economy was the top issue amongst Trump voters. So, you know, there is a big split there.
I mean, Theo, it's what we were hearing from Nelson Aspen in New York. It essentially comes down to the confidence in the voting system.
Yes, and we've already seen that there are going to be some reports that some voting stations are going to be left, are going to remain open. And you had a report there that once you're in the line, then you're going to be able to continue to vote. Because, of course, there have been threats. You know, this is something that America has had the chance to prepare for. There have obviously been accusations about interference in this election, and that's why, you know, we were speaking before we came on air, that's why Keir Starmer was naive at best to allow Labour activists to travel to the United States.
But they've done that. They've done that for
They have done that, but now he's in. Labour High Command should have clocked how Trump would use it and realised that it was an easy riposte from the Republicans to argue. Is it the same? Of course it's not the same, but it just provides him with an opportunity. And we're already seeing it now, of course, with these contested votes right across the board. And we saw it from your report in Philadelphia, that actually Trump is going to use, he's going to fight tooth and nail for this election.
I think it just shows a bit, just how he can be a bit of a bully, because ultimately, I mean, William Hague's even saying today, for years and years, even when he was young, there's always been people going over from this country to fight for the Republicans, to fight for the Democrats. It's always happened. The big mistake, as you say, was obviously that one social media post. But the fact, I think, that Donald Trump jumped on that, for me, just exposes a part of his personality and character, which is not particularly helpful.
But we have to remain neutral. We have to remain neutral in this country. This is it's America's election. Let them have their election. If we had, and to your point, Susie, I agree, we're not going to affect it. So why bother? If we had American activists coming over here and campaigning for Labour or for the Tories, we'd be up in arms about it.
No, I don't think... I mean, look, John Major sent people over. I mean, literally, you've got William Hague, who was the leader of the Conservative Party, very level-headedly saying this has always happened. The Conservatives have done it for the Republicans. I don't think there's a big issue here. I think Donald Trump made it a big issue.
No, but I'll tell you what's interesting, which obviously Trump picks, because one thing he's very hot on, as you say, if it hadn't been for that one tweet or LinkedIn message or whatever it was, nobody would have cared.
Well, exactly.
Right, so but this is the world we're living in.
It is the world we're living in, and we've got to learn those lessons, and people have got to be wise and have a bit of common sense, and so that was a mistake. But what I'm saying in the bigger picture, actually, I think it's good. I think, it's that special relationship that we have, which we want to keep.
So were you surprised, because you were out there campaigning for Kamala Harris, were you surprised when the Trump camp filed that lawsuit?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to be honest, it really made me angry, because, as I say, I have J.D. Vance, I think is a very interesting character, and I've got respect for him. And there are certain things which Donald Trump, talks about, and I think he is getting something about working class. I call them working class, I call them middle class people. But when he did that, I just thought, no, I'm sorry, that's just picking a fight. We want people, we want young adults to go over and get a political experience. That's a positive thing. This has always gone on. And I think when you have people like William Hague, he's the other side of the fence to me. And look, William Hague is a Tory as Tory come. When you have him saying, why is he saying that? We've always done that. You've got to say, actually, that was silly. And then you've got Elon Musk giving people money for vote. I mean, bit of
Jennifer, go on.
Look, I mean, I'd love, it'd be fascinating if I'm sitting next to the woman that swung the election because she went to Nevada. So I'm happy to have met you. But look, I'm a free speech absolutist. I think people should be able to say and do whatever they want. So that's one issue. But I just think the strategy was quite poor, especially after the election we just had in this country, where, I'll be honest, people are looking over from the United States and thinking, what the hell is going on? I mean, first of all, this whole free speech and censorship issue that's going on, people are getting thrown in jail for posting memes. And then we have the CCDH, which was also part of one of the advisor to Keir Starmer, trying to to kill.
CCDH?
It's the Center for Controlling Digital Hatred.
Oh, right, okay.
So that was a big deal, and there was a leak a few weeks ago, right around the time that the Labour voters were going over there. So I'm just not sure that it's effective, because I don't think the UK is in a really great place right now that the US would look at you guys and go, yeah, we want to be like them.
Yeah.
With all due respect.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know what that control of digital whatever is, but I mean, my big thing is I think with social media you need to make sure that the platform is a place where people can say stuff without having harassment, which maybe that is what that's about, I'm not sure. And for me, Elon Musk's record on that is poor. People may not agree with me on that, but you know,
what's the First Amendment?
Twitter 10 years ago was great, and then now I'm just like, I don't want to go on there and speak because someone's going to want to, you know, have my head for it, and actually that's not good for democracy. You know, however, you know, as I say, I think it was fine that people went over. The post wasn't ideal, but I think it's exposing something about Donald Trump, and I think he lets himself down. When he does that, he lets himself down.
All right, thank you very much indeed. Back to you in a sec.
Let's go to our deputy political editor, Tom Harwood, with his big map again. And Tom, we just heard these projections: Trump winning Kentucky, Harris taking Vermont. Either of those a surprise?
Oh, Ellie, don't steal my thunder. It's exciting, isn't it? There are colours on the board now. Neither of them are a surprise. I mean, Kentucky is a deep red state. Both senators Republicans. You've got Rand Paul and Mitch McConnell. Rand Paul, the sort of libertarian right firebrand, and Mitch McConnell, the former majority leader, leading the Republicans in the Senate, and 5 of the 6 congressional seats Republican there as well. The last time that a Democrat actually got more than 50% in a presidential election in Kentucky, you have to go all the way back to Jimmy Carter in the 1970s. So I don't think we can say that Kentucky is a particular surprise here, but it's nice to see some colour on this board that we're going to be building up throughout the night. And that, of course, is 8 electoral votes for Donald Trump. But also up here in New England, you've got Vermont. That's 3 electoral votes going to Kamala Harris. Again, not really a surprise. Vermont's probably most famous for having Bernie Sanders as one of its senators. It has not voted Republican since the 1980s. So perhaps not the biggest surprise tonight. We had in our big prediction board Kentucky firmly red and Vermont firmly blue. But now we can say that there are no big surprises, and we can definitely say that it's not a washout for either candidate. The polls were at least that way right. But shall we have a look at how candidates have done this in the past? How has this map been coloured in 2016, for example? Because Donald Trump, of course, won Kentucky in 2016, but he won many more states beside. In fact, this was the makeup of his 2016 win. And crucially, look at these states: Wisconsin, Michigan and Pennsylvania, alongside Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona as well. These are states to watch tonight, because in 2020, if we can get that map up, look how they change. Arizona, Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan and Pennsylvania. Joe Biden flipped all of those states in 2020. Perhaps we can flip back and just see the difference here to the Trump map. Get a sense of that swing from red to blue, from red to blue. Will those states, those same states, flip back this evening? That's the question to watch.
Yeah, certainly is. Tom, back to you a little bit later on. In the meantime, I'm going to zip you over to New York City. Ben Leo is there for us, as waiting for more results to come in, Ben, more predictions, at least at this stage. What are the good people of New York making of all of this?
Let me just say the tensions are ramping up, Stephen, because somebody, a British lady, put an effigy of Donald Trump in the centre of Times Square. It was very X-rated. I can't really describe it because, you know, despite being past the watershed, it's still too bad. It's on my Twitter if anyone's keen to see. But the police arrived. The police are behind me. Look, all the cop cars are here. The police officers are here. I just got asked for my press badge. Yeah, the atmosphere is building. It's simmering. That's a good description.
And what are you getting from the people of New York that you've been speaking to today, Ben? What are the biggest issues for them?
Lots of people concerned about migration. I mean, there's lots of migrants here, including a big Jewish community. There's a big Hispanic community and Italians as well, of course, in New York. But their point to me was they all came here legally. They came here by the proper methods. They are generational migrants. And their problem at the moment is this southern border situation where 10 million plus, it could even be 20 million by Donald Trump's estimations, people flooding the southern border, and nobody knows who they are. A very similar situation to the UK. Nobody knows who they are, where they came from, what their intentions are. And they've got gripes about the security of the country and the fact that they did things properly, and yet there's millions, potentially tens of millions, who haven't done it properly. So they're worried about the southern border, about the economy as well. And when I have spoken to women, a few of them, but not too many, a few of them have talked about women's rights. And when I press them specifically about what they mean, of course, abortion comes up as well. But I'd say primarily it's migration.
OK, Ben, thanks very much indeed. Just hearing that it looks like Donald Trump has taken Indiana. That's the latest prediction on that one. I mean, it was considered to be a safe Republican state, so no real surprise with that one.
Yeah, it's described to be the reddest state in the Midwest. Primarily Republican throughout its history, so not a surprise there. No surprises so far tonight. Let's speak now to our political correspondent, Adam Cherry. We haven't sent him very far, have we? He's in London. He's just down the road at a watch party. It was a little bit quiet, it must be said, about an hour ago, Adam, but I can hear it's louder already in that bar that you're in. What's the atmosphere like there?
Yeah, it's getting pretty busy here now, guys. I'm actually here with Mark Littlewood, the director of PopCon. Mark, just while we were off air, we were talking about the results coming in, Kentucky, Indiana. Obviously, we expected those to go for Trump, but you were remarking there's something interesting in the data there.
Yeah, it's really interesting. We're seeing some early results from Georgia. Donald Trump's got to win that. But even if you're looking at the really safe states like Kentucky, that's got to be in his column. And Indiana, that's got to be in his column. Look about how he compares to last time. So he's going to win them. But is he winning them by more than last time or less? It's a bit like when you look at a British election and all you've got to go on is the early result from Sunderland South. Well, you know Labour's going to win, but are they winning by more or less? And that can be a clue to what's happening in the rest of the country. Very early score, but it seems to me Trump's doing better in Kentucky and Indiana than he did last time. Not by a huge margin, but better. And that, if that's repeated across the country, he's in with a chance. We're seeing the Georgia numbers come in. He's got to win that. That's on a knife edge. But keep your eyes, I'd say to GB News viewers, on both the hardcore blue states and the hardcore red ones. Because if the numbers are moving there, that tells you something about how America's voting.
Mark, just quickly, it is on a knife edge, but if you had to call it, which way do you think it's going to go?
I am a betting man, and I also believe in free markets, and I reckon the markets have probably got it right. Trump's chances of winning are about 2 in 3, maybe 3 in 4. It's not a certainty, but if this was an FA Cup final, it would be Manchester United versus Aston Villa. Man United are probably going to win. Actually, probably not so much now. Man City versus Aston Villa. Man City are probably going to win, but the underdog's got a chance. But I'd say Trump's odds are about 2 in 3 as we're looking at the moment. And early numbers seem to be backing that up, Adam.
Well, long night ahead, isn't it? So we'll find out. Maybe not even today. It might be in a couple of days' time.
It could take weeks.
It could take a long time. But for now, guys, the good news is the bar is still open, so we're still having a great time waiting for those states to come in.
Lovely stuff, Adam. Thank you. So let's just update you then on those electoral college votes as it stands so far. Harris on 3, Trump on 19. It's one of those, well, it's a bit like in the general election over here, where actually those numbers are actually a bit irrelevant at the moment, and you could get a surge for one party or the other, which seems to give them a really big lead. But actually, until you start heading up towards that 250 sort of mark, when obviously the finishing line becomes much closer, there's no need to panic, whichever side you're backing in all of this.
And just a reminder of those state projections so far: Harris to win Vermont, Trump to win Kentucky, and Trump to win Indiana. That's what we have so far. Let's speak now to former 2024 Democratic presidential candidate Jason Palmer. Good to see you, Jason. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling quite optimistic, but I would say nauseously optimistic, because this is the next hour, the most important hour of this election. There are almost 15 states that are going to be coming in with results soon. And I agree with that last person that you were just speaking with, that you need to look at how things went against the last election. So right now I'm watching Indiana. Indiana was 57-41 in the final analysis in 2020. And right now it is 61-37. So he's right at the moment that it looks like Trump is getting more votes in Indiana, or more percentage, than he got last time. But the Democrats have been really smart about what states we've been focusing on. We've been focusing very hard on Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia, which are the three biggest states for this election. And I think we probably neglected Indiana and Kentucky, if I had to be honest about it.
So at this point, I mean, it is far too close to call, isn't it? I mean, as you say, if you have gone really for the states and those swing states that are really important to you, are you confident that those will go the way you want them to?
I really do agree that it's a toss-up election. This is 50-50. It's going to go down to the wire. You know, when Hillary lost in 2016, that was called around 11 p.m. at night. When Biden won in 2020, it wasn't called until the weekend after the election. I'm almost certain that this election is going to be decided later this week. It won't even be decided tonight. But if you look at the nitty-gritty and the details to see how are things trending against prior elections, like what I'm hearing from people that are out at the polling stations today is that there are a lot more young people showing up to the polls and a lot more women showing up to the polls. And I want to see that in the results too. How many women voted versus last time? How many young people voted versus last time? Are the anecdotal reports really showing out in the actual data as the results come in?
But there's an assumption there that women and young people are going to vote Democrat, isn't there? And what seems to be clear coming forward in all this is that that may not necessarily be the case.
Well, there is a strong contingent of young men that are Trump voters, and that may actually go more towards Trump this time than the last time around. But young women seem to be outnumbering young men, both in the early voting and at the polls, about 55% to 45%. If that keeps up, then the women's preference for Kamala will outweigh the young men's preference for Trump.
Is there a gender split in this election that we're seeing? We know that women's rights, abortion's rights, is one of the top issues in 2024. Do you think there could be a silent women's vote, especially in those red states, that would be missing in the polls?
Absolutely. And this is somewhat anecdotal, but I heard one of your previous commentators talk about Twitter, and I still call it Twitter as well. I'm kind of protesting against the whole new X name. But there are multiple people that I know whose mothers have voted either for Kamala or for Jill Stein or for Chase Oliver, the Libertarian candidate, because they just couldn't, hold their nose and vote for Trump again. These last few weeks of the campaign, it's almost like he's ratcheted up the misogynistic and the racism and the nicknames as well, which people just feel like is so sophomoric and immature. And we want to turn the page. I do for sure, because I'm a Democrat, but I actually started an organization that's investing in 18 young people who are running for Congress this year, average age 38, 8 of them are Democrats, 8 of them are Republicans, 2 are independents. There's a strong group of us that want there to just be common sense, good government, and to get past all this chaos. And, it's not a partisan thing. It's actually just we need to take our country back and get it back on track. Deficits are too large. Like someone was mentioning a while ago, the border is out of control, and there is a bipartisan bill in Congress that's ready to be passed, and Trump's the one that stopped it. So we actually need to elect Kamala and pass that bipartisan bill. And I think Kamala has done an excellent job of trying to reach out to Republicans, reach out to independents. There were more than 1,000 national security alumni that actually came out in favor of Kamala just a few days ago, and the majority of those people are Republicans. So I do think Kamala is going to win, but it's going to be a nail biter. I do not think it's going to be decided tonight, even though I'm going to the Kamala event after this interview, and we're going to watch all the states come in. It's going to take until later in the week. I'm almost certain of it.
OK, Jason Palmer, really good to talk to you. Thank you very much. We will be talking to Jennifer Ewing from Republicans Overseas UK shortly, because I think she's about to blow a gasket. But we'll talk to her in a second. In the meantime, should we check in with Stephen Edgerton?
Yes, who's in Washington, D.C. for us at a Democrat Watch Party. Hi, Stephen.
Hello, how are you doing?
We're good. How are you?
Very, very good. As you say, I'm here in Washington, D.C., just 5 minutes away from where Kamala Harris and her Democrats are watching the election tonight. And one of the key groups in this election campaign has been black men. More black men have been voting for Donald Trump, according to opinion polls. And I'm actually with someone tonight, a Donald Trump voter who is a black man. I wanted to ask you, why are you supporting Donald Trump?
I've usually been very liberal leaning, but I think maybe in the last few years, woke culture has alienated certain black men, and black men are very pro-family. We're very intuitive, and we know when we're being pandered to for votes. I feel like we were chosen last to be spoken to in Kamala's election, and we know that she made a name for herself in her career, contributing to mass incarceration.
The Democrats say that Donald Trump is racist. What do you think about that?
I've never seen evidence that Donald Trump is a racist.
And why do you think so many black men are supporting Trump this time around?
I think black men are saying enough is enough with woke culture, and we don't feel like our voice is being heard, even from Democrats. So yeah, it's time to get our voice heard, and a vote for Trump is just our way of saying enough is enough.
And why have you changed your mind? You used to be a Democrat. I think you voted for Barack Obama. What's changed in your view?
Mass incarceration is my #1 issue.
So Donald Trump obviously passed criminal justice reform. You support him on that issue.
I do.
And what do you make of Kamala Harris as a politician?
I don't know what Kamala Harris stands for as a politician. She's very inauthentic, and she panders to everyone. And I feel like black men are very intuitive. It's really easy to tell when someone won't take a stance.
And do you think that they could swing the election for Donald Trump tonight?
I hope so.
Okay. Thank you so much, Roshan. Appreciate that. So we're seeing a lot of black men, I think, across the country potentially voting for Donald Trump. Both campaigns have been desperate to court this group. Kamala Harris has been promising all sorts of things, legalizing marijuana, and she's been desperately trying to keep the support of black men this time around. Whereas Donald Trump, it seems to be, he's getting a lot more support in this area. So this could be a key group in many battleground states, including Georgia, North Carolina, and in Pennsylvania.
Well, we shall have to wait and see. Stephen, thanks very much indeed.
Let's go to our Deputy Political Editor, Tom Harwood, for the latest with his big map.
Absolutely. And of course, as we've heard, a third state officially added to the map that we're calling tonight. Kentucky and Indiana both going for Donald Trump, Vermont going for Joe Biden. I have to say, none of this a surprise. Indiana, of course, the home state of Mike Pence, the former vice president of Donald Trump back in 2016 to 2020. But let's look at some of the county data within Kentucky, because, of course, some of that has been fully now reported. The first rural county to be fully 100% in has now been counted. It's called Taylor County in Kentucky, and it has to be said that in last time round in 2020, Donald Trump won that county with 74%. This really is Trump country. But this time round, that's gone up to 78%. So we are detecting a rural swing towards Donald Trump, at least within Kentucky. There's also another interesting point to note. We haven't yet called Florida, but I'm getting more and more confident that we'll be able to say that Florida is going to be a Trump win tonight. Why is that? Miami-Dade County. Now, Miami-Dade County is traditionally a Democratic county. It voted for Al Gore, it voted for John Kerry, voted for Obama, voted for Clinton, it voted for Biden last time round by 7 points. Now, not all of Miami-Dade County has been counted yet. That's still coming in. But on the early votes that have been counted, Donald Trump is leading in that historically Democratic county in Florida. So I think it's pretty clear that Donald Trump might well have sewn up Florida, although if we look to our swing state map, what we were expecting to be those swing states tonight, That's not a surprise. Vermont's not a surprise. Indiana's not a surprise. Kentucky's not a surprise. And if all this data is true, Florida won't be a surprise either. The real questions that we have to ask are about these Rust Belt states, Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin, as well as questions around Georgia, perhaps Nevada and Arizona as well. Of course, what the Democrats have been focused on is turnout in cities. They've been boasting about Pennsylvania. I have to say I'm hearing that West Virginia has been called for Donald Trump now. Not a surprise. This, of course, was the map that we were expecting, but we now can say that these three states here, Indiana, Kentucky and West Virginia, all going for Donald Trump. They all went for Donald Trump last time round, so not a huge surprise there. But of course, where do they all border? Ohio. It would be a very big surprise if Ohio were to go the other way, of course. But these three deep red states going red, those are our calls. But the questions still remain over Georgia, over North Carolina, those Rust Belt states, and of course the Sun Belt as well. These are the ones to watch, but we'll keep analysing that county level data to see which way votes are swinging.
Tom, thank you. Let's talk to former campaign advisor to Barack Obama, Spencer Critchley. Spencer, it's really good to talk to you. Thanks for your time. What are you making of what we're seeing so far? I mean, you'll be able to drill down into the county data much better than we can over here at the moment. But what does seem quite interesting is that, you know, even those ruby red states are still voting more for Trump than they were last time.
Yes, that does seem to be the case. And I would caution, as always, that it's very early on election night. And we often see trends early on that don't hold up. Democrats will remember the John Kerry presidential campaign for a very long time when it looked like it was absolutely sewn up for John Kerry. Similarly with Hillary Clinton early on election night, there was a great deal of confidence at Clinton HQ that evening. And of course, things turned out very differently. But so far, not too surprising to see where the strong support for Trump is, possibly, again, based on very early results, even a little stronger in places like Florida.
What have you made of the Democrat campaign?
Oh, I think I can say, you know, without being overly influenced by partisanship, it's one of the best campaigns I've ever seen in my life. And there are a great many people who feel the same way. I happen to work on both of the Obama campaigns, which also were among the best campaigns anybody's ever seen. And there are many Republican political professionals who would say the same thing. I've been amazed at how well run the Harris campaign has been, what the strategic design has been, how well she's performed as a candidate. Frankly, it was an open question to me as to what kind of campaign it would turn out to be, and it really exceeded any of my expectations.
And yet, I mean, she did particularly well when she's gone on the joy issue. That seemed to really resonate. It's a bit like hope for Barack Obama, isn't it? And yet when she's, in the last couple of weeks, turned into a bit more of an attack dog, that's when things have seemed to have suffered a little bit.
I'm not sure I agree with that, actually. I think that she rose to a rapid peak and then seemed to hit a plateau, and Trump seemed to recover a little bit. But then she's been gathering momentum in the last couple of weeks, while I would say Trump has been losing momentum as his campaign has become ever more chaotic, ever darker, and he himself has looked exhausted very often and even bitter. So I'm not sure that's true, but I think what we are seeing is just a deeply divided nation, and it is not a division over the traditional left versus right in American liberal democracy, where everybody basically, no matter how far to the right they are or how far to the left they are, almost everybody can be assumed to be somebody who believes in liberalism, the basic political philosophy on which American democracy was founded, coming out of the Enlightenment ideas of people like John Locke. That is open to dispute right now. A great many of the supporters of Donald Trump, including many of the ideologues he plans to staff a Trump administration with should he win, are hostile to liberal democracy. They think it's a failure and they want a very different system. And however one looks at this division, it is that fundamental. There's a variety of reasons why people support Trump, variety of reasons why people support Harris, but many of them break down onto this liberal, anti-liberal divide. And by liberal, again, I don't mean liberal as in liberals of the left. I mean everybody right to left who believes in liberalism.
The Democrats missed an open goal, didn't they, with the Madison Square Garden rally and the comments from that comedian describing Puerto Rico as a floating island of garbage. I mean, you would think that would be a great opportunity for the Harris campaign to kind of elevate themselves as the bigger person, if you will. But instead, you've got Joe Biden coming out calling Trump supporters garbage. I mean, do you think that damaged the Harris campaign? It's a long way away from her joyous message, isn't it?
You know, everybody would wish that he hadn't said anything like that. He did not actually call them garbage. It certainly sounded like he had. He clarified immediately. And I think if you look at his record on this subject, he's been absolutely consistent all the way along, saying he would never say something like that about people who support Trump. He's been very emphatic about that. Meanwhile, Trump calling his opponents garbage is something you can expect in virtually every speech. J.D. Vance called Kamala Harris trash just last night. Trump has been calling what he thinks of as his enemies, as opposed to his political opponents, garbage in recent days, as he has all the way along, also calling them scum, evil, sick, threats to America, and suggesting that quite a number of them should be executed, including people who used to work for him, including generals who used to work for him. Now, of course, the Trump campaign will seize on one of Biden's notorious gaffes and say, look, him saying that one word shows that it's the Democrats who are the bad guys on this subject, and somehow that's supposed to erase the last 9.5 years of Trump.
Spencer Critchley, we really appreciate your time. Thanks very much indeed.
My pleasure.
Just to reiterate, the results coming in, projection that Trump has won West Virginia.
And no real surprise there on that one. No flips so far that we weren't expecting. Trump there sitting on 23 Electoral College votes so far. Kamala Harris on 3. But, of course, it's very, very, very early days.
Yep.
And those numbers have got to crank up a lot more before either side start to get worried.
The magic number is 270. That's what we're looking for tonight, 270. So a long way to go. But you won't miss a thing here on GB News. We're here with you until 6 o'clock in the morning.
Right, let's talk to former aide to President Trump, Seb Gorka, who's, you've got the hat, you've got the hat on, Seb. You've got the MAGA hat all ready to go. What do you make of what we've seen so far?
I don't know where you found that prior guest. That was really quite hilarious. Quoting Lockean principles of liberalism to describe the Harris-Biden regime that puts people in prison for political purposes, like my White House colleagues, Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro. That was quite a stand-up act you had there. So, yeah, the party that told us it was about joy and vibes has said that President Trump is going to put you in prison if you're a Democrat. These people are out of control. They are the threat to democracy. 20 million illegals let into this country in the last 4 years. America's not going to survive if Kamala Harris maintains her place in the White House and is promoted from vice president to president. It's time to save the nation. As we said back in the 1970s and 80s, a time for choosing is upon us.
What do you make of Trump in the past few days? I mean, he was losing his voice, wasn't he, at those rallies? I mean, he was dancing until 2 o'clock in the morning, to be fair. But speaking to the press today with Melania alongside him when he went to vote, he did say this would be his last election. And it's incredible, isn't it, when you look back to Biden and Biden being Sleepy Joe and the older candidate. We are seeing Trump, actually, struggling a little bit with momentum and perhaps showing his age.
Hardly. Absolutely not the case. He did 4 rallies yesterday, finishing his last one at 2:30 in the morning. I am in West Palm Beach right now, where he landed in his Trump Force jet at 4:30 in the morning. He has done over 230 campaign events. He sat down without a potty break for 3 hours with Joe Rogan as Kamala Harris is in hiding. Kamala Harris's last rally, she spent 16 minutes on stage. I'm 25 years younger than my former boss. If I had a quarter of his energy, I would be a very grateful man. I do not know how he does it. The gene pool of the German, Scottish, Irish combination is unstoppable. This man is like a truck. He's like a freight train. He is unstoppable because he has one mission: to save America from those who are dismantling it as we speak.
What about the argument? And I heard this when I was heading in tonight from someone who, who actually sort of traditionally a Republican voter, but said, well, they've not been able to vote for Trump this time round because they don't like where things have gone in terms of the personality politics, the very, very negative campaigning, the name-calling in all of this. And that's really turned them off.
Well, they're children. That person is a child. That they should be stripped of their rights to vote. Let's talk about facts. When we were in the White House, the average mortgage payment in America was $800 a month. Under the Harris-Biden regime, it has ballooned to $1,800. The most valuable thing you own, the cost of maintaining it has doubled. I think of the fact that Jocelyn Nungare, a 12-year-old beautiful girl, was raped with her ankles and her wrists tied together by 2 illegals from Venezuela, let into America by Kamala Harris, then strangled and thrown in a ditch. So if your friend has problems with mean tweets, he is a child, and he should have no say in the future of America, because we care to prevent the next 12-year-old girl being raped and murdered. We want people to actually be able to afford their homes and not to have cities like New York taken over by illegals. There are 57 hotels in New York where you can't get a room right now because they are full of illegals being kept there on the taxpayer dime. That is an abomination, and that's why we have to win tonight.
Well, we know that immigration is a top issue. The economy is as well. And Barack Obama, speaking at a rally this week, debunked, if you like, Donald Trump's claim that the economy was strong under him because it was Trumponomics. He says it was actually Trump benefiting from his economy. He just took credit for his hard work. He just rode that wave. What do you have to say about that?
He is such an arrogant individual. This is the man who said during the election campaign, oh, what does Trump have? A magic wand? Those jobs are never coming back. Well, it's strange. They came back when President Trump was in the White House. So the man who said the economy will never recover and working class Americans will never have jobs again that have been outsourced to China and Mexico, that arrogant, lazy person in his multiple mansions in Hawaii, in Washington, D.C., that individual is the reason we got President Trump, because we needed a businessman who was going to save the economy, and he did. When he was in office, the U.S. economy wasn't the biggest we ever saw. It was the biggest economy the world has ever seen because of Donald J. Trump, and not the man who said, you're gonna need a magic wand to bring those jobs back.
All right, Seb Gorka, we'll leave it there, but good to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Right, our panel, as you know, Republican Overseas UK spokesperson Jennifer Ewing, Labour activist Susie Stride, who was out campaigning for Kamala Harris, and the political journalist Theo Usherwood. Susie, after listening to Seb, I've got to throw this to you to begin with. A man who's very angry, it would seem, about everything the Democrats have been saying and doing over the past few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, I kind of switched off from what he was saying. He just seemed slightly mad and a little bit angry. And I was quite interested to see that Tom Hanks is supporting Kamala Harris. And I know people were saying, oh, the celebrities don't matter. I think they do. I mean, look, I'm not American. Have I got any right to speak for them? No, I don't. But I think, and it's interesting, William Hague here saying he's positively dangerous, Donald Trump, you know, and then Michelle Obama saying, you know, can you have someone, a weak man who threatens people, who criticises him, is not fit to be our commander-in-chief. I think she sums it up well. That thing, I saw saw him being interviewed on the news, not him, sorry, one of his staff members, and she said something, and he came back and he was so threatening, and I just thought, that kind of behaviour, it's not acceptable, and so I kind of switched off halfway through what he was saying, because he just sounded a bit like a dysfunctional teenager. Sorry to say that, because I don't like to be impolite or disrespectful. But so what have I got to say about that? Yeah, I just hope very badly that Kamala wins.
I mean, Jennifer, it is quite intriguing. I mean, Seb threw it out and said, look, the people who say they don't like the state of politics, the nature of politics in the US at the moment are just children and shouldn't have the right to vote. However, when it is former Republicans or people who describe themselves as current Republicans saying, this has gone a bit too far for me, I want policy, not personality in this way, shouldn't they be listened to?
Well, actually, Stephen, it's what we were talking about earlier, and it's the complete realignment of the right of the Republican Party. And so I think what part of the people you're referring to are probably the generals that had worked in the Trump administration who had come out and said that they thought he was not fit for office. Well, that's the same thing as probably Dick Cheney coming out, Liz Cheney. That's fine. Those people are kind of the ones that have wanted the forever wars, and they don't really belong in the new Republican Party. And we will gladly take the Tulsi Gabbards, the Bobby Kennedy Jr.'s. Under Trump, we had no new wars. We had 4 years of peace and prosperity. And I think you add some of the positive things that are being said by the team he's aligning himself to, Bobby Kennedy Jr., and is talking about make America healthy again, looking into food and the vicious cycle between food and the pharmaceutical industry. These are positive things. Also, I think for the first time, definitely compared to 2020, Trump's campaign is funny. I mean, he's at McDonald's, he's at the garbage truck. He'll do any kind of media, whether it's hostile, whether it's friendly. Let's not forget, Kamala Harris has not done one press conference, not one since she's been coronated. She's done some scripted rallies and some friendly media, but Trump will go anywhere. So will J.D. Vance, so will his surrogates, and I think that's really appealing to the American people.
Yeah, we're talking about Trump in his high-vis jacket and getting in the garbage truck after that Madison Square Garden rally. But I was talking to a Republican who actually said that rally was a game changer because for the first time, Republicans saw that divisive language, that performance, if you will, not from Donald Trump, but from his minions. And although they accept it from Donald Trump because he is the performer, he's the entertainer, he is the comedian, as Jennifer was saying, hearing it from somebody else felt as though we are this divided nation and, is this what we're voting for another 4 years? What do you make of that?
Yeah, I think throughout this campaign, something that's been a trend, certainly on the Republican side, and this is when I'm speaking to Republicans, is that they were always hoping that Trump would stay away from the personal. When we had that assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, and he stood with his fist raised in the air, he conveyed this father of the nation figure. And of course, they were hoping that he was going to stay with that and that he would actually broaden his appeal to Democrats and people who didn't necessarily think Joe Biden was up to it, and then of course didn't particularly like Harris either. And I think when he gets to the personal, then there's a bit of a turn-off. And I think you're right with that. Of course, it wasn't helped by the subsequent comments from Joe Biden when, of course, he then gave Trump the ammunition for some particular defense.
No, they snatched defeat from the jaws of victory.
A little bit, I think that's quite right. I think what's interesting, just on the results, and just to provide a little bit of analysis on that, by comparison, if you look at what's happening, say, in Indiana and Kentucky and West Virginia, and we're seeing increased margins for Trump, think about our own Brexit referendum when we saw the Sunderland North result come out heavily for Leave, and then a tight result up in Newcastle, which, of course, we got the results there early and it was much closer, and we expect Newcastle to be Remain. That would indicate, those are the sorts of indicators we're looking for. However, there was a very interesting point by one of the Democrat strategists that you had on just there who was talking about actually the Democrats ignoring these particular states because they wanted to focus on the swing votes. And what you could say is actually, if you think about an obvious, well, maybe not be an obvious comparison, but a comparison here in this country is going back to 2015 with Ed Miliband. He lost the election, but actually in Labour safe seats, Labour increased their majority. So actually, that was because he didn't divvy up his voting and his resources. They didn't divvy it up right. And actually, if you look potentially, and this is what I think Democrats will be holding on to, certainly as we get these early results, is actually they've divvied up their resources in the right way, and they've put them into those key swing states. But if they've got it wrong, and we don't see the swings to Harris, and actually the original numbers that we're seeing here in places like Kentucky are correct, and we do see that broader swing to Trump, then it will look like he'll win it.
Let's just show you the various campaign headquarters, should we? If you're listening on the radio, you can imagine.
We'll try and describe for you.
The Trump situation, there you go. It's on the left of your screen if you're watching on TV, with the flag in the background, all the rest of it. It looks very glitzy and glamoury. That's Palm Beach, Florida. And on the right-hand side, that's in Washington, D.C., where Kamala Harris's team are hopefully preparing for a victory party. Whether they will know, Susie, whether they should be celebrating or not at any point tonight still remains a bit of a mystery. They could all be hanging about there for another couple of weeks at this rate.
I mean, it's just, again, I just keep thinking of how different it is to this country, you know, because I stayed up through the night with, you know, our general election, and just the fact that, and I remember, and I know we all do, back in, was it 2000? When, you know, the Al Gore...
Oh, yeah, 2000.
And the madness
yeah.
of all of that, and the weeks. I mean, obviously, we're not going to hopefully see that, but it is, I mean, it's just so different. But, yeah, I mean, it is, the whole thing is fascinating, and I thought the Democrat was very interesting, actually, in some of his analysis, him talking about, you know, the increase in women and youth coming out. I think it's also very interesting, the black Trump voter, and just, you know, he picked up the stuff about woke, and I think that is interesting, and I think it's something we haven't spoken about yet tonight, but I think this is something that, you know, you've got to hear the alarm bells there, because obviously, you know, and I'm just going to say it, you know, when I was in... San Francisco, and I was with my friend who's a big Democrat. The one thing that he said that he didn't like about the Democrats was their extremity on the transgender issues. And, you know, I'm not a big one for, like, you know, culture wars and all of that, but I just think it's very interesting because I think, you know, there's a section of voters that they would have lost on some of these issues, and I don't understand it. I don't know why the Democrats have gone that way on that. However, you know, going back to what the Democrat, I can't remember what he was, but, you know, it was very interesting, his analysis, because there is something about the fact that you've got that common sense, the Republicans that have come over, you know, Dick Cheney and his wife, you've got to listen to that. You've got to listen to those people that were on Trump's team, and they're heading the attack on him. You've got to listen to that. And again, that's another alarm bell. But still, at the same time, I just still think you can't call it.
Yeah, I mean, I always find it quite fascinating, Jennifer, because when you have got people who are either, you know, sort of staunch Republicans or have worked on Trump's team, and they turn against him. Whereas, of course, you also then have people like Steve Bannon, who got him into the White House first time round, then was labelled Sloppy Steve, I think, by Donald Trump at one point, but who still is backing him all the way. I mean, it's this very odd situation, isn't it?
It is, and let's not forget, Steve Bannon was put in prison for several months, just got out a few days ago. So, you know, this whole thing about democracy versus the weaponization of the Department of Justice against a lot of these Republicans. But, I mean, you know, what you were just saying about people who are staunch Republicans, again, it's going back to the same theme of growing pains within the new Republican Party. And a lot of these generals were disgruntled former employees. And, again, I do not think that the Cheneys of the world and...
Hold on a minute, though. Hold on a minute.
Yeah?
What is the new Republican Party, then? What does it stand for, apart from anything other than putting Trump at the top?
Yeah, sure. And, by the way, it's not just Trump at the top. I mean, it's an entire movement, and that's why he's created this big team. And I think that's why you're going to see a lot of people, women, for example, you know, which Trump has in the past struggled with, this whole Make America Healthy Again that Bobby Kennedy and Nicole Shanahan are talking about with the food and the pharmaceutical industry, that really appeals to a lot of mothers looking at what's going on with their kids. You've got the anti-forever wars going on. You've got the anti-censorship going on. Don't forget that that the U.S. 2020 election, we now know, thanks to the Twitter files, X files, whatever you want to call, being exposed, was one of the most, along with COVID-19, censored events in modern political history. So, you know, this whole censorship thing is a very big deal. We value free speech. We want the 4 years of peace and prosperity back again. No more forever wars. Let's obviously close the southern border to illegal immigrants, not legal. We love legal immigrants, but quite frankly, it's the legal immigrants that are getting hurt by the illegal immigration. Hence the reason you have a lot of Mexican, first, second, third generation American dream people voting for Trump because it's their schools, their neighborhoods that are getting affected by this influx of illegals.
Trump is in a way a product of his times, and you know part of the problem that right-wing politics has is that it's got nowhere to go. After the post-war era, with America booming, the West booming, jobs aplenty, high wages, high standards of living, it was there for the likes of Reagan and for Thatcher. The problem, and this is what Trump has identified, what Nigel Farage has identified, what Boris Johnson has identified, is that actually there isn't a place for sensible modern conservatism. The era of David Cameron or Rishi Sunak, we saw what has happened to them, that it's been replaced, and Trump's replaced it very effectively. And I just think that actually, you know, the world of George Bush and Dick Cheney, that's gone.
Yep.
The world has moved on. And actually, if the conservative movement, small c conservative movement, has to have a place, then it will be with the likes of Donald Trump and, you know, Nigel Farage in this country.
Fascinating.
Theo,
Thanks all.
Jennifer, Susie, thank you very much. Well, our colleague Ben Leo has been out and about in New York today speaking to voters.
Any idea who they are?
Yeah, Farage.
Ah, you know him?
I don't know the other one, though.
You don't know?
No.
So that's our Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer,
okay.
UK Prime Minister. How come you know Nigel?
He's all over the TV.
Yeah. Is that a good thing?
Maybe.
What's going on with the wars all over? I don't think she can handle it. I think he can.
Have you voted today?
Not yet.
Who are you going to vote for? Do you mind me asking?
Trumpy.
Yeah, how come?
Personally, I wouldn't vote for anybody, but I'm not going to vote for Hillary.
Harris. Harris? How come?
Because I hate Donald Trump.
What do you hate about him? Did you vote today?
I did.
Do you mind me asking who you voted for?
I voted for Donald Trump.
Ah, okay, interesting. Lots of people in New York, obviously, have said they voted for Kamala.
Yeah.
And Trump's a racist and he's a Nazi. What do you think of that?
That's not true. I'm a Jew. Most people here are Jews, and they voted for Trump, most likely in this area.
What's your favourite thing about Kamala? Can you give us maybe her best achievement that you're most impressed by?
I like that she seems to be pro-growth and pro-housing and pro-entrepreneurship.
Who would you vote for if you were American?
I had to?
Yeah.
Trump.
Trump. How come?
Don't really trust Kamala.
Yeah.
Just don't really know what she says. She's a bit like Starmer. Hasn't really said anything, so at least you know what Trump's going to do. So.
Trump. Trump. Okay, interesting. I thought New York was, as you said, like a Democrat blue state. Is there lots of Trump supporters in New York?
I mean, there is, but everybody votes for Kamala for some reason. I don't know. Everything about him, racist, felon. He thinks he's above the law, the type of thing. That's why I can't stand him.
You think he's racist?
Yes, I do.
What's he done or sort of said to make you think he's racist? Is there anything in particular?
Things he said at his rallies. The way he just talk about women, the way he talk about people, like separate people, them people.
All right, so Trump, it's election time again, my friend. Donald's ship is coming in. We're taking back America. America first, it has to be to maximize our liberty. We're taking back America. You need a president by your side.
There you go. It's approaching 1 o'clock. This is America Decides on GB News. Well, tonight... Well, we're going to bring you the results throughout the night as they come in. They are sort of predictions at this stage. Very few sort of hard and fast results come in, but a lot of the predictions, of course, are going to be pretty much set in stone the way the American system works.
Yeah, and no surprises so far. Harris and Trump have won reliable states so far, and polls are now closing in the key battleground state of North Carolina. So we will, of course, bring that to you in the next few hours. Well, joining us throughout the night are some of the world's top political commentators. In the studio, our next panel for the next few hours is commentator Lewis Schaefer, assistant comment editor at The Telegraph, Poppy Coburn, senior lecturer in US politics at Queen Mary London, Richard Johnson, and commentator and author Martin Whittock.
Well, before we get to them for their take on everything that's going on, let's get the very latest from our deputy political editor, Tom Harwood.
That's right. We're going to take a look at the map, which is filling up already. And I'm hearing we might be getting a couple more states in the next few minutes. So do keep watching. But the map so far that we can confirm, Donald Trump has won Kentucky, West Virginia and Indiana. Now, it has to be said, none of these are a surprise. These all went Trump in the last 2 elections. They've all returned Republicans at various elections since time immemorial, let's say. Vermont, of course, a deeply blue state. Bernie Sanders, one of the senators there, he's been re-elected tonight, but it has gone for Kamala Harris. We're also getting some county-level data in. Very, very interesting. In Florida, we're seeing big shifts towards the Republicans, even down in Miami-Dade County. Now, this is a county that has gone Democrat after Democrat after Democrat. Even when the Democrats have lost by big strides in these elections, it's still gone Democrat. Well, tonight, that county is leaning heavily towards Donald Trump. It looks like Florida will be leaning heavily towards Donald Trump. We'll probably be able to call that state fairly soon. Also worth noting, in Virginia, there's some county-level data, particularly Loudoun County in Virginia, 8 points up for Trump compared to last time round 4 years ago in 2020. But let's look at where the real swing states are, what could be changing in this election. Here is our general forecast. If we have a look at these swing states, which I believe we can get up in a second, here they are. We're going to be looking at the Rust Belt up here. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. These are key states that went for Trump in 2016 and then Biden in 2020. Could any of them swing back? Also worth looking, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona and Nevada. These states all going to be crucial tonight. We're looking at county-level data, particularly in Georgia. There was a very interesting poll that CNN did, an exit poll in Georgia. It showed that independents have swung 20 points towards Donald Trump. Biden won independents by 9 points in 2020. According to this one exit poll, Trump could be winning independents by 11 points this time round. Again, that's just a poll. We're still waiting for more data in from Georgia, but we'll keep you updated as the night goes on.
And Tom, throughout the night, we could see something called a red mirage. We could see a blue mirage. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Absolutely. At various points throughout the evening, we're going to see some false friends in this data. We saw this a lot in the 2020 election, of course. I'm just going to interrupt myself because Donald Trump has won Florida. As I was talking about that county-level data, we saw it down in Miami, even in heavily previously Democratic areas. The Republicans were doing much, much better this time round. It means at this very early point, we can say that Trump has won Florida and he's also won Alabama. Now, that was not particularly in contention. It's been a long time since Alabama has been a swing state, but also Donald Trump has won Massachusetts. No, sorry, Harris. I beg your pardon. Harris has won Massachusetts. It really would be a surprise had Donald Trump won Massachusetts. It's been a blue state, of course, for many, many elections. Although it did, of course, have Mitt Romney as governor once upon a time. But Harris has won Massachusetts. We'll add up those totals because that's 11 extra points to Harris. And my goodness me, she needs them. I think that takes her up to 14 electoral votes.
Thanks, Tom. Well, a lot has happened in the past few moments. Just to bring you those projections of who has won those states. Trump wins Oklahoma. Trump wins Alabama. Harris wins Massachusetts. Trump wins Tennessee. Trump wins Florida. Harris wins Maryland. That's what we've got coming through as those first projections of the night.
So it looks like Trump on 90, Harris, I think, on 27, as it currently stands. All waiting for all that to be confirmed, of course. I don't know where there's music coming from, but there you go. It's enough to keep you entertained for a few more minutes. Let's head over to the States, should we? Stephen Edgington, who's in Washington, D.C. for us. Hi, Stephen.
Hello, how are you doing?
Yes, very good.
Very good. Well, we're here in Washington, D.C., just 5 minutes from Kamala Harris's watch party, and I'm here with Michelle. She is from the Maryland Democrats. And Michelle, we just saw there that Donald Trump has won the state of Florida. He's done very well there. Does that worry you?
No, I think we're pretty strong in other states. So we had a really great team at the Maryland Democratic Party, and she had so many volunteers throughout the country. So I think we're good. I think we'll be okay, yeah.
A lot of the early voting data shows the Republicans are doing very well compared to this time in 2020. At this point in the night, you're not nervous at all?
Well, I think I just have a really good feeling that Kamala Harris will win, and she really wants to unite all Americans. She wants everyone to feel heard. And after some of the comments about Hispanics too, especially I'm part Puerto Rican, so I think she'll be good. I think she'll win, yeah, for sure.
What makes you so confident she's going to win?
I think she has a really strong message, for unity, protecting freedom, especially reproductive freedom, protecting democracy was a big one. And she also had a lot of Republicans endorse her as well. So, I think she has a really strong chance. Yeah.
It looks like that Donald Trump is winning independents in Georgia according to exit polls. Again, not a concern of yours?
Well, RFK did support Donald Trump, so I'm not surprised by that. She did spend a lot of time in Georgia and Pennsylvania and other swing states. So I think she really used her time very effectively. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Well, there you have it. A Democrat organizer who is not concerned about this data coming in. She is very confident that Kamala Harris will win the election, despite some of the warning signs, perhaps, for the Democrats here in Washington, D.C.
OK, thank you, Stephen. Well, we're joined now by GB News political correspondent Adam Cherry, who we haven't sent him very far, to be fair. He's at a London watch party, hopefully staying sober for us at the bar. Adam, good to see you. And lots of people might be watching now. I mean, to be fair, they're just as mad, aren't they? Staying up like the rest of us throughout the night. And they'll be thinking, why are people staying up in London? But it is going to have wide-reaching consequences for us here in Britain, isn't it, the results of this election?
That's right, Ellie, of course. Yeah, I'm being good. No drinking so far yet. Staying professional. So that's the good news. Everyone here enjoying themselves. You're right. This has huge implications for the UK. Has huge implications for the UK and the world. And just whilst we're here, chaps, you're live on GB News. We've just seen Florida come in for Donald Trump. Do you think Donald Trump has the early momentum in this race at this stage? I know it's very early.
Well, it's too close to call. It seems like Kamala's safe state is still to be called. But good news that he's grabbing those lean Republican states as well. We support him, so it's good news for us, yeah.
And on the special relationship, politicians in this country often talk about the importance of that. Do you think it's important? And who do you think of the two candidates, you say you support Donald Trump, who do you think will honour that relationship more, and why is that?
Well, it will definitely be Trump, because during his presidency, he's shown that with our former prime ministers and his immense love for the royal family. As far as Kamala is concerned, yes, she's not had the opportunity, but she's a continuity candidate. Joe Biden has shown his own connection with the British government, and he has not been as cosy or as strong.
We've had some hostility towards Britain from Joe Biden, certainly, so the signs aren't good, I don't think, for another 4 years of Kamala.
Thanks very much, guys. Well, there you have it. As I say, it's still, of course, very early, but that early victory for Donald Trump in Florida. Independents looking very strong for Trump in Georgia as well. Again, very early. People here having a good time. We'll carry on analysing those results as they come in, guys.
All right, Adam, thanks very much indeed. So let's run through what we're getting so far as pretty solid predictions. So, for Harris, Washington, D.C., we're told, Delaware as well, and Maryland.
Tennessee for Trump. That's just come through as a projection for Trump to win Tennessee. Well, we're joined now by our panel, the commentator, Lewis Schaefer, the assistant comment editor at The Telegraph, Poppy Coburn, senior lecturer in US politics at Queen Mary University of London, Dr. Richard Johnson, and the commentator and author, Martin Wittag. Very warm welcome to all of you. Really good to have you on our panel. Lewis.
Yes.
You're a New Yorker.
Yes.
Native. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling horrible.
Oh.
And I think a lot of people are feeling horrible. I think it's been going on way too long, and I just have a feeling it's not going to be resolved tonight or tomorrow night or even in a week. And maybe even if it is resolved, where they have a where they've actually decided who's president. It's not over. This country is too divided to live in peace. Should I be saying this? It sounds horrible.
No. Why
How
not?
you feel?
It's an interesting point. I mean, Martin, as far as that goes, I mean, historically, it does seem that America, and not just America, it has to be said, are more polarised than ever.
Well, it does seem as if America is locked into a forever war with itself at the moment, doesn't it? And in many ways, this kind of reflects the deep divisions we see across Western society in terms of, the culture wars and contentions over the past and the way in which we understand ourselves and the kind of different deep stories we tell each other about who we are and what we are and how we see ourselves. And I think one perspective on this is that if I was looking at this from the perspective of Moscow or Beijing, I would be very happy to see a deeply divided West. And I think whatever happens tonight or this week or this month, as we've just been rightly reminded then, it's not going to be a quick result. I think we do have to also put this into perspective of how will this be viewed by those nations who are not friends of the West. And I think that gives me real cause for concern. Whatever happens, a divided America is a matter of concern to us all.
That's interesting, Richard.
Yes, although I would say these divisions are not new, actually. I mean, since the year 2000, every Democratic and Republican presidential nominee has won somewhere between 45 and 52% of the popular vote. So it's a range of about 7 or 8 points. And if you compare that to our country, where we've had enormous volatility and support for the two main parties in this country, even in the last parliament, polls showed the Conservatives up in the mid-50s and then down in the teens. The United States is almost frozen in this kind of very finely divided, polarized context.
Poppy, what do you make of what we've seen so far?
Well, I think what people said about 2016 is this is the big realignment election. And particularly if you're watching in the UK and you weren't paying close attention to US politics at the time, it probably came as a massive shock and surprise to you. It certainly did even to Hillary Clinton, who was pretty intimately involved with the whole process. I actually think that 2024 has the potential to be another realignment election. I'm still leaning towards Trump actually managing to win here. I was just looking at some of these bellwether counties, even not necessarily counties that would be considered bellwethers, for some quite surprising results. So London County in Virginia has just posted 8 points ahead for Donald Trump. This is supposed to be like solid blue, upper middle class, predominantly white, very moderate. The fact that this county is already starting to flip in the direction of Trump, the fact that Florida, which was, not very long ago, a pretty reliable, we knew it would be a swing state, has now called 12 points to Donald Trump. I don't know. I think that this could be, let's say 2016 is the realignment. Maybe this is the consolidation.
Well, realignment to what?
Well, I think...
that's the point.
Well, so that Kamala Harris's campaign slogan is "We're not going back." I think that Donald Trump, who won in 2016, he didn't really follow through with a lot of the promises he had because, again, it was even a shock necessarily to his campaign. He had to work with a lot of these, normie rhino Republicans. I think this time around, if he does win, we are probably going to be seeing more of those extreme Trumpist ideas coming to the forefront. So we are going to see serious action on the border, not just deportations returning to Obama levels. We are probably going to see a serious change on the foreign policy level. So that's obviously going to have implications for Ukraine, but for Israel as well, and even in trade. So we might be seeing serious trade tariffs be put up, not just on China, but on Europe too. I know we're not in the European Union, but that's still going to probably count us. So this could be a seriously monumental night fight. And I don't know. I'm very excited.
Is that something that fills you with anticipation, Lewis, or dread?
I think it's good. It's good because people are divided and they need to know why they're divided. And I think they kind of had a vague feeling of why I'm call myself a MAGA person. You can't even use the term Republican because MAGA is only slightly Republican. So I don't think the Democrats really know what they stand for to articulate it, but they know it in their hearts. And I think it's similar to what's going on with Donald Trump and Trumpism, which is just basically old-fashioned patriotism or nationalism. It's saying we're going to fight for America. And that's what it's happened in this country a little bit with reform, where they're saying we're going to fight for this country, whereas the Tories are still sort of in the middle, and even Labour is not quite as the opposite. So, I think the most important thing to remember is this is a battle. It isn't like people are not going to get along on this. There's going to be revolution and war. War is going to be, and people killing. I shouldn't talk like this, but this is my feeling. People are going to kill each other because there is no let's all get together, because there's such a huge gap between the Democrats who number one issue is family values or whatever it is, whatever they propose, killing children. And on the other side, their number one value is we're going to have our own country and we're not going to be invaded by other people. The gap is a bit large.
I mean, Martin, we've seen scenes in Washington, D.C. the past few days, shops being boarded up, shops like pharmacies being boarded up. They're very concerned about riots starting to appear as these results come in. Are you concerned about violence breaking out after a result is called?
I am concerned because I think in the context of a close result, and the likelihood is it may well be a close result, then I think particularly the very dyed-in-the-wool supporters of Donald Trump, I think it's more likely to be from that quarter than from the other quarter. I might be wrong on that. I'm simply not going to accept this. And I think, what we saw happen on January the 6th was kind of a pointer to the way in which very angry people react if they see the narrative not running their way. Now, I'm not saying that the blame for that is only on one side, but clearly I think there is an anger within America, and there is this kind of culture war feeling within America of who we are and what we are. I think that's part of this situation that it's locked into. But what concerns me also is I think we are at an inflection point, within global history. We are facing, a climate emergency. We are facing the biggest war in Europe since the Second World War. We are seeing Chinese threats against Taiwan, and the possibility that in that context we could see America retreating from the world stage in a reenactment of the 1920s and 1930s fills me with a great deal of concern, because I think it's the time when the international community needs to work together, when teamwork is the name of the game, not simply you in your small corner and I in mine. And that gives me real cause for concern.
Well, that's the whole thing, isn't it, Richard, about the whole, America sneezes and the rest of the world catches a cold with this sort of thing, because if America does retreat, Donald Trump says he'll stop the war in Ukraine before he even assumes office if he wins. Perhaps, but whether Ukrainians would be happy with that is another issue. But obviously, Russia, Middle East, China, huge issues, and it seems like he would pull away from a lot of it.
Well, when Biden was elected president, he put forward the slogan, "America is back." And people were trying to work out exactly what that meant. But I think in Biden's view, this was a return to the heyday of kind of American leadership of the liberal international order. As it's played out, I don't think the Biden administration has been terribly successful on that front. And actually, foreign policy has ended up being his greatest political weakness as president in many respects. As to the question about America's leadership in the world, I actually think that the real inflection point came when Obama became president. And Obama's entire candidacy, the reason he defeated Hillary Clinton in the Democratic primary contest was because he was the anti-Iraq war candidate, and she had voted for the war. I think without that framing, he wouldn't have defeated her in the primary contest. And actually, I think the change was between Bush and Obama was the bigger change. And in terms of where we've seen American leadership, I think it's a halfway in, halfway out American leadership since Obama, and that's been true across Obama, Trump, and Biden.
We were talking to Spencer Clifford earlier on, who was an advisor to Barack Obama on his campaigning. He was saying the problem you've got now is liberalism, which he said, sort of engulfed all parties. But he says now that that's gone, and it's a liberalism, anti-liberalism political divide.
It's certainly true of I would say, the political elite, the American political class. And I think foreign policy was an area where you did see a high degree of consensus, both during the Cold War and then in the immediate years after the Cold War. And the Cold War had inculcated this perception of the United States as having almost as a fairly easy sense of what America stood for and what the enemy was. And then the War on Terror gave a certain feel of that as well. But as the Iraq War went awry and the American public grew more and more fatigued, people talked about the Vietnam syndrome. Well, this was the Iraq syndrome, where the American public grew fatigued with America's interventionism. Then I think its sort of divide was actually created, and you could see that mostly in the Republican Party, where Republican political elites were still of that view of the liberal international order, but the grassroots in the Republican Party had moved away from that. And that's really where Trump then steps in 2016, because he recognized that in the Republican electorate.
I don't think Trump recognized it. I think Trump believed in this.
And believed it, sure.
I remember Trump 40 years ago, and he was against this, us Americans paying for Europe's defense. He was against, and today there's a certain ideology which just permeates the English, British people, is that there's some kind of an American thing. The country's totally divided. It can totally go one side or the other. The idea that there's an actual thing of climate change. A lot of people on the MAGA side reject that. They reject the whole idea. There is a Chinese threat, but we're going to have to live our life to begin with. The fact is that this guy Walz, who's running for the next president after Kamala Harris, has been possibly, I don't know if it's true, in the pockets of the Chinese. He went to China 60 times. He was dating a Chinese child of a bureaucrat from there. So we have to remember that Team Trump and the people who believe in Team Trump are fighting for America. And screw the, I don't know, can I use that word? And to hell with what's going on in the Ukraine. Not to hell, but the Ukraine is not that important to us. And that goes against the Republican Party, the old Republican Party, and all those warmongers they have there, and the Democratic Party, who are just all new warmongers.
Yeah,
we just need to leave it there. We'll come back to you, though.
Was that too much, do you think?
Not at all. Not at all.
I don't know why not, because you can't tell what you can say in this country. And you can't tell what you can say in this country.
I think you're all right at the moment with that.
Okay, you tell me.
Let's just have a look at some more results in the country. Let's have a look at Missouri. 10 electoral college votes there. It's looking like Trump has won that. And also Oklahoma, so we believe, with 7 votes there.
Yeah, and just to take a look at those all-important college votes, Trump is on 90. Kamala Harris is on 27. And remember that magic number of 270 to win. So we're still a long way off.
It's breaking news for you. And President Trump has said if he wins Pennsylvania, he wins the whole deal. Well, I don't know if that's strictly true or not.
The odds are are on that, aren't they? So it's likely that whoever wins this state does win the election, odds of about 80%. Pennsylvania holds 19 electoral college votes. It's a big one, and they know that it's a swing state that's important. That's where the money and the time has been spent by both candidates, hasn't it?
It is. That really is a toss-up at the moment, but it doesn't. There's no guarantees in this at that stage. But he's talking the talk.
Yeah, and it's a big one to watch overnight, definitely.
Let's talk to Harvard Law Professor Emeritus Alan Dershowitz, who joins us now. Very, very good to see you this morning. Thank you for your time. Look, there's lots of digging into the county votes on this already. What's your take on what we've seen so far?
everything is predictable. Everything so far has come out the way we all anticipated it would come out. The states that were supposed to go for Trump went for Trump. The states that were supposed to go for Harris went for Harris. My view is that Trump had this to win 10 days ago, and he blew it in his closing last week, starting with that terrible event at Madison Square Garden where he had that idiot comedian complaining about Puerto Rico, 400,000 Puerto Ricans voting in Pennsylvania. I also think that Harris blew it when she didn't name the governor of Pennsylvania to be her running mate. If she had named the governor of Pennsylvania to be her running mate, we would all be home now, either celebrating or moaning and groaning because it would be over. Pennsylvania would have gone clearly to her. But both candidates have shot themselves in the foot. I think that Trump shot himself in the foot later in the game, which may cost him the election. But too early to predict. So far, everything is according to what we all anticipated. No surprises whatsoever.
Historically, you've been a Democrat, haven't you? But you have refused to endorse Kamala Harris in this election. Why is that?
I've quit the Democratic Party, largely over their support for the protesters who have called Israel genocidal and apartheid, and the refusal of the Democrats to really take on what's going on in colleges and universities. I'm also concerned about the Democrats wanting to pack the Supreme Court. I'm concerned about both candidates. The fact that I left the Democrats doesn't mean I've become a Republican. I haven't. I'm an independent, and I'm not disclosing my vote. For the first time in many years, I haven't endorsed a candidate. Up until now, I've always endorsed the Democratic candidate. I don't think that Harris is particularly well qualified to be president by experience, and I think her selection of Waltz, which was her first major decision, was a disaster. He is so unqualified. I think she had to pick somebody who was less well qualified than she was. She said she couldn't pick Shapiro because he's too articulate, too ambitious, and too good. So she had to pick somebody less qualified than she is, and she picked somebody who's a dud. And I don't think any American would like to see Waltz being the president of the United States. He has no real experience. So I think that hurt her. I think many things hurt Trump, and I do think that this is not going to be an election where people are going to be thrilled no matter who wins. Most people are voting against a candidate rather than for a candidate. The American people and the world deserve better. We have disserved the world by putting up two candidates, neither of whom deserve the praise and support of the world for president. We can do better.
What do you think that what state is America in terms of its politics now, in the sense that it has become quite divisive, it has become perhaps more personality rather than policy in a lot of ways, some would argue less serious?
I think that's right. First of all, compare it to Great Britain, where in order to become the prime minister, you really have to work your way up in the parliament. You have to prove your mettle. And we've elected so many presidents without experience. Some of them have worked out very well. Bill Clinton worked out very well. People think Barack Obama worked out very well. I was very critical of his second term. But we have a very different situation. And politics is much more personality in the United States than it is in Great Britain. Look, Johnson introduced, obviously, a high degree of personality into the prime ministership. But I think it's always been part of the American system more than the British system, more a republic system than a parliamentary system. You know, we have a system of checks and balances where nothing gets done because usually we have a different party in the presidency from at least one house and from the Supreme Court. So gridlock is part of the constitutional mandate. Remember, we fought a revolution not to be like Great Britain, which was a parliamentary democracy. So we became a check and balance republic. And that means that we're not efficient. We don't get things done. It's very hard. And Trump is running on the theory, I'll get things done. I'm tough. I can do it. Look, I'm just like people like Orban and others who have done things in Hungary and in Poland and other places. And so for many, it's a choice between somebody who really supports democratic principles and somebody who's a little bit more autocratic in their approach. And who knows who will win this election? If I had to make a prediction now, I would softly predict Harris. But I wouldn't be surprised if Trump would have pulled it out. If Trump loses, it's his fault. He messed it up in the last 10 days. If he had stuck to the script, if he had simply said over and over again, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? Weren't you better off under Trump than you were under Biden? He would have won this election.
Alan, you were formerly part of Trump's defence team in his 2020 impeachment trial, weren't you? You've worked with him, you've represented him, you've shared texts and calls. What's your measure of the man?
Well, he's very complicated. He's very, very smart. He's very egotistical. He is shrewd, but he often speaks impulsively and doesn't think things through, and is his own worst enemy and his own best friend at the same time. All of those factors make him very popular, particularly among some macho men, very unpopular among many women. And there are more women who vote than men. And so that may not serve him well. I think if he were elected again for a second term, he might be a very good president. And he might help with the wars in the Middle East and in Ukraine and with the economy. She is likely to be a very mediocre president, and he's likely to be either very good or very bad. And so the question is, do you want predictable mediocrity, or do you want unpredictable extremes that might turn out very well, might turn out very poorly? That's what I think a lot of Americans face. A lot of my friends can't vote for Trump, but they have very great difficulty also pulling a lever for Harris. And a lot of people went into the voting booth kind of holding their nose and just saying, all right, I'm going to vote for the least worst of the two candidates. I think the vast majority of Americans think we should have been presented with a better choice.
Alan Dershowitz, absolutely fascinating to talk to you. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. And we were talking to an American citizen earlier on who said exactly that, didn't she? She said she feels a vote for the lesser of two evils. She's not happy with either candidate. She would have liked somebody totally different.
That she doesn't understand the situation that we're in. It has nothing to do with Trump. It has nothing to do with Kamala Harris. Trump is just like, he's like the chevron and, whatever, the birds that are going through space, going through the air. Trump is the guy there. He's not really leading anything. He might just mess things up, but he's not leading anything. I mean, you see people like this guy, Alan Dershowitz. He's brilliant. And he's got, all power to the dude for his history. But at the end of the day, he represents a lot. I don't know, I can't say, I don't know everything about him. I've been doing my own business. But he represents a lot of things that are really bad about the American ruling class. These people, we can't vote for Trump, we can't do this. His day is gone. I mean, I don't mean that literally, but the day when you can sit there and you can say, oh, I wish he didn't say this word or that word. It isn't that way in America anymore.
All right. Well, look, back to you lot in a little while. Let's just catch up with the latest with Tom.
That's right, Stephen. It's been a flurry of states, which means the map needs a bit of an update. And here we have it. We can look at a sea of red. Yes, all of these red states have come in. It's taken Donald Trump above the 100 mark for electoral votes. He's got 10 for Missouri. He picked up 11 in Indiana, West Virginia, 4 electoral votes. Arkansas just recently came in there. Arkansas.
Well, of course, we have got those results coming in all the time, so we'll bring you the latest results as they happen through the night.
Well, joining us throughout the night too are some of the world's top political commentators in the studio with us, our panel for the next few hours. Comedian/commentator Lewis Schaefer. We're doing a good job with your comments, Lewis.
Comedian.
Yeah, comedian. Assistant comment editor at The Telegraph, Poppy Coburn. Senior lecturer in US politics at Queen Mary, London, Richard Johnson. And commentator and author Martin Whittock.
Right, before we get stuck into these panel of willing victims for us, let's get the very latest from our US correspondent, Stephen Edgington, who's at a watch party in Washington, D.C.
High-stakes election, the most consequential.
I'm here in Washington, D.C. with a lot of people who are worried about the results, excited about the results. I'm here with 2 Kamala voters. Are you guys worried tonight? I mean, I know there's a lot of data coming in suggesting Donald Trump's doing well in some places. What are your thoughts?
Personally, it's still pretty early. We don't really know where the West Coast is because they're a few hours behind. I sort of just have faith that everything's just gonna, come together pretty smoothly. I kind of have no worries. I'm kind of just like smooth sailing. I'm kind of just letting things go the way they go.
And what do you think? I mean, Trump has done very well in some states, including Florida. He's carried that state by a very large margin. And lots of other places, data suggesting that he is doing better than he did in 2020. Are you concerned about that?
No, also it's still, early. We have a few other states that still have to come through, that are those battleground states where, it can go either way. And so, yeah, Florida went its way, but I think that it's still an opportunity for Kamala to win.
And are you confident that she is going to win tonight? And why do you guys support her?
So I am confident. I think that she is someone who stands for equality. I think that she's someone who, is for everybody, just like her slogan says, for the people. I think that she's not trying to, tear anybody down. She's trying to build up America, and she has a plan to do it. And she's able to articulate that plan without bashing people or causing harm to others.
And I feel the same way. She definitely has a lot of policies that I believe that she can definitely appeal to a lot more in mass. And she is, I believe, to be more capable as a president and things of that nature.
But there have been a lot of black men this time round who are voting for Donald Trump. We actually spoke to one earlier tonight. And he said that he's tired of so-called woke policies. A lot of people have mentioned immigration. There's been a lot of illegal migration over the last 4 years. How do you respond to that?
Well, I think that these are, kind of like smoke and mirrors a little bit. I think that, yes, you're always going to have somebody who's going to vote for either side. And that's, of course, their right to do that. But these are not issues that are just happening in the past 4 years. These are issues that have been perpetuating throughout America's history. And also, I think that Congress has to also take accountability for some of these problems. It's not just the president who has to get this done. Congress also plays a role in all the policies that happen here. So if they're not doing their job either, the president can't move forward.
And do you think that the Democrats have gone too woke?
The idea of wokeness, I believe it's just in the sense of just appealing to all and not being discriminatory in a sense. And on the topic of immigration and things of that nature, we can take that back all the way back to the colonies in the sense of we've always been people who have come from abroad and made an influence on this country. And, those who have come here to sort of, put their stake into it, I believe everyone have the right to do that.
Why do you think so many black men are voting for Trump this time around?
Personally, I do believe that it can sort of be within the realm of this. Kamala would be our first woman president, and it definitely could, I guess, have a statement within that. And I'm not sure if people are willing to, I guess, black men in this case, are willing to just accept that. And I believe that there's always time to do new things.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, some interesting perspectives here in Washington, D.C.
Okay, Stephen, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed.
Right, let's head over to a watch party here in London. Adam Cherry is there for us. Hi, Adam.
Hello, guys. Yeah, it's people still enjoying their drinks here. But I have to say, it does feel like the momentum is shifting towards Donald Trump again. We say this every time. It is early, but there does feel people looking at the betting markets, looking at some of the data within the states that have already come out, and it does appear that things are heading in that direction. I don't want to preempt things, but certainly that's the mood I'm getting as we're chatting to people here at the moment.
Thank you very much.
Short and sweet there from Adam. He's clearly
desperate
desperate
to get to the
back
bar.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, he wouldn't be the only one, because our panel today is made up of comedian Lewis Schaefer, assistant commentator at The Telegraph, Poppy Coburn, senior lecturer in US politics at the Queen Mary University London, Dr. Richard Johnson, and commentator and author Martin Wittig. Good to see you all. I'm always intrigued, Lewis, by your take on all of this as an American in the UK who probably thinks, I don't know, that you don't fit in quite. You're not an Anglophile.
No, I don't finish. I am kind of. I don't want to admit that I am because I know English people hate being told how great England is. So you can't call yourself an Anglophile. They look at you as weird. In America, when you go to America, you got to go. Oh my God, I love America. And they go, yeah, come on in. That's true. But no, England.
I'm intrigued though by the fact that as that a guest said earlier on, America is a nation of immigrants. It's now got a huge problem with immigration.
It doesn't have a problem with immigration. It's a problem with Kamala Harris and those people who are constantly dividing everybody so they can say, look at all the millions of groups that like us. We got short people, tall people, black people, white people. They love that. The only people who love Donald Trump are Americans, black Americans, Puerto Rican Americans, we hope, Jewish Americans. Those are the people who like Donald Trump.
Yeah. Poppy, I mean, it's a challenge for Harris, isn't it? Because one of Trump's biggest attack lines on her has been that she's the failed border czar. I mean, how does she try and counter that?
Well, she can't. I mean, she literally cannot. You can argue that in the last couple of months of when Biden was still seemed to be running the ship, that he did actually bring in some legislation that did slow somewhat the flood of people coming over the border. The problem is her credibility is totally shot. When she was VP, she was given basically 2 jobs because Biden wanted her out the way, didn't think she was particularly competent, so he gave her 2 basically impossible jobs. Deal with reproductive health care and rights and sort out the southern border, sort out the causes for why people are coming up to the southern border. Now, it's interesting what you just said, Stephen, about America being a nation of immigrants. To a certain extent, that's true, but, it's also a nation of legal immigration. This is something that's very integral, the idea of people integrating into the national story, believing in the national idea. I'm not sure that we in Europe really have an idea of the scale of illegal migration that's coming up through the southern border. We are talking about hundreds of thousands of people, totally unvetted, who are being placed on these southern states, often red states, who literally cannot deal with it. I mean, the cost alone is just absolutely extraordinary, to not even take into account some of the cultural shift you've been seeing here. So there's been a lot of talk that this is going to be the abortion election. I actually think it's going to be another 2016. It's going to be another immigration election. This is a very high saliency issue. You could see in some of the exit polls, abortion was an important issue for some voters, but immigration was up there higher. That's a more important issue.
Martin, what do you think this will be fought and won on?
Good question. I think the southern border is crucial, and I think that the Democrats just failed to engage with the issue of the southern border when Biden came to power. And I think they were so shocked by the way in which he did it, the manner in which he did it, the Trump-esqueness of how he did it. They wanted to be different. They didn't realise they also had to be tough at the border as well. And I think, obviously, there has been a possible bipartisan deal. Trump torpedoed that for his own political ends. But what was happening for the first 2 years before that bipartisan deal was put together? And that was the failure. They failed to engage with the southern border, and they failed to engage with the concerns, the legitimate concerns.
Who did? The Democrats?
Democrats, yes, absolutely, yes. And I think that's a major mistake.
You're so far off base. They wanted the border open. Of course, they're not going to engage and try to close the border.
Why would they want it open?
Because they want these people to come in to be able to vote. And in theory, you should be a registered citizen, but they're not. They're letting people register to vote without being a citizen of the United States of America. They're not being checked. There's no, ID cards. They want it done. And that's why they gave her the thing, because she believes in open. If she didn't do anything. She didn't even go down there.
I think that's conspiracy theory politics. I don't think for a moment they actually want to have an open southern border. I think they didn't know how to deal with the southern border, which combined compassion with toughness. And I think too late they realised that there needs to be tough action on the southern border. I don't mean inhumane action on the southern border.
You are wrong. You're wrong, Martin.
It can't be porous.
Well, can I say that he's wrong?
You can say it, but I disagree.
I'll say it. I disagree with you. I think you're wrong. I think there was 90-something things that Trump put into place to close down the border that the Biden administration just executive orders that they unwrote.
But you're the expert in all this, Richard. What's your take?
Well, this is an issue where the parties have actually flipped over the last few decades. In the 1980s, the Republican Party was the party that was much more permissive on immigration. Indeed, the president who signed one of the biggest amnesty bills in U.S. history was Ronald Reagan in 1986. And then George H.W. Bush Sr. then passed what some people call the kind of diversity lottery visa scheme as well. The Democrats were much more kind of skeptical of immigration. If you look at what Bill Clinton said in his State of the Union addresses on immigration. It's pretty tough stuff. I used to do a sort of little game with audiences I'd speak to where I'd give this quote and say, who said it? They'd read this quote and they'd say, oh, probably Trump, and it turned out it was Bill Clinton. Or even early Obama. If you read Obama's Audacity of Hope book in 2006, he talks about his criticism of illegal migration, how he doesn't like seeing Mexican flags flying at parades even. And what's happened, I guess, is the Democratic base has really shifted on this issue in a profound way. And in a sense, the activist base of the Democratic Party is now much more permissive about immigration than where probably the median American voter is. And that puts a politician like Biden or indeed Harris in a bind, because the voters that they need to win over to win the election don't share the same view as a sort of hardcore Democratic Party activist base.
Because George W.H. Bush, whatever the older one, he was a total globalist. He was in the pockets of whoever these people were. He was in China as a rep. You know, he was Mr. UN. He didn't care about those people. And when Clinton said we're hurting some of the people by having mass immigration, some of the poor people, he was right. But that's what the Democrats used to stand for. They don't stand for that anymore. And the people who support Donald Trump know the Democrats are not their friends, and this whole thing about they wanted to close the border. That's rubbish. They were totally into letting as many people into the country so that they could change demographics of the country.
I want to get your view on that, Richard, because it's a strong case, and some people would say, well, you know, that's conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
But I mean, what's your take?
I think Joe Biden had put himself in a political bind because he had made so much of his case for his candidacy against Donald Trump is that Trump was closed, he was open. And in terms of winning the Democratic nomination in 2020, although Biden was probably the most moderate of the candidates, or one of the most moderate, he still had to sort of pay allegiance to that sense that the Democratic Party was the party that was welcoming immigration. When he entered, he actually held over quite a few of Trump's executive orders under sort of using COVID as the reason for it.
Yeah.
But in a sense, I think Biden recognized that there was an issue at the southern border. But if he was seen as coming in straight away and removing all of those protections that Trump had put in, that would then cause a political backlash in the wider country. So I think he was,
or in his own party.
Exactly, the catch-22 situation.
Yeah, Biden was a very sort of weird conservative. I saw Biden speak in 1979, maybe 78. That's how old I am, and he struck me as a very unctuous politician, just completely horrible. I remember that, and then he became president. Anyway, here's the point. The point is that Biden was beholden to the AOC, Bernie Sanders side of his own party. So he's become super left wing. I don't know what he believes in. I don't even know if he knows he's around, but that's what he's acting as. So I don't know what the point about I'm making is.
Well, if you work that out, Lewis, let's go over to Tom.
We'll take that. Tom, we've got more results coming through. You've got the picture for us.
We do indeed. In the last few minutes, 4 more states for the Republicans. Let's have a look at how they look on our board. North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, 3 electoral votes each. But then there's the big one, the second most populous state in the union, Texas, with its enormous 40 electoral votes. That's the second highest number of any state other than California. So Texas being declared for the Republicans has boosted them, of course, has boosted Donald Trump to 154 electoral votes. That's this map here. It's looking very red. But here's your health warning. All of these states were expected to go to Donald Trump. In our swing state map, which we can look at here, this is what we expected the result to be. Our unknowns are the 7 swing states, the magnificent 7, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Now, here is the really crucial element, because Donald Trump Trump looks to be leading in Georgia with the voting that is currently going on, looks to be leading in North Carolina with the voting that is currently going on. Health warnings to all of that, of course. But here is the real concern, perhaps, for the Donald Trump campaign. And it might put a bit of a dampener on all of this momentum, because there's a lot of chatter about how well Donald Trump is doing. If Donald Trump wins Nevada, Arizona, Georgia and North Carolina, but fails to pick up these 3 states, these crucial Rust Belt states, then he doesn't win the presidency. All Kamala Harris has to do is win these 3 states, and she gets to that magic number of 270. Now, of course, there could be different makeups of all of these 7 states. Of course there could. But it does show you how things could go Kamala Harris's way, even though the early signs are Donald Trump is doing better than the polls were expecting him to do. The other crucial element to think about, of course, is the polling error in the last 25 years. It's averaged 4%. That's an average of 4% polling error across the last 25 years of presidential elections. Now, if we take the polls before the polls closed, if we looked at what all the polls said and we did 4% and swung it towards Trump, he wins all 7 states. If we swung that 4% towards Kamala Harris, she wins all of those 7 states. So it's easy to see how a polling error just within the margin of error of the last 25 years could tip this election either way.
Polls, Tom, they're a nightmare, aren't they? When are we expecting results from the swing states? I know, Arizona, Michigan, I think, their polls have closed now, haven't they?
Well, the Arizona and the map's gone. But the Arizona and Nevada are interesting states because they won't declare any of their counting until 1 hour after polls close. So we'll be waiting a little bit longer for these 2 states than perhaps others within their time zone. I think if I were a betting individual, we want to be looking at what Georgia's doing first more than anything else. But it is interesting looking at the numbers in North Carolina as well. I'm not gonna put any money on which of these is going to declare first. Of course, we've seen positive rural results for Donald Trump, swings towards Donald Trump in rural areas, but we're still waiting on some of these big cities that can take longer to count. There's another health warning. We saw this in 2020. It looked like Donald Trump was doing very well at the start of the night, and then a swing towards Joe Biden later on in the night. We're not discounting that possibility or perhaps even probability, but I would say that there are some psephologists who I'm following who are saying that Donald Trump is doing a little bit better than they expected.
And Tom, we're looking closely at Pennsylvania, aren't we? No state looms larger, it would seem, in this election than Pennsylvania, but we could be waiting a while for the results there.
We certainly could. One of the longest counting states, unlike states like Florida that have laws about how quickly they have to count their votes, that have been very focused on counting these things quickly. Pennsylvania is one of the notoriously slowest states to count their votes. So we could be waiting quite some time, particularly around Philadelphia, one of the biggest cities in the United States, sprawls across 4 counties. It could be quite some time before all of those votes are counted.
OK, Tom, thanks very much indeed. There's nothing like talking to a couple of friends who may well fall out before the night's done. So let's head to Michigan, should we? Republican voter Paula Englin and Democrat voter Jerry Morgan. Oh, there they are. All looking very
friendly right now.
Friendly at the minute, but you two on opposite sides of this. Jerry, how do you deal with someone who, I mean, politically, it would seem you're diametrically opposed to?
I mean, honestly, fundamentally, it's something that's really new for me, but we've had conversations leading up to this, and she listens to me first and foremost, and I listen to her, and that's the big takeaway from the whole thing. It's just to meet somebody where they are, listen, be open, and you can find common ground with people, regardless of what side you're on. And that's I feel like, the most important message, and that's what I want to see from America going forward.
Yes. I was about to say, you could set an example for the rest of the country, couldn't you? Because it seems like such a divided nation right now, doesn't it, Paula?
Yes, it definitely feels that way. And I think We're here actually at one of our favorite cideries in Grand Rapids, actually where we met each other, and we have friends here, and we've all been talking about feeling a little bit anxious. And I think a lot of that really is because we're concerned about the divide and families and friendships sort of breaking up, and just this inability to really have these meaningful conversations where we share the things that matter to us, but in a way that doesn't cause a major rift.
Is there some hope, do you think, from both sides? Kamala Harris has talked about, representing everybody should she get to the White House. J.D. Vance said something very similar, I think, when he was heading to the polls. Does that give you both a little bit of hope that actually perhaps there can be some common ground?
Nationally, I think that it is still a very significant problem that America needs to figure out and overcome. But you only do that by these small individual relationships where you reach out to the people who are different from you, that are close to you in some aspect, and find a common ground with them. But frankly, I am concerned nationally, and I don't think that what Paula and I exhibit here, for as much as I would like it to be rampant amongst America, not everybody's just willing to listen. And I just would encourage people to take a moment, step back, listen, and find common ground with people, and see what their concerns are, where they're coming from, and you can learn a lot. And I've learned a lot from Paula. I feel like she's learned a lot from me. There's been a lot of listening that's went on, and even though we still ended up voting differently this time, it's never too late. And
it's enlightening.
Yeah.
You learn, and then you start to discern, like, why do I feel that way about this issue? And what is this new information that maybe I haven't encountered before? So I think it's a really good and healthy thing to have those conversations with people. And instead of preparing your next argument, actually listen to what they have to say and why it matters to them.
100%.
What are the issues that are important to both of you? Paula, you vote Republican. Jerry, you voted Democrat. What's taken you to the polls today, and why have you voted the way that you have?
I think for me, I have a lot of concern around our economy, both in the state of Michigan and federally. And Jerry and I have talked about before that the president maybe doesn't have as much impact on that as we would hope. But things are tough here. Talking to friends that work in various industries and business owners, times are tough, and that I hate to see all these businesses closing. So that's really important to me. Foreign policy, I'm concerned about the conflicts that we've been involved in around the world, and certainly the border. So those are some of my top concerns. And for you, Jerry?
My major concerns are I am an extraordinarily social liberal, where I'm a proud gay man, and I just want all of the social nonsense to be out of the question. If you want to have a conversation about fiscal responsibility or taxation, I can have that. But just all of the awful rhetoric and the racism and the homophobia and the different things that come out from the party as a whole, I'm just ready to move on beyond that. So for me, that's always my fundamental goal in voting.
Okay. Paula, Jerry, good to see you both this morning for us, this evening for you. Thank you very much
look
indeed.
at you both. Lovely. Enjoy your watch party.
Thank you so much.
Have a drink.
great night.
See, I have to say, agreeing to disagree like that is actually a very positive thing.
It's actually heartwarming to see, isn't it, when you talk about how divided America is right now, to see two friends on the opposite sides of the political spectrum coming together, watching together. It's warms the cockles.
Do you think so? Do you think so? I mean, he looks like he's about to kill her.
He
he's about to cry. That's what I saw. I think
keep his hands off her.
No, it's very nice. So I'll tell you something that'll keep Jerry happy. Is we're just hearing Rhode Island and Illinois have, it looks like it's predicted to go to Harris. So there you go. So that's Rhode Island and Illinois. There you go, just to show you that one. Actually, Illinois is big, 19 votes.
electoral college
As big as
votes.
Pennsylvania, but those were expected. Nothing new there. We're also getting reports tonight that, this was from Reuters, that the Democrat Sarah McBride has won the US House election in Delaware, so she'll be the first openly transgender member of Congress.
Well, we're joined now by our panel, the commentator, Lewis Schaefer.
Comedian.
Lewis Schaefer.
Transgender.
The assistant comment editor at The Telegraph, Poppy Coburn. The senior lecturer in US politics at the Queen Mary University of London, Dr. Richard Johnson. And the commentator and author, Martin Whittock. And Richard, you had some really interesting analysis on Georgia, didn't you?
Yes, so Georgia is one of the key swing states. And although the state hasn't been declared, some of the counties now have delivered nearly 100%, more than 95% of their results. Georgia voted Democratic last time for the first time since 1992. It helped to give Joe Biden that electoral college margin. 40% of the state lives in or around Atlanta. And I've been paying attention to the counties around Atlanta, the suburban counties. One of the ones that I had my eye on for tonight was Fayette County. This is a county that has been historically Republican. You have to go back to Jimmy Carter for a Democrat to have won this county. But this is a county that has been trending Democratic at each election. And the question was, for me, is this the election where it flips? Well, with 95% of the vote in, Trump still leads the county 51% to Harris's 48%. So this is an improvement for Harris from Biden. Trump is down about 2 points from where he was 4 years ago. But in terms of the really dramatic swings that we might have expected in the suburbs that could eventually tip the election to Harris, at the moment, I'm not seeing them in this dramatic fashion. And all the rural counties in Georgia that are reporting, we're seeing a lot of movement towards Trump in a great number of the rural counties.
All right, go on, extrapolate then.
Well, we only have 75% of the vote in, so it would be hazardous to say.
I know.
But what I would say is that I am becoming more confident for Trump now with Georgia than I had been before we had the returns come in, because I was expecting to see bigger swings
with 75% of the vote
than I am seeing.
Donald Trump's ahead by 200.
Poppy. What do you make of all of this? I mean, we are getting it. We've got to be careful, because these states that are coming back at the moment, majority coming back for Trump. His numbers are up, but that doesn't mean he's got it.
I wouldn't want to be Kamala Harris right now, though, if I had to be one of the two candidates. I mean, there was a narrative before this election came forward. There was another hope that there would be a blue wave, that the polls were out, but in this time, it would be in the Democrats' favour. And again, I think, as Richard has just said, some of those bellwether counties have not been coming down for them. Something I would also point out that I think is pretty extraordinary, we have to take stock of how insane it is that Trump has come back so strongly to be in a position where it's looking now somewhat likely that he may win. Let's go back even 2 years, 2022. He was facing all of these indictments. He's been boxed out of the mainstream Republican establishment after the January 6th debacle. He's got no allies left. People are talking about Ron DeSantis, the future of the party. And now look at him. We are seriously facing the prospect he's coming back.
But this is the extraordinary thing about Trump as a man, isn't it, Martin? That whatever you throw, in fact, the more you throw at him, the more popular he becomes.
Yeah. There is such a level of loyalty and engagement, and you've got to see what happened in the aftermath of January the 6th. And many senior Republicans were obviously shocked. I mean, they might well have been amongst those who would have been lynched if the Secret Service hadn't done a better job of, of getting them out of the way. And it looked like Trump was over. But I think what they then recognised was that despite what happened at the Capitol on January the 6th, and I think that is really serious, that the loser in a presidential election orchestrated, dog-whistled an attack upon the democracy of his own nation. And yet, senior Republicans looked over that and said, but the base have not lost faith, so we must go and kiss the ring. And so they go to Mar-a-Lago and they kiss the ring. And so
But
that's...
they did lose faith somewhat in 2022. I mean, Trump really was a lion. They were looking at what's going to be extraordinary if he does win. We're going to be looking back at that last 2 years and going, how did he come back to the top? Because it is true. People abandoned him. Trump fought tooth and nail. He had nobody with him apart from his own family, even some of his family members. Where's Ivanka now? But he is now back on top. It looks like he's winning this election. That's an incredible story.
I mean, nobody out-Trumps Trump, do they? You cannot trump Trump.
Yeah.
No, but you're looking, you're looking at it, Martin, in a wrong way. There is no Republican Party. There's only...
Anymore?
No, anymore.
Yeah.
It's the same way there's no Conservative Party in this country because they used up their chances and there's no love for them. They might be still in office with 100 MPs, but they're not. They're not alive. And the truth is that Donald Trump, he was maybe an inch or two or more ahead of the people, and the people joined him. They didn't look over, and they didn't. January 6th, they know what January 6th is. It's a lie. And it could have been promoted by Nancy Pelosi.
No.
Yes, it could be.
No.
With some of her 200 million.
January the 6th was a coup that didn't come off.
You can say that as much as you want to, but the people who are supporting Donald Trump, including myself, do not think that's the case.
And that's delusional.
Okay, well, I'm delusional. At least
on that matter, I would say yes.
Oh, well, all right.
Lewis, Martin, Richard, we'll be back with you shortly. Let's have a look at these all-important electoral college votes. That race to 270. Trump currently on 154, Harris on 53.
So, everything to play for still in all of this. 270 is a big number, of course. Let's get an update on everything with Tom.
Yes, let's look at those numbers and throw them onto our magnificent map, which is magnificently about to appear. There it is. And of course, it is interesting to see the big winners for the Republicans. Texas, 40 electoral college votes. Florida, 30 electoral college votes. It's easy to see how Donald Trump is building up these big numbers, steaming ahead there, although I must say...
Well, we will be bringing you the results, of course, throughout the night, as we keep saying.
Yes, and throughout the night, we are going to be joined by the world's top political commentators in this very studio, including the comedian Lewis Schaefer, assistant comment editor at The Telegraph, Poppy Coburn, senior lecturer in US politics at Queen Mary London, Richard Johnson, and commentator and author Martin Whittock. So good to have you all with us. And Richard, you've got some interesting analysis from Pennsylvania for us, haven't you?
Yes, Pennsylvania is possibly the pivotal state in this election. And at the moment, just about 40% of the returns have been reported from Pennsylvania, so it's difficult to make an overall call. But one of the counties that I've been looking at in this election is Lackawanna County. This is the home of Scranton, Pennsylvania, where Joe Biden was born. This is a historically coal mining community, a historically Democratic community. And it was one of those counties that I was looking at to see, can Trump flip that county in this election? Well, we've had more than 95% of the returns in Lackawanna, and it looks like Trump has not been able to flip that county. Harris is said to have 51% of the vote in that county. Now, that is a 3-point decline from Biden's result previously, but that whole northeastern part of Pennsylvania is very politically significant. It's an area that Biden saw disproportionate swings in his favor last time. And the question was, could Trump disproportionately swing back? And at least with this one county, a significant county, symbolically significant county, he's made some inroads, but not quite enough.
Not enough. OK, look, we'll catch up with analysis from all of you a little bit later on. First, though, let's head to Stephen Edgington, who's at a Democrat watch party in Washington, D.C.
11 points better than he did in 2020 in Nevada. And again,
that's right. I'm here with 2 Democrat voters here in Washington, D.C. How do you guys feel tonight? Are you nervous? Are you excited?
Definitely a little anxious. Yeah.
I would echo that sentiment. Yeah. Feeling slightly confident, but still calibrated.
It looks like a lot of the data shows that Trump is winning in some states like Florida. He's had a significant lead there. There's also other data showing that he's doing very well in some swing states like Georgia and North Carolina. Are you concerned that he could win tonight?
I think there's always a concern, but I think that a lot of the states that he has already won in and that they've called for are states that have historically been predominantly red Republican states. So we knew that those were going to be Republican anyways. And in the election, that's what they were going to be called for. So I think it's really waiting on a lot of the swing states and a lot of the Western states that are predominantly blue Democratic states.
Yeah, there's still quite a few races to be called. Like, yes, North Carolina and Georgia seem to be leaning towards the Trump column, but these are going to be very tight races. It's going to be a while before they're called anyway.
And how would you feel if Donald Trump did win tonight?
I think I'd go home crying. I think it'd be very, very tough. I think it's the number one thing on voters' minds historically, or not historically, but right now is the state of democracy in the United States. And I think that's what's on our mind right now, too.
Would you be crying too?
I would certainly be devastated. I could not really stand the 4 years of the Trump presidency personally, and I don't want a repeat of that.
Okay, thank you very much, guys. Appreciate that. Well, look, there are some jitters. I think there's a little bit of nervousness here in DC amongst some Democratic voters today.
OK, thanks, Stephen, for bringing that to us. Let's go to Adam Cherry now, who's not far from us now. He's at a London watch party. And are people managing to stay up there, Adam?
Absolutely. We're still going strong here in London. In fact, I'm joined by someone who's still... You're full of beans, aren't you, Simca? This is Simca Steinberger. He is a Conservative councillor in Hackney. I'm going to guess, I'm going to use my journalistic skills to guess that you are backing Donald Trump. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. You can see it on my hat. And it's time to... America should be great again. Donald is not a typical politician. That's why it's very important to get somebody who actually cares. He's a people's person. He loves America. He loves people. That's why I love somebody who loves people. It's very important that Donald wins tonight in order the whole world should see America's finally got a leader back again. Donald all the way. They call me in Hackney also Donald Trump, so...
And how are you feeling about his chances tonight already? The state's coming in, looking good. You feeling optimistic?
Very optimistic. I think the American people are clever enough. They have the decision in front of them, and it looks very good. I believe Donald will be in tonight.
Are you worried about the Rust Belt? What about Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan? She could still take it. Kamala could still take it.
Anything can still happen. I could win the lottery tonight also, but I believe that Donald's going to take it. So I'm really, really confident in Donald, and I think it's about time we get back a person who cares about America, who cares about the people, and who really, really cares about the whole world. So Donald all the way. Come on, Donald.
There we go. All right, guys, there you go. You can see we're still full of beans here. Donald all the way for Simca, but we've still got plenty more states to come in.
Harry, thank you very much for bringing that to us.
Let's just update you with the Electoral College votes so far. I mean, and these are not necessarily confirmed wins, it's got to be said, but the way things are looking after a majority of the votes are in. 172 Electoral College votes for Donald Trump, 81 for Kamala Harris, as it currently stands at the moment, but there is everything to play for. And let's get the very latest details from Tom.
That's right. Let's have a look at those states that have been officially called. Let's throw them up against our magnificent map. Here and there they are. It's a sea of red. However, there is, of course, a health check to all of this. We've seen this pattern before, and I would warn everyone watching, doesn't it feel a little bit like 2020? We get to about this point in the evening, Democrats start to worry, Republicans start to cheer, but my goodness me, we're yet to see a lot of traditionally Democratic areas and Democratic states come in. Let's, of course, compare the map as it currently stands with all of these states that have been called to our expected map with these swing states. Notice, none of these swing states have actually been called yet, although it must be said it looks like Donald Trump is doing well in Georgia, not yet well enough for any major network to call Georgia in Donald Trump's favour. However, and again we keep hearing this story of some of the major cities in these states states taking longer to count. Has Donald Trump done enough, or could this go on for quite some time? Again, I think we should pay particular attention here to these Rust Belt states. Ignore the ones that are circled, look at the ones that aren't circled, and Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. I feel like we're going to be coming back to these states, but we'll have another update of this map at past.
OK, thank you, Tom.
Yeah, just it's fascinating because you can actually watch the votes coming in pretty much live. Michigan, Harris is in the lead at the moment, but 20% of the votes counted. Pennsylvania, about 50% there. Trump in the lead at the moment. Wisconsin, Trump is in the lead at the moment with 40% in. So that could all change completely, but what is interesting is the way they are shifting. Those leads are shifting.
And it's close, isn't it?
It is close. It's very, very close. I mean, really, don't hold your breath with any of them. The only one where, as Tom was saying, Georgia looks like it's going to go to Trump. 52.2% of the votes so far, 81.5% of those votes counted at the moment. So it'd be a little bit unusual if that did go blue, but you never quite know.
Well, we're joined by our panel, Lewis, Poppy, Richard and Martin. And Poppy, it does feel, at this point in the night, reminiscent of 2020, doesn't it?
Yes. I mean,
sea of red.
A sea of red. Of course, the difference with 2020 is coming into the election, the polls were showing a very, very strong lead for Joe Biden, regardless of what Donald Trump was actually saying about how he was going to win in a landslide. So there was still quite a lot of confidence for the Democrats on that side. What was strange on 2020 was that those polls were out by quite a large proportion. Not quite as much as 2016, but you started to see Trump slowly gaining. And I remember actually watching at the time, I'd finally crashed out. I was about to go to sleep, and I thought, wow, there's a serious chance now that Donald Trump can win. And of course, some of the problems that occurred in 2020 is a lot of people had the exact same experience. It was a prediction that had been made that Donald Trump definitely couldn't win the election. Then it seemed like another repeat of 2016, where everybody had got it wrong, the pollsters had got it wrong, the pundits had got it wrong, and he was going to win out eventually. And in the end, that wasn't to be. Tonight, we came into it dead heat. What are we seeing at the moment? I wouldn't say a dead heat. We're starting to see leaning Republican. So it could actually be a quicker election, even if those counts do take a while.
Would you agree with that, Richard?
I would say that the results are showing Trump in a slightly stronger position than I had expected at the start of the night. I just wanted to comment on the polling miss, because this is something that people have discussed a lot.
Yeah.
Just to give a couple of reasons why that might have been the case. One is what we call differential non-response bias. And what that means is that supporters of one candidate are more likely to respond to a poll than supporters of another candidate. And we might have some reason to believe that Trump supporters might not want to answer a poll that's been approached them by the New York Times or the Washington Post or a university or something like that. They may be more difficult to contact in the first place. Or the other issue that pollsters struggle with is estimating turnout. Because you can ask people when you poll them, are you planning to vote in the election? And always you get more people saying yes, they're planning to vote than actually do vote in the election. So there's a sort of social desirability bias. It's seen as a good thing to vote and do your civic duty. So pollsters have started to use previous electoral turnout data about different demographic groups to weight the responses of people in the polls. But of course, if a certain group turns out less at this election than they did at the last one, the polls are going to be off. Or if another group surges in its turnout relative to the previous election, the polls won't have captured that.
Yeah, it's really interesting that you raised that point when we're talking about the Trump campaign and them going after marginalised groups. They're going after the bro vote, the cryptocurrency bro vote. They're going for young black males. They're going for the Gen Z vote. I mean, will those people actually turn out to vote on polling day?
That's the issue, isn't it? Because in some ways they are both appealing to people, some of whom have not voted before, some of whose voting patterns is very questionable. And clearly, Harris has put a lot of emphasis on women. And not just young women. We were talking about this a little bit earlier in the green room. It's not just young women, it's older women. Women who have grown up through the 1960s and through the 1970s and are pushing back against the kind of changes that are happening in the USA today as they perceive it. And I guess the key is going to be in those swing states, when push comes to shove, Does Harris get more women out, to put it crudely, or does Trump get more young men out? And I think that's going to be the deciding point in the election, in my opinion.
Could well be. Well, let's talk to someone who may well know, Mary Jo Jacoby, who's former special assistant to President Ronald Reagan. Mary Jo, very good to see you, and thank you for your time. What's your assessment of the...
And happy Guy Fawkes night.
Well, indeed, thank you. What do you make of the arguments that are being made about the voting demographics this time round?
I think that both sides have been able to be much more precise with targeting their Dems, their demographics, than they have been in previous elections. That's partly because of social media, partly because of AI, partly because of other kinds of technology. So, you know, they're getting right down to the nitty gritty, not only county by county, but demographic by demographic. And as your previous guest was saying, you know, she's turning out women, and she has targeted women, young and old, what they now are calling soccer grannies. The mothers who took their children to play soccer 30 years ago, who are now grannies taking their grandchildren to play soccer. And Trump has been doing very, very well among men in all age categories. It'll really be important to see how he does among Generation Z, which are the youngest voting generation.
Mary Jo, been talking to people all night now about the issues that matter to them, the issues that brought them to the polls, and the state of democracy has come up now time and time again. And we were talking to a commentator a little bit earlier on who was saying that they hope whoever wins by a landslide. They don't want to see any dispute over who the winner is. They want the winner to be clear. And you look back at Ronald Reagan in 1980 and that huge landslide of 489 electoral votes. And you can imagine people across the country are hoping, well, it's not going to happen in this election, but would be hoping for something like that.
I think that candidates since 2000 have been envious of Ronald Reagan's landslides, both of them. And no one has been able to come close to replicating it. We've been a 50-50 country since the turn of the century, and we remain a 50-50 country. I think if you look at Dixville, Notch, New Hampshire this morning, in 2020, they went 5-0 for Biden. Today, they were split 3 Trump, 3 Harris. And so we are a 50-50 country. But as your previous guest said, I hope whoever wins decisively, because we really don't need to be litigating this for the next 3 months, and then get to hopefully never another January 6th situation. And we have someone to inaugurate on January 20th.
Would Ronald Reagan recognize the Republican Party today?
There are aspects of it that are still extremely Reagan-esque. I went to see the movie Reagan not too long ago, and it was a stroll down memory lane. And I remember all of the things that Ronald Reagan stood for, many of which Donald Trump stands for, but Reagan was much more artful in how he portrayed those things, that agenda, and was a much better communicator, much clearer, much more concise, thank goodness. And he was my idol, as was Margaret Thatcher, and the 80s were a special time.
We've had William Hague making headlines here, which might not mean too much to you, but he's an ex-Conservative leader in this country. He's been warning that Trump is not Reagan. He says we need him to lose. He's a nasty individual and a threat to the world. So he's positioning himself as a Liz Cheney, if you like, a Republicans for Harris that we've seen throughout this campaign. How much power do you think they've welded in the run-up in this election?
I find it extraordinary that the Democrat Party in general and Kamala Harris in particular have embraced Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney, because when Dick Cheney was vice president, he was Satan to them. And they have become the new neocons. They are the party, in many ways, the party of continuous war. And Trump is the disruptor. I think that we will never see another Reagan again. So for William Hague to say that Ronald Reagan wouldn't recognize Donald Trump or the Republican Party and Trump is no Reagan, well, he's not the first person to say that. But by the same token, Kamala Harris is no Bill Clinton.
No, interesting point. Mary Jo Jacoby, really good to talk to you. Appreciate your thoughts and your expertise. Thanks very much indeed.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank
Pleasure.
Fascinating insight from Mary Jo.
Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, because he is no Reagan, and Reagan was warm and humorous and I mean incredibly sharp. Trump is very, very different, but it's whether there's enough of those sort of same instincts and same thoughts in there. I don't know. Let's look at the latest results we've got in so far. Mississippi has gone to Trump. Colorado has gone to Harris. So 6 electoral college votes in Mississippi for Trump. And I think, is it 10 in Colorado? Yeah, there you go.
If I were William Hague, I would be very afraid, because he is a Tory, and the Tories are dead in this country. I'm sorry to say it, that they lost all the goodwill that they had when they were, had a massive election, because they didn't fight for the people, and that's what William Hague is. He's not fighting for the people. Donald Trump is fighting for the people. To say, he is no whatchamacallit, he is no Ronald Reagan. But who could be Ronald Reagan in this day? Look who the quote-unquote enemy, whatever, of Donald Trump is. It's not even Kamala Harris. She was basically put into place by Obama and Nancy Pelosi, who themselves were put into place by the WEF and all those, and all those globalists.
There's an issue with the tone, though. I think some of what Mary Jo was saying, and you got the impression she was backing Trump, though she didn't say it explicitly, but you got that impression. But nevertheless, it's the tone of politics these days.
Because I agree with you. I will listen to Donald Trump and I say, just shut up, don't say that. What are you saying? He's like, you don't need to say those things, especially a week or a day before the election. But right now, there is a war. You can see the Democrats and what the Democrats in America are saying, and they have this January 6th stuff. People believe it, and whatever. Maybe it is true, but I don't believe it, and the people who are supporting Donald Trump don't believe it. So you got to say, well, if you see something differently than what I see, either I'm crazy or you're crazy, or it's just the way the world is.
Poppy, I mean, certainly on January the 6th, it's hard to dispute
You can totally dispute it.
Look, I'm definitely not going to get into that. I'm not an American citizen, and also that's an easy excuse not to talk about it. But look, let's be totally frank here. I was just looking at some of the polling data now. The New York Times is now suggesting that there's a possibility that Donald Trump is going to win the popular vote. Okay, he swept the Electoral College in 2016. Yeah. We're now looking at a prospect that he's going to win the popular vote. Now that is a mandate. That would be incredible. And it's still early days, but with that high Florida turnout, I imagine that's why they are predicting this popular vote win for him. It's very narrow, 0.9%. But if he does win, we're going to have to change the conversation here, particularly in the UK, because we cannot blame the Electoral College for this. Clearly, if that is the case, a majority of Americans like Donald Trump.
Yeah, but what would the conversation be if he doesn't win the presidency, but wins the popular vote?
Well, then we'd have bipartisan support for getting rid of the Electoral College.
No. The Electoral College is one of those things which makes America great. The British founding fathers of America, they spent a lot of time thinking about this after the Civil War, after they killed the king, they spent a lot of time spewing it, and it's worked. It's only a slight advantage because it's a federal system, so they had to be nice to people. That's what it's all about. And the fact that the Democrats want to get rid of it says not such nice things about them. Here is the point. Can I make the point? The point is that the Democrats see the MAGA Republicans as being totally wrong, and they can't understand it. And conversely, I look at those people and I think that they're insane. Okay, and once you admit, hey, wait a second, we see things differently, then war starts.
Okay, we're going to leave it there just for a moment.
And we're going to cross over to Lady Victoria Harvey, commentator and socialite, who I believe is in Palm Beach at the party of the night at Trump HQ. How's it going there?
I am. It is, it's pretty hectic. It's very exciting to be here. This is the first time that I've come to an event like this during an election. And I'm here at the convention center. So with all my passes, I'm fully kitted out over here.
Yeah, and very subtle outfit as well, Victoria. What's the atmosphere? Is there an expectation of victory, or are they still teetering on the edge there?
You know, it was a little tense in the beginning because I feel like a lot of people have been going through almost like a PTSD from 4 years ago. But it's starting to, people are like, wow, okay, it's got on the screens, it's like he is far, far ahead. But obviously there's still some swing states that people are kind of like, let's not celebrate until we get those results. How is it over there in England?
It's feeling tense, yeah. I feel like, well, we're asking you, do you feel like it's too close to call?
You know, I'm getting some people saying to me they're already like, he's done it, but, you know, it's still very early in the evening here. It's, 10:30 at night. So the last time he won, I don't think that was called till 3 a.m. It would be great to go to bed tonight, this morning, knowing that he's won. Let's see.
Okay, look.
Good. I mean, there's a couple of states like North Carolina that he got, and some that people were not sure if he would get it or not. What are the states that you're looking at?
Well, we're still waiting for all those swing states to be declared at the moment. We've got to leave it there. Good to see you, though, as always. Thank you.
And let's speak to Federico de Jesus, former Democrat staffer. Good to see you, Federico. What are your thoughts on the New York Times, which has predicted that Trump has won, or will win, the popular vote? What's your response to that?
Well, unfortunately for this country, this is not a democracy, given that the person who wins the popular vote doesn't necessarily make it into the White House. And fortunately for Democrats, it is the Electoral College that decides, and the 7 swing states have not been called, and therefore it's very early, and we don't know who the winner is. So until the last ballot is cast and until those states have called winners, we don't know who the next president of the United States will be.
What's your expectation, though, at this stage? I mean, when you look at the turnout, and it seems in those counties that have declared, it would seem Trump is perhaps doing better than some expected.
Well, he definitely won Florida by a wider margin than expected. He seems to be ahead in some states like North Carolina and Georgia. Those haven't been called yet. Democrats won Georgia in 2020. They won the Senate races in 2022. So it's really just too early to tell. The exit polls haven't all been finished yet, and Democrats are obviously anxious, just like every American who doesn't know what the results will be. And remember, in 2020, we didn't find out the winner until a couple of days after the election. And we don't know if we'll know tonight who will win Pennsylvania, which, in my opinion, will be the key state to learn who the next president will be.
So you're saying it's still all to play for. With Democrats that you're talking to or Democrats that you're with tonight, is there still that sense of optimism that Harris has done enough to get this over the line?
Look, she's been a candidate for only 107 days. She's raised more than $1 billion. She turned around a very pessimistic Democratic Party into a joyful and enthusiastic party. But right now, every Democrat that I've talked to is very nervous. According to Fox News, the electoral count is 117 to 205 in favor of Donald Trump, but it takes 270 to win. So we really don't know, and a lot of people are afraid they're going to wake up tomorrow for a bad result, or that we might not have a result at all, again, which is what happened 4 years ago.
Well, yeah, as you say, you really have just got to wait and see at the moment. Federico de Jesus, good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you again for having me. Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Let's just talk you through our graphics and what we've got for you as what's been declared so far. 195 for Trump, 91 for Kamala Harris, but there is plenty still to play for, including, of course, those key swing states. Tom's got the details.
That I do, and let's take a look at that wall where we can see these numbers writ large across our map. And as you can see, a lot of Republican red there. Texas with its 40 electoral votes, Florida with its 30, clearly totting up that total, eking towards 200 for Donald Trump. Of course, it's 270 that he needs to win, which is a considerable number. But look at these Democratic states that have started to come in. New York, of course, a significant number of electoral votes there. Perhaps.
Let's speak now to Raj Goyal, Kamala Harris's friend and former Kansas state representative. Good to see you, Raj. And how do you think your friend Kamala Harris is feeling right now?
Oh, look, the night is still early. I've been doing this for about 30 years. This is my 9th presidential cycle, and we still have a lot of information that we need from the blue wall. I was listening to your previous segments and guests, and for what it's worth, my prediction was I never thought that we were going to be in a position to carry all 7 swing states. And so what we need to do right now is wait and see where Pennsylvania and the blue wall end up. Remember, with the blue wall and the blue dot, as you just mentioned, we're right at 270. So Georgia and North Carolina, to me, were always stretches. Arizona, in an environment where we have a real issue that the country is grappling with a border, was always going to be a tough stretch, no matter the Senate race there. So, I'm still hopeful and realize that we have a lot of ballots to count, and Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin and Omaha still need to come in.
Looking at the live figures, as I'm sure you've been doing, Raj, what is frankly scaring the pants off me with all of this is the fact that it is just so neck and neck, and they keep swapping top position with every few votes that come in.
Yes and no. I wouldn't say that there's a lot of swapping going on. This has been normal. In fact, I was just explaining to my 14-year-old who's a freshman in high school here, and she kept asking, wait, I don't understand. There's voting percentage that comes in, and then there's winners, but then they project a state when it's not fully recorded. So this is the American complicated way we do things. There's really 3 factors. There's where the vote is coming in from the state, which county, which is what part of the state, how they voted, either early vote or same day voting, and then of course how the state reports out its tallies. And so our election administration system, which I've been very involved with for over 25 years, is unfortunately rather disjointed. It's accurate and safe, but it's disjointed. So it leads to a lot of these strange inferences. So the fact of the matter is, right now, just to boil it down for your audience and for your viewers, for the Kamala Harris strategy, even if you were to write off Georgia and North Carolina and Arizona, you hold Nevada, that's a Biden state, you keep the blue wall, Biden states, and you keep the blue dot, a Biden dot, and we're at 270. So there's still a lot to go here, and we need to preach patience. And these elections are not sprints; they're marathons.
We're awaiting results from Iowa, and a shock poll there this week really did set a cat amongst the pigeons, didn't it? Kamala Harris surpassing Donald Trump in that poll. Do you think we haven't really had any shocks so far tonight? Do you think we could be in for any surprises?
I'd say I'm originally from Kansas, and now I'm a total New Yorker. I didn't quite. I don't know that phrase, but I need to get that into my lexicon. So yes, so far, and remember, maybe some of your viewers are Sherlock Holmes fans. I'm a real Sherlockian, so this is a little bit of the night so far. It's the dog that didn't bark. So what we have been able to prove. I started watching at 6 o'clock tonight Eastern, and right now we're at 10:35. So we're 4.5 hours in from when the first polls closed in Kentucky and in Indiana, is that there isn't going to be a wave either way. So if the expectations game was that somehow our side would be coming out with a wave, that clearly hasn't manifested itself. But as to who is going to win this election, who's going to have control of the Senate and the House and key down ballot races, we still have a lot to go. As I said, it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, there's a problem with that, though, isn't there? In that transition of power. We take it for granted. We take it for granted here in the UK. It can't necessarily be taken for granted in the States anymore, can it?
Well, thanks to Donald Trump and his really heinous actions of 2020 and 2021 on January 6th. We've never seen anything like that in American history. And let's go ahead and just hope that that was an aberration. We're going to put that in the dustbin of history. And no matter who wins, in fact, I was very encouraged. And I think it was Nigel earlier who said he talked to Donald Trump and he said he would respect and abide by the results of the election if they're counted fairly and clearly and accurately. Whoever wins, we will have a peaceful transfer of power. Many of you will remember the 2000 election, in which Florida was a 35-day recount. It ultimately was settled by the Supreme Court, and that was a shortened transition. But I have no question that we're going to have a seamless transition. That's the American way. We are the greatest democracy in the world, and we're very proud of that as Americans. And I don't think that record will be threatened. I do think what's going to happen is we have a very divided electorate. We have a divided country, and no matter who wins this election, half the country is going to be very upset. And thanks to social media, thanks to the very nature of our politics today, it's quite tribal, and that's unfortunate. And so no matter who wins this election, we do need to have ties that bind us. We do need to come together as a country. We are an indispensable nation. And I think that's the challenge for whomever wins. And I certainly hope that my candidate and somebody I've known for 16 years and proud to support, Kamala Harris, emerges victorious.
Looking back at the campaign, I mean, it really has been a election like no other, nothing we've ever seen before. How pleased are you in hindsight with the handling of the campaign by the Harris camp? I mean, she's only been top of the ticket for 107 days. I mean, was she the right pick, or do you think in hindsight there should have been primaries and perhaps there should have been other candidates in the hat?
Well, look, I can understand the impulse at 10:40 now Eastern to start doing the what we call in America the Monday morning quarterbacking. That's a football reference for us, and so I'm not going to really engage in that speculation. I'm proud to be a supporter of Kamala Harris. I think one of your previous guests said we were really in a bit of a hole when we had the switch at the top of the ticket on July 21st after the debate performance by President Biden in June. And so Donald Trump is a formidable candidate, as he's been a political phenomenon for a long time, almost 10 years here in this country. But let's go ahead and, I think, save that until we actually have a result. You mentioned sort of the topsy-turvy nature of this. We don't know who's going to win this election. Kamala Harris has raised over $1 billion. She's injected a lot of enthusiasm into the party, record lines all over the country at polling places. So let's wait and see what happens. As I said, a path to 270 clearly exists. A blue wall and the blue dot and holding Nevada from the Biden map of 2020 gets us to 270. Right now we've got to look at the data and we got to see, since the time I've been on this show, who knows, there might have actually been some breaking results. I've got my spreadsheet. I'm looking at key counties. For what it's worth here in American politics, I think Steve Kornacki at MSNBC does the best job up at the big board. He understands the big counties. And what we're doing in the projections is we're looking at baseline numbers. So for example, in Pennsylvania, you look at a Lackawanna County and you see how are we performing versus Biden in 2020? Where do we need a run-up margin? Where we need a stanch losses? So that's obviously the analysis that we're doing, and there's still a lot more to come. So I remain hopeful that Kamala can pull this thing out. And again, the blue wall and the blue dot gets us to 270. And as they say, in all sports, it doesn't matter by how much you win, you just need a win. So let's wait and declare a victor before we do any sort of analysis of what's happened in the last 90 days. I think it's a little premature.
I thought you were going to say before you do a victory dance, Raj, which I've paid good money to see. Really good to talk to you this morning. Thank you very much indeed.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Where were they? This is the intro.
Oh, wow. Where were they? We're here. Louis Schaefer, the comedian, is here, along with senior lecturer in US politics at Queen Mary University, Richard Johnson, and the commentator and author, Martin Wittick. Richard, I can see that you're busy scanning your phone, looking at the very latest data. What have you got for us?
Well, I'm looking at the exit poll data now, and we now have a sense of the breakdown of different demographic groups. And this is really fascinating. So if we look at this is the NBC exit poll. If we look at race, Trump is winning 45% of the Latino vote nationally. Wow. Which, by my recollection, would be the best result for Republicans since data began on that in 1972.
That's fascinating.
Harris is winning 43% of the white vote, which is consistent with Biden and Obama. Trump is making some inroads with Asian American voters. Nearly 40% of Asian Americans voted for Trump. The black vote has not shifted perhaps as much as people expected.
Interesting.
12% of black voters have voted for Trump, which is probably close to what he got last time, to be honest.
Interesting.
And that's so interesting based on what we were talking about earlier in terms of Trump going after especially the young black male vote. But the question being whether they would actually turn out on polling day. And this would suggest that perhaps they didn't in all instances.
Yes, he did do better with black men, I should say. So he did get 20% of the vote with black men.
Okay.
But overall, partly because black women were much more democratic, but also I would suspect, looking at this data, black male turnout was probably lower than black female turnout. That hasn't produced a significant shift for Trump among black voters.
I was just to say, Trump's won Iowa, which of course is, had the potential at least to be a flip.
Have we got
outlying poll?
Have we got information on female responses? Because at one point, I was saying that they had the possibility of holding up this kind of Trump advance, as it were. Where do women? I mean, have they held thing up?
There's a big class divide among women.
Right.
So let's just looking at white women. White women with college degrees, nearly 60% went for Harris.
Right.
White women without college degrees, 62% for Trump.
That's fascinating.
So women alone are not holding up his advance, as it were. It splits on that kind of educational basis.
The diploma divide, the class divide, the education divide. That's where you're seeing and I had thought this actually before the election, that there was a lot of commentary about the gender divide. Yeah. But really, when I was looking at it, there's always been a gender gap between Democrats and Republicans in recent cycles, and that actually didn't look in aggregate that had changed very much. And the exit poll confirms that Harris and Trump's support among men and women is fairly consistent with recent electoral cycles. Right. But it's the class divide which is grey.
Which is interesting because, I mean, people have said for a long while, Lewis, that actually it's Trump, for whatever reason, whether you like him or not, has a way of appealing to what we would call the working class here in the UK.
Well, not has a way, does appeal, because he's speaking for the people, you call it the Rust, they call it the Rust Belt states. Why are they the Rust Belt states? Because Bill Clinton instituted this NAFTA policy, which just basically sucked the sound of all of American car manufacturing and industry down to Mexico and China. So that's why they that's why they support Trump, because Trump is saying we're going to bring those jobs back home. Will he be able to? I don't know.
Martin, what do you make of it?
Well, I hold up my hand and say I was surprised about the women, because I really had thought that might be quite a decisive move. But I can see what you're saying, that in some ways, gender doesn't overcome social and educational experiences, and it's all interleaved in there, isn't it? Yeah, that's really very interesting.
But it also highlights, I mean, the idea of the working classes, middle classes, as they call them on the stateside, it brings it back home to the financial situation, the economy. Yeah. For a lot of people, it's top of the agenda.
And how fragile you feel in your situation, how secure or insecure you feel in your job.
And poorer people probably love their children more than those rich college-educated girls who just want to go off to work and make money, and they wake up and they're 40 years old and they don't have children and they're wondering, well, where did my life go? And I say this in a nice way.
I'm sure they would not feel at all offended by that stereotypical view.
I mean, as a person who had children late in life, I see it as being important now. I didn't see it for many, many years, and I think we've had we've had decades where we've been told not to have children. Now our birth rate is way down. We don't have anybody to defend the country. Same thing here, same thing in all the Western countries, and that's one of the things that Donald Trump is speaking for. He's speaking for women who want to have children, should be able to have children. This whole pro. I hate to talk about it because people are like, they're so touchy about it. They're thinking you're going to take away some of his rights, whatever their rights mean. The fact is we need kids in this country and in America and in Britain.
But the educational thing is also very complicated because it's very hard to draw the conclusion from that that isn't quite explosive. Because it could also be presented that the fact that people who have less education might find it more difficult to deal with some of the more complicated and contradictory aspects of modern life and might go for a simple solution to a complex situation. and that's something we find very difficult to deal with. I mean, as a teacher, you know, I'm knowing that my classes that were less able or less educated than other classes will actually find some of the more complicated areas of life more difficult to deal with, and will want to have simple solutions. But simple solutions are not all. Simple solutions are not always the best solution.
No,
what I'm saying is
you're being
it's a fact.
elitist. Somebody who doesn't have any money is looking for a job, and then we're going to worry about getting an abortion later. Somebody who's got a nice job, they're thinking about the bright future of keeping my job, and I'll need an abortion if I need one. People. Even the poorest people are probably as smart as the richest.
I'm not talking about intelligence. I'm just saying it just concerns me a little bit when higher or lower educational experience tends to tie in with an ideological point of view. Because I'm then beginning to think, what is the interplay between those two things? Are we talking about lower information voters? What does that mean? And I just have a concern of that as an educationalist.
Yeah. OK, Martin, Richard, Lewis, we're going to leave you there for just a moment because we're going to be speaking to political commentator now, Anne Coulter. Good to see you, Anne. And what's your assessment of where we are so far?
It's amazing. I'm thrilled. I must say, I can't say I really expected Donald Trump to win, and it really looks like he's winning. He's outdoing his numbers. I mean, obviously it hasn't been called yet, but he's outdoing his numbers pretty much across the board, you know, in this county, that county, what he got compared to 2020, and even in many cases what he got compared to 2016 when he won. I'm kind of amazed. Everything we were assured was going to happen has not been happening. The big one, I don't know if you know about this, but Ann Seltzer, really respected pollster. She's been right when everyone else has been wrong. She does the poll for the Iowa or the Des Moines Register in Iowa. And just 2 days ago, she came out with a poll saying, and Iowa's always a Republican state. No one was even looking at it. It's not a battleground state. And she came out with a poll saying Harris was going to win Iowa. So I think that shook a lot of people up. It definitely shook me up. But apparently what's happening with the polls is they're oversampling older white liberals. They're very talkative, the older white liberals, and they're dying to share their opinions. And a poll analyst, Ryan Jerdusky, a friend of mine, he's been saying all along, when I dig down into these numbers, and he said it about Ann Seltzer, when you dig down into the numbers, she has older voters over 65 voting overwhelmingly for Harris, and they never have voted Democratic. They never have. So actually, she had to respond to Ryan Jerdusky's complaints to her on Twitter. And she said, well, this is the way I do my polls. I always do them this way. So anyway, luckily, whoa, was she wrong? And Ryan was right. Iowa is safely, it's been called for Trump.
Yeah, it's interesting, though, Anne, that you are, confidently predicting or saying this looks like it's a Trump victory. I mean, there's a heck of a long way to go.
No, that's true. Fair point. And I could end up being totally wrong. But like I say, looking at comparing various counties, suburban areas that were expected to go more for Harris. The way she was supposed to win was going to be with the women's vote and abortion. Oh, that was the other reason I was sort of pessimistic about Trump winning. I have a minimal amount of respect for my gender, and I was worried they were all going to come out and abortion. Luckily, Trump has been very clear that it's not a national issue. That was the whole point of the Supreme Court decision. It goes back to the states, and guess what, abortion ladies, you guys are winning, my side's losing. So you really don't have anything to worry about. And there is a gender gap, but it isn't really a gender gap. It's a marriage gap. Married women are voting for Trump. So in all of these ways, the things you would look at for clues, it isn't mixed. They are pretty much all breaking in Trump's direction.
I don't know if you were listening to our previous conversation before we cut across to you, Anne, but we've got new stats coming through now on votes, and Trump won 45% of Latino vote. We've just been hearing. Whereabouts was that? Across the country. So, I mean, we've been talking about the Puerto Rico comments, potentially how damaging they could have been. It doesn't look as though they have been.
Yes, I was suspecting would happen. That does not surprise me at all. I've noticed in past elections, the Black and Hispanic vote is often inversely related. I mean, for example, in California, you guys know what I mean when I talk about affirmative action. That's race discrimination against whites and Asians, basically, and in favor of other minority groups. Well, Californians voted against that in any state being able to discriminate against whites or discriminate on the basis of race. I don't know, 20 years ago, California has gone so left-wing. It came up on the ballot a few years ago. And Democrats were just sure it's an overwhelmingly Democratic state. Of course, they're going to vote, yes, we can discriminate on the basis of race. And I mean, it wasn't a huge number, but a majority of Blacks voted in favor of it. Oh, majority of Hispanics voted against it. And you haven't been seeing all of the, I assume, unless you're more obsessed with this than many Americans are, the Democratic convention, Kamala's speeches, Kamala's endorsements, Kamala's surrogates. It has been a very, very, very Black campaign. I mean, to the extent of sort of leaving other people out, which is weird because she's only a quarter Black. She's half Indian and I think half and a quarter Irish. And so actually there were some foundational American Black men who kept complaining. No, you're not. When are you going to do something for the descendants of slaves? We're the ones. And I agree with them on that.
OK, and we've got to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Let's get an update now on the state of the race with Tom Howard.
Ellie, an hour ago, I questioned whether or not this was looking a little bit like 2020. I have to say, I am now eating my words. This is not 2020. This election is a hell of a lot closer than that. Let's look at the map. So what we've seen so far come in is, of course, the states that we were expecting for the Republicans, the states that we were expecting for the Democrats. But it's really the states that are yet to come in that are reporting significant numbers that are making things look like this is now Donald Trump's race to lose. Let's look at Georgia specifically. 88% of that vote so far in. Donald Trump has a lead of around 150,000. That's down a bit from his lead of 200,000 an hour ago, but still significant. And it does look like he's got a similar lead in North Carolina, his lead a little bit up on where it was an hour ago in that state. Virginia, I also mentioned last hour, not because Donald Trump is going to win Virginia, he's not, but because Kamala Harris is underperforming in Virginia. She's probably still going to win the state, but not by as much as many were expecting. And where else are we looking? We're looking at the Rust Belt in the north, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. If Kamala Harris is going to pull this out of the bag, it looks like she'll need all three of these states. If it really is going as well as it looks like in Arizona for Donald Trump, in Georgia for Donald Trump, in North Carolina for Donald Trump, early indications, sure, but it looks like things are going more Donald Trump's way in these states, in the Sun Belt. Kamala Harris will need all of these in the Rust Belt. She'll need one of the congressional districts of Nebraska as well. They split their electoral votes. She'll need one vote from Nebraska's congressional district and these three Rust Belt states just to make it to that 270 line. It looks like Kamala Harris's tightrope is really that thin now. It's easier to see how Donald Trump has more paths to the presidency. Why? Look at Wisconsin. Wisconsin, not a lot of it in yet, but it does look like Donald Trump is doing well there. A little over half the vote is in Wisconsin, and Donald Trump seems to be outperforming where he was this time 4 years ago. Could he win Wisconsin? And if he does, would that block Kamala Harris's path? If, of course, he wins North Carolina, Georgia, and Arizona as well. Big, big questions. But at the moment, I'd put my money on it more likely going to Donald Trump than Kamala Harris, although, as ever, still both results are possible.
OK, Tom, thank you. With our panel, I just wanted to ask Richard if you knew, in terms of how these votes come in, is it skewed or can it be skewed in terms of, I mean, traditionally we've seen Democrats the early vote has been more likely to be Democrat or more Democrat-leaning, and what often declared at the end. Is that how it has worked in the past?
Well, it can depend on state rules, it can depend on locality. What I think I've been seeing is that rural areas, low population areas have been able to get their accounts fully completed much more quickly. My advice to viewers who are looking at the totals is not to look at the statewide returns, but to look at the counties that have completed and to compare that county result to the previous election. And that way you can start to see where the swings are happening. And that is why I would agree with Tom Harwood that I'm becoming increasingly confident that this is going in Trump's direction, because in the counties that have fully counted their votes, in the swing states, the general trend is moving in Trump's direction compared to last time.
Martin, what do you make of what we're seeing? It looks as though Kamala Harris is going to be increasingly reliant on that blue wall, that so-called Rust Belt.
She clearly hasn't made that breakthrough that it looked over the last couple of weeks that she might have done. I mean, that concept of, female voters, the concept of the late deciders going for her, that clearly hasn't happened. I mean, clearly Trump has performed much better than it seemed like he might do over the last couple of weeks, and she has not done as well as it was hoped. It is looking increasingly in his favour. Yes.
What's been the magic, Lewis?
The magic is it hasn't happened yet. I mean, I could place a bet on Kamala right now. I could just see, because Philadelphia, I'm from New York, and we kind of look down on Philadelphia. and last election cycle, I love they call it a cycle. It's an election. The last election is Philadelphia was accused of many, I'm not saying they were dirty, but there have been dirty cities and dirty places in American history. Chicago in the 1960s, and I think they're not going to start cheating until they have to. I'm not saying they're going to cheat, but I don't trust them not to cheat. And what I'm saying is, you can't be sure.
Richard?
Can I just pick up on, I was looking more into the exit poll, found a couple of interesting points to build on our previous discussion. So the abortion issue, it doesn't look like that it was quite as decisive for Harris as perhaps people had expected. So 1/3 of voters said that they believe that abortion should be legal in most cases. And Harris, one might have thought, would have led that group very substantially. She only had a 3-point lead over Trump with that group. Wow. Trump got 47% of the vote of people who believe that abortion should be legal in most cases. So then I looked at, then looking at the gender story, Trump won a majority of white women as well. So the gender dynamic of this election is not what people expected.
No, clearly not.
Well, thank you, all of you. It's approaching 4 a.m. This is America Decides on GB News.
Well, of course, we'll bring you all the results as the morning continues. Plenty more still to come, of course.
Yes, and joining us are some of the world's top political commentators in the studio. Our panel for the next few hours: comedian Lewis Schaefer, senior lecturer in US politics at the Queen Mary, London, Richard Johnson, and commentator and author Martin Whittock. Really good to have you with us. We're just going to bring you up to speed with some of the results that we've got coming through. Trump has won Idaho.
No surprise there. No surprise either, actually, that Kamala Harris has taken California. And that's a huge state, of course, 54 electoral college votes. So that bumps that figure up significantly for her.
A big boost there for Harris. We're joined now by GB News US correspondent Stephen Edgington, who's at a Democrat watch party in Washington, D.C. Hi, Stephen.
I am in Washington, D.C., and there are a lot of Democrats here at this watch party. And I have to say, the mood amongst Democrats here, I think, is pretty somber. I want to ask these two gentlemen with me today, how are you feeling about the race today?
Well, thank you, Stephen. The one thing I mention is we're not necessarily somber. There's a lot of swing states that are still on the line. We'll see what happens, and based on the results, we'll make a decision. Now, I know in Britain, we have a parliamentary system, right? We have the Tories, you have the Labour Party, a lot of others. The situation in the United States is a little bit different, and when you look at it the way it is, is that you have a lot of 7 different states, North Carolina, Georgia, Virginia, a lot of others that are looking into make a decision in the United States election. When that comes in, we'll make a decision. It's a little bit somber. I can understand that. But when those results come in, I believe we'll make a decision election that pivots a little bit different than we're seeing right now.
But the data does look like Donald Trump is doing very well. The New York Times says that he has a very high chance of winning the election. And a lot of Democrats downstairs have very sad faces.
I wouldn't necessarily say so. If you look at the streets of D.C., it's a little bit different than that. I can understand the New York Times is projecting one thing, Washington Post is electing another. When we see what actually happens, we can make a decision at that point. At this point, though, the way the swing states are going, it's too early to decide. Give it a couple hours, give it morning in Britain, we'll see what happens.
What do you think, Luke? Are you worried about the election result?
I mean, right now there's a lot of time left, and we'll see what happens, over the course of the night. That's all I can really say right now.
And why do you think that Kamala Harris is struggling? This isn't going to be a blowout for her. She may still obviously win, but it doesn't look like a landslide for Harris.
No, it certainly doesn't look like a landslide Harris. And that, I think, is a mistake that I think a lot of international partners of ours are making, which is the fact that this has always been a contingent election on a lot of domestic issues, right? So we'll see where the election goes. We're not sure what's going to head right now. And I don't think she's necessarily struggling, but I think that a lot of the election results that have to come in are contingent on a lot of small counties. Bucks County in Pennsylvania, Allegheny County in Pennsylvania. Those results will come in a couple of hours, if not in the next couple of days.
So let's see. How would you feel if Donald Trump did win the election tonight?
If it comes in a fair way, I'm no problem, in understanding the same way the election is resulted right now as it was in 2016. American democracy is a fair and equal game, and if it comes in the way it comes in this night as it did in 2016, that's totally okay with me. It's the people's decision, not mine.
And how would you feel, sir?
Yeah, I mean, every president, there's going to be highs and lows. So honestly, we'll see what happens, and hopefully, we figure out sooner rather than later.
And are you excited for the prospect of Harris becoming the first female president?
I am excited for the first female president. More than that, though, I'd like to see the economy get better. I'd like to see inflation go down and all that kind of stuff. Based on projections from the U.S. government and based on, independent polls, that's what we're seeing with the economists' projections and all that. We'd like to see that, obviously, but if not, then that's okay too. I believe the United States is stronger with either president, no matter what happens.
Okay, thank you very much. I have 2 sad faces downstairs. Not every Democrat is worried, as we can see, but I think there are some people here who are indeed very anxious about these results coming in today.
Thanks for bringing that to us in Washington, D.C. And those Democrat voters are still holding out hope.
They are.
They're still optimistic. They're saying there's still swing states to be decided. It's all still to play for.
Well, that's very true looking at the details, but we are hitting sort of 86%, 71%, and Trump is leading on in every one so far, apart from Nevada, which hasn't started counting yet.
Yes.
So far, but it's it's very tight margins either which way.
Yep, it's true. Let's go to the Big Apple, shall we now, where Ben Leo joins us live from New York City. And what's the sense of feeling there, Ben?
Hi, guys. Yeah, it's very chilly, and I'm not just talking about the weather, the atmosphere. Oh, dearie me. I'm at the Comcast headquarters, which is the home of NBC News, just behind me. They're holding an election night viewing party in the open. There's a big crowd behind me. It's like a wake. It's like a funeral wake, unfortunately. Everybody's miserable. I just popped into a bar down the road to get a quick drink. Everybody's got their heads buried into their beers and into their cocktails. So the atmosphere is not very good if you're a Democrat. Very few Republicans around, of course, because it's New York City. It's a liberal hotspot. But yeah, I think we're pretty nailed on now for a Trump victory. I said a bit earlier this evening, didn't I, Ellie and Stephen, that I was speaking to Republicans in a private members club here in New York City. They were quietly hopeful that it would be all decided tonight and that it wouldn't drag on for days and days on end. And as we stand at the moment, I think they're looking pretty accurate.
Yeah, it's fascinating, actually, when you look at how I mean, particularly in these swing states, Lewis, which are the crucial ones. Lewis, beg your pardon, Ben. which is what we're looking for in all of this. I mean, you know, they haven't declared yet, but as you say, it's certainly creeping Trump's way.
Yes, and I was just watching, well, all your coverage tonight, guys, has been top draw, but I was just watching Tom's enthusiasm with his map, explaining that Kamala Harris now needs to win those top 3 Rust Belt states, including Wisconsin, if she has a chance of securing the deal. That's, of course, if Trump wins Pennsylvania and North Carolina, which he looks like is going to happen. So, yeah, indeed, it looks like it's an uphill task for Kamala Harris. My interest now is, look, I think it's pretty nailed on for Trump as we speak, but my interest now is tomorrow and the days ahead. What's going to happen in terms of the response from the Democrats and the Liberals, especially here in New York City? I said earlier tonight that we visited Trump Tower, the Trump Hotel, other major venues in New York where the police were readying themselves. There was riot vans, there was railings that they were getting ready to erect later tonight. So, you know, are we going to see some sort of heated response in the coming days? Who knows? I hope not. I hope maybe Kamala will take some advice from our one friend Nigel Farage, who suggested, I shouldn't think she would, but suggested that maybe she could, if she lost the election, pardon Donald Trump as a way of kind of keeping tensions down. But maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves here. There's a long way to go just yet, but it's looking promising if you're a Donald Trump supporter.
Yeah, one step at a time, Ben. Thank you very much.
Right, let's get the very latest update with Tom.
Here I am, and my map will appear in just a moment's time, because this is a very important development. Well, there's Ben, and here's me, and here's my screen. We're going to get to the map, because this is an important map. We can see a sea of red starting to bleed across the United States of America. Very important to note, though, of these states that we've been able to call, of these states that we've been able to declare, nothing here is unexpected. All of these ignore the swing states, really. And these are those swing states. None yet officially called, but we can say that in the reporting, I mean, we've got almost 90% of Georgia in now. We've got similar numbers in North Carolina, and Donald Trump is 150,000 votes ahead in both of them. But more than that, looking at the specific counties, he's doing better in counties that are key in these races than he was doing in 2020. There is a definite shift towards Donald Trump, particularly in these 2 states. Has he done enough in Pennsylvania? We're not sure. But in Virginia, we're also seeing indications that Kamala Harris is doing worse than expected, although not considered a swing. She's not going to lose it. She's just going to win it by a lesser degree. So this then gets to questions of Kamala Harris's path to the White House. At the start of the night, we were talking about how Donald Trump could build this map to match his 2016 map. Well, now we're going to turn that on its head. We're now asking the question, how can Kamala Harris really hold on? What is her path to the presidency? Let's assume, for the sake of argument, that Trump wins Georgia, North Carolina and Arizona, where he's marginally ahead. Let's give him Nevada as well, which has been trending towards him in the last 2 elections, but of course we haven't yet got a lot of firm data there. Well, Kamala Harris would have to win Pennsylvania. She'd have to win Michigan. She'd have to win Wisconsin, where the Republicans are currently ahead. But not just those. She'd also have to pick up Nebraska's second congressional seat district. The way that Nebraska hands out its 5 or is it 6 electoral votes is that 2 go to the statewide winner, and then the winner in each congressional district also gets one of those seats. It's a bit complicated. Maine does much the same thing up there in New England. But Kamala Harris would basically have to win all of those Rust Belt states and a congressional district in Nebraska in order to make that map work. Could she do it? Yes. Is the balance of probability now in her favour? Perhaps not.
Tom, thank you very much indeed. It's he knows his stuff. I was just saying to Lewis.
He knows his onions.
It's very good.
He knows his way around a map.
He does know his way
Does
around
our
a map.
Tom.
So let's have a look at where we stand so far. Trump's on 211, Harris on 145. 270, as Tom was saying, is that magic number. And so as the way it looks, I mean, on the surface, as it looks like Trump is going to is going to get that. However, it could all change. Let's get the details from comedian Louis Schaefer, a senior lecturer in US politics, Richard Johnson, and the commentator and author Martin Whittock. Richard, talk us, I know, because you're going through the nitty-gritty. What's that telling you?
Well, at the start of this week, I think if people were having to call it, when I was asked to call the election, I thought Trump would perform well in the Sun Belt. I thought he'd do well and he'd win North Carolina. I thought he'd win Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and that looks like the direction of travel in those states. The question was, could he win the 3 Rust Belt states that Tom has just been talking about? And the reporting from those states, again, looking at those counties that have fully counted their votes, is there is a swing in his direction. The question is, will it be enough? And there's also this question about Arab American voters in Michigan and whether they will turn out. Now, Dearborn, which is the most heavily Arab town in America, we don't have the data on that yet. We have some anecdotal reporting. We have someone who took a picture of a precinct tally and put it on the internet, which showed Harris in a precinct that Biden is said to have won with 80-90% of the vote last time. Harris coming third, behind the Greens.
Wow. Because there will be some protest votes.
Now, this is one picture.
Migration of this kind of party move in a state takes a little while. It takes a couple
significance. But if that is true, and if that is a trend that we're seeing in Dearborn, that what had been one of the most strongly Democratic parts of Michigan is not voting Democratic this time.
Because the Israel issue and the Israel-Gaza war is going to be and is top of the agenda for especially Arab Americans and for Jews who are heading to the polls or who have been heading to the polls. And it has been fascinating, Liz. I'm not sure if you saw the ads from Kamala Harris in places like Michigan, where there's Arab American communities. She is talking about the war in Gaza, how she will not be quiet, she can't stand to watch the suffering. And then she's also got adverts going out in Pennsylvania where she is saying that she is a friend to Israel and she defends Israel's right to defend itself. And again, she will not be silenced. We're seeing different positions in different states.
Well, that's Kamala Harris. She did it with the fracking thing. She's doing with the border thing. She's saying for a strong border. I mean, but people, they call Donald Trump a liar, but that's a bit of lying. When you say to the Arabs you care about, their concern, and then you tell the Jews you care about their concern. Donald Trump has not done that. So she's in a tough position, and there's more and more Arabs and Muslims in the country. And so it's a problem. It's like the same thing. It's the same problem here. It's much worse. It's much more, what's the right word? It's more
pronounced.
Pronounced here than it is in America. But you're right. It's a problem. I mean, I don't feel sorry for the woman because if you have an ideology or an ideology, you don't have to worry about that kind of stuff.
All right. Look, we're just going to head over to New York because the attorney Gloria Allred is waiting for us, and thank you for your patience, Gloria. Good to see you. If you take the figures as you see them at the moment, it's not looking too bright for the Democrats, it has to be said.
Well, I agree, but it's not over until it's over, and it's not over yet. So it is a roller coaster ride. We always knew it was going to be. We were told that at the Democratic Convention, where I was a delegate from California for Kamala, that we should have to fight for every vote, that it was going to end up being close. And that's exactly what's happened. So again, looking at it now, there's still, New York has not reported the vote. California just did. And of course, we went for Kamala because she's from California and we like her and we respect her and we have experience with her, and it's all been positive. So we'll have to wait and see. We don't know. 100% of the vote is not counted yet. We could end up having surprises. We do need to have California, Michigan, Arizona, and some other states as well. So we'll have to see. Sometimes the bigger counties or I should say the cities, are Democratic and the rural areas are Republican. And sometimes we don't have the report of the votes in the urban counties and the suburbs until after we get the votes in the rural counties. So I might add that as to what they have done to criminalize abortion in many states, often the people that are hurt are rural women, poor women, women of color, and young women. So we don't know yet what's happening. There's been, some suggestion that some of the women in the rural areas perhaps should go into the voting booth. Their husbands won't know how they vote, so they don't have to vote for Trump. It's a shame that they would have to hide from their husband how they will vote, but sometimes that's the type of marriage that they have. So we'll have to see. Pro-choice has been a major issue for many women, even older women, especially women like myself, who are just outraged that we fought to make abortion safe, legal, affordable, and available. And we had Roe v. Wade for almost 50 years. And because of Donald Trump and his nomination of 3 anti-choice justices to the Supreme Court, we lost that fundamental right. And now we're going back to the days of illegal abortions. And there is a possibility, if he's elected, that they're going to also, there'll be an interpretation of the Dobbs decision that will mean there'll be an attack on birth control, also on IVF. And I mean, there already have been women who have been punished, not only because abortion is a crime in some states, but also because they, doctors are just afraid even to help women who are having miscarriages and bleeding out in parking lots next to the hospital because they're afraid, the doctors are, that they will be prosecuted for abortion, providing an abortion when it's a crime to do so in their state. So women's lives are at risk. They are being harmed. Their daughters are being harmed. Some women can go to sanctuary states like California and New York to get a legal and safe abortion, but others don't even have don't even have bus fare to travel out of state, let alone they have problems with childcare. They can't take off from work. Bottom line, Donald Trump is dangerous to the lives of women and girls. And we really must win this election. And I don't know at this point who will win, but I'm not giving up till it's over, and it's not over yet.
Like you say, Gloria, it hasn't been called yet. But if Trump does win, what would happen to his court cases?
Well, that's a very good question. And the answer is that's one of the reasons he wants to win so much, because he could and will stop the prosecutions by the Justice Department, because he can do that. What he can't do, though, he can't stop the prosecutions that are state prosecutions. In other words, the sentencing that's going to take place in New York, which was delayed because of the election, and also the possible state prosecution in Georgia. He can't stop that because it's a state prosecution. He could appeal and appeal and appeal, and he will if he is convicted. Well, and he certainly will appeal on in the New York state prosecution, and he will if Georgia proceeds with their prosecution and he gets convicted. But as to the other, the Justice Department prosecutions in Washington, in Florida, it's he will not proceed with that. He will have those prosecutions that get dismissed. Now, by the way, that's really questionable as to whether he can do it. But given that the Supreme Court seems to, has so many appointees, nominees of his, I'm not optimistic that, 100% optimistic that he will be able to do that. I don't know. It's an unprecedented situation, but he certainly will try, because those are very serious prosecutions, being prosecuted, for taking classified information from the White House that he should never have taken. And also, of course, the prosecution in D.C. for the January 6th insurrection. These are very serious. So we'll have to wait and see. But I am very concerned at this point.
I mean, there's been a suggestion, and whether it would be ever taken seriously or not, I don't know, but should Kamala win, that she could pardon Donald on those elements, the federal charges, herself, in order to try and prevent any sort of problem, any rioting or anything of that nature. Would that be a wise move or not?
Well, they're going to have to be, excuse me, a lot of leaps if she wins or when she wins. And, we'll have to see, because she certainly would face a lot of problems with the Democratic Party if she would pardon Donald Trump. But in any event, I don't see rioting in the streets from Democrats. I do see, possible rioting if it's, if Donald Trump wins. Certainly going to be disheartening to Democrats. We've waged a full course, effort to get out the vote and, to help the country understand the danger. I feel for Ukraine as well, because he certainly, to me, it feels like he's in the pocket of Mr. Putin, and he will, help Mr. Putin, and that is all going to be very dangerous for Ukraine. So I'm concerned, not only because I think he's a danger not only to women, but to the United States of America, to Ukraine, and to the world. He's unstable, he's unhinged, and he's a very vindictive person. So I don't know what's going to happen if he's elected, but I know it's going to be a problem for our country.
Well, Donald Trump wears his unpredictability like a badge of honor, doesn't he, in terms of his foreign policy? He says that dictators wouldn't mess with him because they don't know what he's capable of, what he's going to do next. They can't predict his next move. And he does make the point that in his first presidency, there was peace.
Well, there was peace, but the point is what he's going to be like now. As has been said many times, he had some guardrails in the first time he was elected, the only time he was elected, I should say. But even his chief of staff, the military leaders that were working with the Trump administration, they have all come out for Kamala. Okay, just like Liz Cheney has, and so hundreds of others, and security analysts, and many, many people in the military. So he's not going to have these guardrails now. You think it's a calculation that he's unhinged? I don't. I think he is unhinged. I think he is unstable. And it's worse than last time because he's older than last time. He's revengeful. He may or may not have some dementia. I don't know. I'm not pretending to be a psychologist or a psychiatrist. But just what I hear him say, where he goes into rants and rambles, talks about Nancy Pelosi, who has not been Speaker of the House for a long, long time, but still. And the language he uses, he's so vulgar. But, all of that doesn't seem to matter to his supporters. In many cases, it seems that there's almost a cult, following Trump. As he said many years ago, he felt that he could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and people would still vote for him. I wonder if he's correct, but all I can say is, it's toxic masculinity. It's male chauvinism. I feel as though it's hatred of women as well, because it's control of women. It's just wrong and it's dangerous, and our daughters are going to pay for the price for it. And even the daughters of some Trump supporters, they're going to pay the price for it because they're probably, many of them, try to get a safe and legal abortion, and they may not be in a place where they can get it.
Appreciate your time this morning. Thank you very much indeed. I mean, it's fascinating to hear those views. Whether you agree with it or not, it's hard to say. Just want to bring you what we know about. You've probably seen it on the screen already, but Kamala Harris has got Oregon, so we believe. I think that's 8 seats, 8 votes, I should say, electoral college votes. But she seems to have got that.
Yep.
It looks like North Carolina could be about to declare any time soon.
Yeah, critical hours ahead in the White House race. Tom Harwood has got the picture for us.
That's right. Let's have a look at this map that is looking ever more favourable towards Donald Trump. Let's look at these states that we've been able to confirm as declared. It must be said North Carolina is indeed being declared by the Trump campaign. They say they've won it. We haven't yet seen quite enough data to be sure, but I have to say 130,000 votes ahead with 87% of the vote in North Carolina. It does look like Donald Trump is on course to win, as in Georgia, 130,000 votes ahead, 91% in Georgia, Donald Trump ahead. In Pennsylvania, of course, a little bit of a health warning to add to Pennsylvania, only 77% in, but 200,000 votes ahead for Donald Trump, and in some key counties doing a hell of a lot better than he was in 2020. Michigan currently, Kamala Harris ahead, but in Wisconsin, Donald Trump ahead by around 100,000. That lead has been growing in the last hour or so. So, of course, these sort of eastern swing states, Donald Trump ahead in, here they are, Donald Trump ahead in 1, 2, 3, 4 of the 5 there. Donald Trump also ahead in Arizona, only by a few thousand votes and only half the vote in, it must be said. So still some question marks over there, but Donald Trump is ahead. Nevada, we don't yet have much information, but...
Right, should we take you to New York? Former long-term advisor to Ronald Reagan, Peggy Grande, joins us now. Peggy, it's lovely to see you this evening, your time, I should imagine. We're all getting very confused about what day of the week it is, never mind what time of day it is. What's your assessment of what we're seeing so far? I mean, it is looking sort of more positive towards Trump, but are you thinking it's too early to sit back and relax or not?
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for having me on. And what an exciting night here in America. You know, we the people tell the government what to do, not the other way around. This is democracy in action. And we have never probably seen such an enlivened electorate on both sides of the political aisle. And tonight, from the Trump campaign side, we are feeling cautiously optimistic. We're looking at the map, and the map is very favorable to Donald Trump still tonight. While it's too early to call, we see him overperforming in several key areas, and we see Kamala Harris underperforming in several key areas. We also see her underperforming with key demographics that really will tell the final tale of this election. We see her underperforming with young people, with Blacks, with Hispanics, with families, with traditional American values. And so a lot of these demographics that she really did not cater to, and in fact, in a lot of ways, alienated with her message, are voting tonight in force and rejecting what Kamala Harris was offering as a party platform.
Peggy, just bringing you some breaking news. We're getting that Republican U.S. Senator Ted Cruz has been re-elected in Texas. What's your reaction to that?
Well, that's not a huge surprise, although the Democrats had put a lot of money into Texas. They dream of turning Texas blue, but that's not going to happen on this campaign cycle, and we hope it doesn't happen anytime in the near future. They have been flooding Texas with illegal immigrants that they've been trying to get the right to vote. They've been flooding the state with money and advertising against Ted Cruz, so I'm happy to see that he was reelected, but it certainly was a targeted seat for the Democrats, and I'm happy to say that they failed with that tonight.
If you get your wish and Trump is the 47th president of the United States, where does this leave the United States on the world stage?
Well, it puts not only America on a stronger footing domestically, but it puts the world into a safer place. We have seen the world erode into global chaos with the weakness of the Biden-Harris administration. Our allies no longer trust us around the world. Our enemies no longer fear us around the world. During Donald Trump's presidency, there were no new wars. There was a fragile but stable peace in the Middle East. And we saw that the Reagan-esque doctrine of peace through strength works. We want the world's adversaries and bullies to be a little bit afraid of America and its allies. And they were under Donald Trump, and we certainly didn't see that same fear. We saw what happened in Afghanistan, in Ukraine, in Israel, under the weakness of the Biden-Harris administration. And so under a return Donald Trump presidency, we will see not only a strong America, but we will see a stronger and more stable and peaceful world as well.
But I mean, isn't part of his argument that he would be less interventionist? I wonder if some of these regimes would run riot just thinking that he doesn't want to get involved.
Well, that's not what we saw under the 4 years that he was president. And the whole idea of peace through strength is that it's a deterrent. You don't need to get involved in all these places all around the world because our adversaries fear what will happen if they do it. Afghanistan wouldn't have happened. Ukraine wouldn't have happened. Israel wouldn't even have it faced the brutal massacre that they endured had Donald Trump been president, because the world, our adversaries, would have feared us and wouldn't have dared doing that under Donald Trump's presidency. We saw that it didn't happen under those 4 years. It won't happen when Donald Trump returns to the White House.
Peggy, I don't know if you've seen the warning comments from William Hague here in Britain. He's the ex-Conservative leader. He said that Trump is no Reagan. We need him to lose. He's a nasty individual and a threat to the world. So he's positioning himself as a Liz Cheney character, Republicans for Harris, if you like. How much sway do you think they've had in this election?
None, none at all. And I think we're going to see Donald Trump win big tonight. I think he's going to take a lot of states that were even surprising. We're looking at the race right now in Virginia. Virginia is just across the river from Washington, D.C. Lots of federal employees work here, work and live in Arlington area, Fairfax, Loudoun County. And so Virginia has a heavy Beltway influence. And Joe Biden won Virginia by about 10 percentage points. Donald Trump is within 1 percentage point right now. So even if he doesn't take Virginia, the fact that he came so close tells us everything we need to know about a changing electorate. Glenn Youngkin, the governor of Virginia, has done an incredible job of putting parents first, putting families first, putting Americans first. And that very much echoes what Donald Trump has tried to do nationwide. And so people should not fear at all a Trump presidency and his return to the White House. They should welcome it because it will put America back on a prosperous and safe path and tamp down the chaos that we have seen explode all over the world under the Biden-Harris administration.
Peggy Grande, good to see you. Thanks very much indeed. Let's talk to our panel. Should we comedian Louis Schaefer, the US politics senior lecturer Richard Johnson, commentator and author Martin Whittock. Martin, can I put some of those points to you then, in terms of the global stage?
Two things I would say, not happy thoughts. The climate change emergency is the greatest crisis of our time. We will not see America engage with it under Trump. That gives me great cause for concern. It's not a passing issue. It's the biggest crisis of our time. Secondly, I think European security is under real threat, and the future of NATO is under real threat with the return of a Trump presidency. Europe, by which I mean the continent, not the EU, Europe must look increasingly to its own defence. It has not had to do that since the Second World War.
But that boils down to the argument, doesn't it, of saying, which Trump sort of successfully made to a degree, saying why should America contribute so much to that level of peace on the NATO alliance when a lot of European countries don't hit their target.
And he was quite right to say that. He was absolutely right to say that. But what concerns me is I think the framework of European peace since 1945 has rested on the engagement of the USA. I do not think we can guarantee that anymore. And I also think when it comes to facing the climate change emergency, we have to think about what we do as a global community if America is no longer engaged with that. And that could be a great concern.
You know what? I mean, there's I don't know how you news people say it. There's considerable debate about the climate.
There certainly is not amongst the scientific community.
Well,
it is beyond debate.
This scientist here says
it's beyond debate. It's beyond debate.
You know what? You say so many things as if they're true.
It is true.
And a lot of times they're not true. And this is one, at least tons of people do not think it's true. I don't think the climate is.
We'll have to agree to disagree on that one.
And you know something about Europe? I live in Europe. I'm going to continue to live in Europe. My kids are, well, I consider England part of the European thing.
Well, we are still part of Europe. Yeah.
And I think that we would be able to take care of, we, meaning English, British people, Picts and Jutes and Normans and whatever living here, okay, should be able to take care of ourselves. And that's what Donald Trump said that over 40 years ago. I remember when Donald Trump said it. He was in the 1980s. I was right out of university, and he said that. So, you know what? God bless America. We should thank God that Donald Trump.
Are you tearing up, Lewis? Is that what it is?
I thought you were choking on your words there.
Because I don't think it's going to happen. I think they're going to come in with ballots, and I think they're going to make Kamala Harris president. You'll have to wait till the end of the day. I don't think you could. Anybody going to sleep right now thinking, "Oh, Donald Trump has it," I think is possibly in for a shock.
Well, funny you say that, because Harris' campaign chair has just said, "Get some sleep," saying that results won't be known for hours and the blue wall is still in reach.
Yes, as we bring our truck with the new ballots.
North Carolina's been called for Trump. And that's one of the swing states.
One of the swing states.
90% in, Richard, and I mean my figures here saying sort of 50.8% to Trump, 48% Harris.
Yeah, well, it's all going to come down to these Rust Belt states, and I think that when the recriminations after the election take place, one of the question marks, one of the suggestions of where things went wrong was way back in August when Vice President Harris chose Tim Walz to be her vice presidential nominee. You know, she was advised by many people to seriously consider the governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro. Shapiro is a very popular figure in Pennsylvania. He's got a certain charisma that Walz doesn't have. And I think Harris ultimately was concerned that Democratic activist base wouldn't like Shapiro because he's been so vocally supportive of Israel. And there was some concern of what would having Shapiro on the ticket do for her support in Michigan with Muslim voters and so on. I mean, in the end, it looks like she lost those voters anyway. So if the question was, do I win Dearborn, Michigan, or do I win Pennsylvania, she really should have thought about the choice that would help her win Pennsylvania. And if Pennsylvania decides this election and it's really as close as it looks at the moment, that could have been the decision back in August that changed.
Why has Tim Walz not worked, do you think, then, in turn? Because, part of the idea with him is, what is he, former teacher? A working man, a typical American middle-class working man.
I don't think he's been a terrible choice, actually. I think that he does fit a certain profile that was helpful for her in balancing her ticket. You know, he's from Nebraska originally, represented a rural, quite conservative southern Minnesota district when he was a member of the House of Representatives. He's gone a bit more left as governor of Minnesota. He made comments during 2020 that he's probably come to regret on the BLM and so on. But generally speaking, not a bad choice, but he didn't bring much electorally. So I don't think he took too much away from the campaign, but he wasn't bringing that little special something that Shapiro might have been able to do. You know, vice presidents don't usually make a huge difference in carrying a state. Last time we saw that was probably Lyndon Johnson for John F. Kennedy in 1960. But Shapiro might have been the person in such a close race as it is in Pennsylvania who could have tipped the balance.
You know what? Kamala Harris, her entire campaign has been cursed. She basically killed Biden, took him out of the running, and she was put in. She had no support. She never got a vote in the initial primary that she was in. So from that point onward, she's only been doing it 107 days. These things go for 2 years. They're not similar. I mean, this country's great. You know, there's the elections in 5 weeks. It's 5 weeks. But in America, it goes months and months. And they didn't know her. And then she refused to speak to the people. You know, and you need a president who can actually talk and answer a question, and she refused to, and she's pretending that she didn't.
Well, there's a question. Trump definitely will talk if you put a camera in front of him. It's whether it makes a lot of sense or not is another question.
And some of it, that's why people are not upset with the nonsense that Trump talks about, because he makes so much other sense, and they're just used to living with him. This woman's campaign was failed from, not failed, if she wins, who knows what's going to happen. But it's really a tragedy for the country that here's the Democratic Party, which has a primary system, which this country does not have, a primary system where Biden was elected with 14 million votes to be the candidate of the Democratic Party, and Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer go in there and say, you know, you can't be president anymore.
Well,
yes, they said you can't run for president.
Well, yeah, but I mean, thank heavens, in a sense. I mean, look, for his own sake. I mean, the man clearly wasn't fit, was he?
He was never president to begin with. It was all. It was. I hate to say it. It sounds conspiracy. It's, you know.
Oh, no.
It's. Who knows who was running this guy? Who knows who was running this guy?
Can we have a look at North Carolina? Because I've just been digging into the demographic. It is quite a fascinating picture, Richard. The population has been growing in North Carolina. New residents are 90% Black, Latino and multiracial people, groups that all tend to lean left. But the majority of the population is white, middle class, that would be in America, working class here. And the biggest concern there is immigration.
The Deep South and the sort of Upper South has seen a significant increase in non-US born population, an immigrant population, to an area of the country that had historically not had a very sizable immigrant population relative to some of the other parts of the US. And I think that you have seen tensions where you have seen tensions, and I won't say that there have been tensions all across the board, but where you have seen tensions, sometimes in interesting cases between African-American workers and Latino workers, particularly for blue-collar jobs. Some interesting academic research I've read about this, about construction work and the language spoken on site. And if the language on site is Spanish, then this makes it difficult for African-American workers to get access to those jobs. I also just wanted to comment on the Ted Cruz result in Texas, because I think now that means that the Republicans have locked in 50 seats in the Senate. So if Trump is elected, because they've gained West Virginia and Ohio, that then means that Trump will have a Senate, a Republican Senate, if he's elected president, and that will make it much easier for him to put his appointments in, both for his cabinet, for the various executive branch officials, and of course, crucially, for the Supreme Court. And I wonder if Clarence Thomas is starting to go on Expedia or something, looking up his holiday destinations, because perhaps Clarence Thomas is thinking that while Trump has a Republican Senate, it might be time for him to think about retiring. He's been there since 1991.
Wow. Martin, what do you make of it?
I think that's really crucial. I mean, clearly, if he controls the Senate, then the long game with the Supreme Court just goes on and on and on. And of course, because they are lifetime appointments, we're talking about people that will be there for generations, well, not generations, but even a generation, and for decades. Very profound implications.
Well, look, we are in a situation where it looks as though it could all change, but it looks as though it might be a night for Donald Trump. Let's talk to our colleague and his friend, Nigel Farage, leader of Reform UK, of course. Nigel, what's the sense there?
It's great. You can see behind me the lights of Mar-a-Lago. I've just left the party that's been going on in the ballroom there, and sitting in the middle of it, Donald's there, Elon Musk, this whole new coalition that he's put together, and the mood is, well, joyous. Joyous. I mean, this is the most incredible political comeback in any of our lifetimes. He was down and out in 2020. He's been through the courts. He's been through goodness knows what. And here he is, just a few hours away from becoming the 47th president of the USA. A truly extraordinary, remarkable human performance.
So you are calling victory already, Nigel Farage. You don't want to tempt fate with that?
Oh, you didn't listen to me, did you? I said, in a couple of hours, he may well be the 47th president of the USA.
Yeah, well, it's interesting you talk about the coalition and the likes of Elon Musk and things. I mean, how well thought through a coalition is that? I mean, we all saw him get to the stage, and obviously he's giving his money away and all the rest of it. But what actually will... I mean, are these people who could form part of the administration?
Oh, yes. I mean, look, Robert Kennedy, of course, involved in this. Make America healthy again. Skeptical about the level of prescription drugs being given out in America, the impact that it's having on the lives of so many people, the diets that young kids of America are on. He's part of the coalition. Elon Musk, a really important part of this coalition. And if he gets put in office to cut the size of the administrative state, it will be spectacular.
Have you spoken to Donald Trump so far? Have you seen him in the room with you? How is he feeling at this point in the night?
I saw him about 15 minutes ago. So about 50 minutes ago, very briefly, said a quick hello, said, well done, you've done it. He said, thank you, thanks for being here. And he was there. I mean, tonight he looks a bit more tired than he's looked, because, goodness me, he did 4 rallies yesterday. But no, he's there, surrounded by hundreds of people. His friends, his family are there, his supporters are there. I had a very nice chat with Barron. His son, the 18-year-old, is very switched on. It's a very, very nice mood. And to be honest, he's incredibly laid back.
Yeah, I tell you what, Nigel, I mean, like, being sort of absolutely straight and up front, because loads of people, as you can imagine, say, oh, you know, Nigel Farage, what's he like? And I always say, well, you know, whatever you think of his politics, he's actually a really nice fella. Be absolutely straight with us about Donald Trump. What is he like as a human being?
Warm, incredibly warm, makes everyone he meets feel $1 million, makes them feel special. He's nice to drivers, he's nice to waitresses, he's nice to those lower in society than him, and that's very much, I think, a mark of a man. He's also incredibly funny. Very, very sharp, fun sense of humour, and you've seen some of that over the last couple of weeks on the campaign trail.
It's interesting that you mention his 18-year-old son, Barron, because some commentators are saying that he's been influential in the style of Donald Trump's campaign, and his decision to go on the likes of the Joe Rogan podcast was apparently the idea of Barron, this so-called bro vote. I mean, do you think he's been that influential on his father?
Well, I'll tell you something. So, I'd met Barron years ago when he was much, much younger. I was in a room, 30, 40 people there having a drink. Barron comes up. I said hello. Well, I had to look up because he's very, very tall. And I was amazed. Within a minute or so, he was quoting back at me things I'd said on social media, speeches I'd made in the European Parliament. I mean, he kind of knew more about my social media than I do, which showed me he's very, very switched on.
No, it's interesting, isn't it? With I suppose with that sort of family, you're going to be to an extent. What's going to happen, Nigel? If what impact do you think a Trump victory, if it happens, will have on the UK, our relationship with the States, but also, of course, now that we have a Labour government in place?
Well, a Labour government with senior ministers that have said very rude things about him, a Labour government that advertised for their own staffers to go to America and campaign against his opponent, which in diplomatic terms was just the most stupid thing to do, and a Labour government that has given away the sovereignty of the Chagos Islands, which poses a threat to Diego Garcia, a very, very important airbase, of course, for the Americans in that part of the world, without which the Gulf War, Afghanistan, Iraq would have been very difficult to carry out. So there are problems. There are problems, but what I do know is that Trump is instinctively pro-British, the most pro-British president we've had for decades. I think Sakir will need to roll out the red carpet.
It's going to be interesting.
What would the Trump presidency mean for the world in terms of the war in Gaza, Ukraine, China's threats over Taiwan?
Yeah. Well, 4 years ago, we had the Abraham Accords, the most incredible diplomatic achievement, the bringing together of Arab states and Israel in accords, trade, cooperation, travel, an amazing achievement. Quite why he didn't win a Nobel Prize, I've absolutely no idea. Now we have chaos. We had the withdrawal from Afghanistan by Biden, which put the Taliban back in charge after 20 years of all the sacrifice that we and the Americans and others made. Putin, of course, invaded Ukraine, which he never would have done with Trump as president. So it's obviously been a disastrous 4 years under Biden, and the world is a far less safe place than it was before. What Trump will bring is strength, and these dictators will be ever so slightly frightened of the American president, and that is a very good thing. We will see an American president at the head of NATO saying to the European members who won't pay their 2% membership fee, you pay up or we won't be there, and that'll make them pay up. No, look, I think, having a president who instinctively is pro-peace, didn't take America into a single new war, but is strong at the same time, he will help to make the world a safer place.
OK, Nigel, really good to talk to you. Hopefully talk to you in the next hour or so and see if you can get the Donald on WhatsApp, and we'll have a chat to him as well. You never know. Try your magic.
Enjoy the party.
Right, should we catch up with the latest with Tom?
Let's do just that. Of course, the map, since we've been talking, since we last saw it, has had the first of the 7 swing states declare. Let's take a look. We've got North Carolina here, which was considered a swing state, one of the 7, which has now officially been called red. That's gone to Donald Trump. It must be said, Donald Trump did win it in 2020 and in 2016, but it was seen to be drifting. It was seen to be one of these ones that Kamala could pick up, but she didn't. Donald Trump has won it, but we need to look at some of those other key swing states. Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. In Georgia, the lead is considerable for the Republicans. On my last count, 130,000 votes ahead, with 93% in for Georgia, which leads me to suspect that we will likely get a call in Georgia in the not-too-distant future. Pennsylvania is a very, very interesting one, because it did start off the night with not a big Republican lead at all, nipping and tucking and dodging, and one going ahead of the other. But in Pennsylvania now, 83% in, you've got the Republicans ahead by about 200,000. Now, there have been some positive signs for the Republicans in some of those key counties, particularly the county that surrounds Scranton, Pennsylvania, going much more towards the Republicans than it did last time round. Wisconsin as well, leaning much more Republican. We don't yet know enough about Michigan. We don't yet know enough about Arizona, although it must be said the Republicans marginally in the lead there as well as things go, but not yet ready to call any of these swing states other than North Carolina, of course, called for the Republicans. What does this mean for Kamala Harris? It means her path to victory is becoming more and more and more narrow. The trends would all have to reverse, basically, at this point. You'd have to have a remarkable reversal in the trend in Pennsylvania. Perhaps there have been a whole bunch of Democratic votes hidden in cities that will be being counted. We know that some of those cities take longer to count than some of those rural areas. You'd have to have a turnaround in Wisconsin. In fact, let's say, for the sake of argument, Donald Trump wins all of these Sunbelt states. This is what the Kamala Harris campaign has been saying, that they never really thought they were going to win the Sunbelt. It's all about the Rust Belt. Let's take them at their word. OK, let's say Donald Trump wins these 4 Sunbelt states and we stick up here in the Rust Belt, and for the sake of argument, we go against the swings that we've been seeing for the last 2 hours and say that Kamala Harris picks up Wisconsin, Michigan and Pennsylvania. She still doesn't win. She needs one more antagonising vote to get over that line. Where could that come from? Well, Nebraska and Maine have interesting, different ways that they provide their electoral votes. It's not winner takes all. The person who wins these states will get 2 electoral votes for winning, and then 1 for each of the remaining congressional districts in the state. So the last time round in 2020, that meant 1 electoral vote in Nebraska went to the Democrats and the rest went to the Republicans, and vice versa in Maine. Could Kamala Harris pick up 1 electoral vote in Nebraska and get these Rust Belt states? Well, it would be winning on the razor thinnest of margins. It's her only chance really left to win. But I have to say, all of the trends at this stage are against that.
OK, Tom, thank you very much indeed. Well, there really is everything to play for. And as Tom was saying, looking at those swing states, it's very difficult because there's only a certain percentage of votes counted so far. But things like Georgia, it's very hard to see how it's going to go any other way but Trump at the moment. Pennsylvania, looking the same, that gap opening up, 83% of the votes counted so far. Could it all be decided? We shall find out very shortly. It's coming up to 5 o'clock. Well, we are bringing you all the results as the sun rises on a new future for America because, as I said, whichever which way it ends up going, it is going to be a new president-elect very shortly. Hawaii was just called for Harris. Again, it was expected. Nebraska for Trump. So all these pretty much expected. It's those key swing states, of course, that everyone's keeping an eye on. And as Tom was saying, North Carolina has gone Trump's way.
Well, joining us now, some of the world's top political commentators in the studio with us for the next hour. Before we hand over to Eamon and Isabel for more coverage, Chair of Republican Overseas UK, Greg Swenson, Founding Director of University College of London Centre of Politics, Thomas Gift, Founder and CEO of Electoral Calculus, Martin Baxter. Warm welcome to all three of you. Thank you so much for joining us. Greg, you must be pretty happy right now with what we're seeing.
I am. I'm still a bit scarred from 2020, so I don't want to celebrate until Philadelphia comes in and Milwaukee and Detroit. There are districts in Milwaukee that voted, in Philadelphia that voted 100% for Barack Obama in 2012. So, unbelievable things do happen. But no, obviously the trend is really great here. And given the fact that Trump is outperforming in both counties and states that he's winning, but also states that he might lose, like Virginia. And we haven't seen the official result yet, but this is a really...
What was the key? You said to me a couple of weeks ago Virginia was the one to watch because if he was anything less than 6 points down?
Biden won it by 10 points in 2020. So if he's in low single digits, it's a great sign. And we've already seen these signs tonight. The difference was in 2020, Virginia reported at 7:30 Eastern or 12:30 our time. So, they're not quite on that schedule this time, partly because it's closer, right? It was probably easy to call for Biden. But it's Virginia now, I thought it was going to be this great leading indicator, but we've already seen so many other leading indicators in counties where he's just totally outperformed expectations, but also 2020 and 2016.
Well, we've just had this result come through. Harris has won Virginia. That's 13 electoral college votes there.
But as you say, she was going to win it, but it's a case of by how much. What I haven't got in front of me is just how close Donald was on that one. Martin Baxter, have you got any details on that one?
I'm just seeing now on the screen, Harris won by 5%.
Right.
So that's less than the threshold Greg was saying.
Helpful.
Obviously, it's not a swing state, and let's just perhaps pause to recap why the swing states are so important. So we've got 7 of these states. People keep talking about them, but the reason we talk about them is really for 2 reasons. Firstly, most of the other states are pretty certain and will go according to the form book. These 7 are in play. You need those to win. And also in the last 2 elections, these 7 states collectively have predicted the winner pretty well. That 6 out of the winner at each election won 6 out of those 7 states. So it's absolutely crucial what happens there. Trump has won North Carolina, the other 6 are in play. But before Republicans get too excited, we should remember that in 2020, Trump also won North Carolina, but he lost all the other 6. But this year, it does not look quite as close as that the exit polls are suggesting they're leaning to Trump. So there's succor for the Republicans there. And also on the betting markets, which are racing ahead of the media narrative, the betting markets think that Trump is going to win the election, that he's at 95% or higher. But equally, the betting markets have been wrong before. They were wrong on Brexit. So
you're an expert on all these things. Where would you put your money?
I think at the moment now, it's certainly leaning to Trump. But we did learn from 2020 that at a similar stage in the night there, it looked like it was going to be Trump. A lot of the swing states looked on course to be Trump, but then there were all these postal ballots came in, and the position changed over the next few hours. And so we don't know yet. It's maybe slightly better than it was for Trump 4 years ago, but I think it's an exciting time for the next few hours.
I think lots of people are scarred by 2020, aren't they? They don't want to say too much too soon. Thomas, what's your assessment of where we are right now?
Well, I think that absolutely everything that's been said here so far is correct. I mean, typically we do have a red mirage at the outset of election night, followed by the blue shift. But if the numbers continue to come in as they do, it's hard to imagine too many scenarios in which Kamala Harris would be able to actually take this from Donald Trump. I'm from Pennsylvania, which is one of the swingiest of swing states. And so I've basically been looking at the Commonwealth since the very beginning as a harbinger for how the rest of the Rust Belt is likely to go, and indeed the rest of the election. It's just very hard for Kamala Harris to win if she doesn't win Pennsylvania.
All right, well, we're going to talk to you three again very shortly, but in the meantime, let's just whisk ourselves off to Washington, D.C. and our US reporter, Stephen Edgington.
I think it's really interesting, right? And I think
I'm here in Washington at a watch party. There's lots of Democrats here, and I have to say a lot of them are starting to go home, and there's a lot of sad faces downstairs. I'm with one of those voters now. How do you feel about the election results so far?
Honestly, I'm kind of bored. This is America, so, oh my gosh, the black woman didn't win.
You're bored. Are you worried?
Worried about America?
About Trump winning?
No. It wouldn't be the first time a rich white man wins, so it's okay. It's going to be the same as it always is.
And why do you think it looks like the race is going in his direction?
Oh, because of the economy, and people don't know how it works. So they just vote for how their purse feels, and that's what we're seeing today.
Do you think that Kamala will win? Do you think she's got any chance at this point?
And she hasn't had a chance since Joe Biden stepped down. Honestly, in my opinion, she didn't have a chance. But, you know, she can put up a good fight, I guess. That's what we do.
You don't sound too optimistic.
No, I was never optimistic. In America, optimism is not recommended. But, I mean, hey, we'll live another day.
So you think that she may not win because she's a black woman?
Oh, she definitely won't win because she's a black woman.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Rebecca Garber's real quick. She's down on Wall Street.
All right, Stephen, thank you. Let's go to New York City. Ben Leo is there for us. Hi, Ben.
Good morning, good evening. I'm just astounded listening to that interview with Steve Edgington in Washington, and it reminds me of something a panelist said on NBC News. They're playing a live feed here behind me in the Comcast headquarters at the Rockefeller Building. One of their panelists was basically saying that Florida, because it went Trump's way, Florida is now an extreme right-wing fascist state. And for me, listening to those kind of comments and the comments that Steve was just talking to with that lady there, that just epitomizes, I think, why Trump looks like he's going to be winning this time around. It's the same as the Brexit vote as well. She was saying people just don't understand the economy, i.e. they're just too thick, they don't know what they're voting for. It really dumbfounds me. In terms of New York City, some really interesting data has been coming out in the last hour or so about the 5 boroughs of New York and how they voted. So off the top of my head, Manhattan, Brooklyn, Queens, Long Island, and the Bronx. Compared to 2020 and indeed 2016, Trump has had a massive surge in votes across those 5 boroughs of New York City. New York City, of course, very, very liberal, a massive blue state, but it just goes to show that he's made huge progress, not just in New York, but across the country as well. He has, of course, lost New York State, by 28 electoral college votes going to Kamala Harris. But very interesting data. And again, those kind of comments that I've just heard from Steve and the panelist on NBC News behind me in America, it just says it all. They don't kind of grasp, as far as I'm concerned, they don't grasp why people vote for Donald Trump. And I think until they do try and empathise with the people who vote for him, and likewise the Brexit vote, I think they'll be hitting the same brick wall in the future.
You could hear from that guest with Stephen Edgington the disappointment, the frustration, the anger even that she felt towards what we're seeing so far tonight, at least. As you say, New York is a massive blue state. You've been into lots of bars, haven't you, tonight? You've been nipping into parties. Have you also picked up on that sense of disappointment, frustration already from Democrat voters?
Yes, I mentioned a bit earlier, I've been into a couple of bars now. There's quite clearly Democrat voters in there. They're all proudly wearing their Kamala badges and hats and so on, sort of sulking into their drinks. But I think whoever wins tonight, if Donald Trump does win, I think the Republicans and Conservatives worldwide, not just in America, they need to be quite humble in their victory. And for once, I know it's a bit of a cliche, but for once they do need to try and unite the nation. America is a bitterly divided nation. Is very toxic at times. We're seeing flashes of it in the UK as well. But if it does turn out that Donald Trump wins and the Republicans are taking victory laps, I think they do need to make a concerted effort to try and unite people and not rub it in their faces. But there's a truck just behind me with Donald Trump's face looming and lurking, which is I thought it was quite a nice backdrop because it kind of symbolises how Trump is now looming on the White House if indeed he is going to win. That said, I still have flashbacks to 2020, as I keep saying. I was watching it early into the hours in 2020. Trump was in a similar position, and it all unravelled in the hours and days following. So I'm not so sure just yet.
I think lots of people are haunted by the ghost of election past with 2020.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ben Leo.
Yes, you never count your chickens. Not yet, anyway. 2:30 is Donald Trump's goal so far. Target. What's the word I'm looking for?
Votes so far. Electoral college votes.
I've been awake too many hours, ladies and gents. 182 for Kamala Harris. 270 is that target.
Creeping close, Sam.
Let's see where we are with Tom Harwood.
Yes, let's have a look at that map. Of course, those 50 states plus Washington, D.C. add up to 500...
Tom, sorry, you've run out of battery, which is exactly how I feel. You've changed your batteries. In the meantime, let's talk to our panel here. Greg Swenson, Thomas Gift and Martin Baxter. Greg, I mean, I'm just fascinated because we've been talking for so many weeks and months about all of this, and here we are. And I think this is where you dared to be, but I don't think really thought you would be.
It's a great moment, and I'm glad I got the later shift from the overnight shift because, hours ago we just didn't have this kind of data. We started seeing it, around 1:30, 2 in the morning, and saw that these, that again, Trump was doing really well. And what's really great about it is he's doing well everywhere. It's not just one odd state. I don't think there's risk of him winning North Carolina and losing Arizona. There's a lot of correlation here. It wouldn't shock me if he wins all 7 swing states right now.
Yeah, it's just the fact that it looks like it. I mean, really, it is looking like he could get all seven swings.
And I think that's so much better.
But that would be that would give him a decisive victory.
And that's what we want. You heard the term "too big to rig." I have my baseball hat that says that on it. That will give a lot more security that the election is pretty clear. And you want to have a candidate, the winner, to have a mandate. And we've already locked up the Senate. The House usually follows whoever wins the White House. So a different situation in 2020 when Biden won the White House but lost 14 seats in the House. That just showed you that Biden did not have a mandate. So I hope it.
But therefore, what sort? I mean, if he's got the House, as well as the presidency, obviously. But what sort of presidency would that then give Donald Trump? Are we going to see, something which is perhaps feels slightly more controlled than last time round?
I think there'll be less fighting, that's for sure, because he always had the first 2 years of his first term, he had all three, but he kind of wasted some political capital on trying to overturn Obamacare, and that ended up failing. So that was a lot of the first year. And also, you had the Russia collusion hoax and a handful of other hoaxes, and later the fake impeachment. All this stuff was a real detriment. I don't think he'll have that this time. I think the Democrats will have learned that hostility and using the weaponizing of the justice system, making up stories and creating hoaxes like the Clinton campaign did, as well as the Biden campaign with the 51 intelligence officials. I hope that they learn the lessons from that and just dial it down a little bit. So you'll have a Republican House. We won't have an enormous majority in the House. So, it's not like the Republicans can just do whatever they want. But it will be much more comfortable to have all three. So instead of having battles with the Congress and battles with the Senate, we can get some things done in that, especially in the first 2 years, because the Senate could flip in 2026 back to the Democrats. So hopefully they'll have a good first 2 years, and that will help give some tailwinds to the Republicans in the next role. But this is an exciting moment, and hopefully things keep going the way they're going.
Okay. Greg, we're going to come away from you for a moment. We're going to try again for an update with Tom Harwood.
That's right, I'm recharged, new batteries, and here's the map. So this is, of course, the political landscape that we've been building up over the course of the evening. A sea of red, of course. Now, it must be said, most of these red states were pretty much nailed on before this election night. Where we didn't necessarily expect a nailed-on Republican pickup was North Carolina. Not necessarily a pickup, it was won by Donald Trump last time, but it was considered as a swing state because of the trends. So, Donald Trump has won the first of those 7 swing states confirmed. I have to say, with the numbers that have been coming in so far, Donald Trump is leading in all 7 swing states. Big health warning for that. Only half the vote is in Michigan, only half the vote is in Arizona, and just about 2% of the vote is in Nevada so far. But of course, in Georgia, there is a significant lead for Donald Trump. Still a bit of a health warning to it. No network has declared Georgia yet, because some of those urban cores still need to report more votes. But if I was Donald Trump and I was looking at the numbers from Georgia, looking at the numbers from Pennsylvania, and looking at the numbers from Wisconsin, I would be a fairly happy man at this stage. Things would have to start trending in the opposite direction fairly considerably for Donald Trump to lose a great deal of these states. So what does that mean for paths to victory? Well, Kamala Harris and her campaign have basically said they're not really looking for a huge victory in the Sunbelt states. These are these 4 states down here. Kamala Harris is pinning everything on what's known as the Rust Belt: Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Now, all of these currently Donald Trump is ahead in, but it could be the case that there is some wild swing towards the later points of the evening. Pennsylvania is notoriously slow at counting those 4 counties that make up the metro area of its biggest city, Philadelphia. So that could turn things around there. I'm trying to find the most optimistic spin possible for Kamala Harris, because it's very, very difficult to see her path to victory here, but it would involve winning these 3 states. She has picked up the one sort of congressional seat attached electoral vote with Nebraska. Nebraska and Maine are a bit funny in how they deliver their electoral votes. It's not winner takes all there. It's 2 guaranteed and then the rest divided by congressional seats. So Kamala Harris has picked up one there. She'd need these 3 states as well, and that would take her exactly to 270. Nailed on that winning line. I mean, the thinnest of possible margins to win the presidency. And that's her best case scenario at this stage. What does that mean for the broader picture? It means, with all likelihood, Donald Trump has won this presidential election. No network is saying that yet. Of course, things could change. But on these numbers, on these trends, that's what's happening.
OK, Tom, thank you so much.
Right, let's talk to Greg Swenson, who's still here. Thomas Gift, who's from the founding director, actually, of UCL Centre of Politics, and CEO of Electoral Calculus, Martin Baxter, who's been doing some calculating. Martin, Could be a draw.
I'll say at this stage it's unlikely, but it is still just mathematically possible for it to be a draw in the Electoral College because it's got 538 members, which is an even number, so it's possible that each candidate could get 269. So if Kamala Harris wins, I think it is, she has to win Nevada, Arizona and Wisconsin and Georgia and lose the others, then it would be a draw. So it's very unlikely, but still a mathematical possibility at this stage.
And what would happen if it came down to a draw?
I'm not a big expert, but I believe it's the incoming House of Representatives that gets to decide. So not the current House. That probably favours Donald Trump.
Yeah, it probably does. Thomas, what's your take on this? I mean, everyone's talking very much like it's all a done deal. I mean, no, technically it isn't, but it does sort of feel like that at the minute.
It does. All the momentum certainly is with Donald Trump at the moment. It's important not to make any premature judgments, but certainly it's hard not to be optimistic for Donald Trump when you look at some of the exit polling from Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Georgia, et cetera. You know, I think Greg made a really good point about Donald Trump coming in with a mandate and how important that is for him to get his agenda through once he gets to the White House. Of course, he won't have a filibuster-proof 60 votes in the Senate, so he's still constrained, but certainly in a much better position, and also a lack of investigations that are likely to be in with him.
Yeah. There's a motorcade for Donald Trump on board. Obviously, he will be very thinking that he's got it nailed off, I should think.
Yeah, he'll be pleased. He'll be heading to meet Nigel Farage in West Palm Beach in Florida. How do you think he's feeling right now, Greg? Would he feel like you? He doesn't want to feel a repeat of 2020. Would he be haunted by that? Or do you think he'll be looking at these numbers thinking, no, I've got this down?
I'm pretty sure he's really enthused. Even hours ago, I was getting feedback from Mar-a-Lago that things were looking really good and they were feeling really good. Now, maybe you always say that. Maybe that's what all campaigns do. But I can't imagine he's sitting, in a room waiting for it to be official. He'll wait to do his speech, obviously, but, maybe he's even practicing his speech or rewriting it or making edits to it. But, I can't imagine he's anything but really excited. And you got a little of that from Nigel when he was on a few minutes ago. So this is a really exciting moment. And Nigel had a point. This is the biggest political comeback of modern history. I mean, it's really phenomenal what they've done to him, really starting in 2016. But he's beaten a lot of aggressive, hateful kind of politicking, starting with the Russia collusion hoax, but many other things. He's won against a really activist press in the U.S. and a really unified Democrat Party that levered the power and the institutions of Washington, the great bureaucracy, against a sitting president, and then ultimately against a political opponent. I mean, this is really amazing that he pulled this off. I'm surprised.
Would you agree with that sort of sentiment?
Yeah, it's hard to think about any other politician that has been quite this ascendant. And it's certainly the case that Donald Trump has 9 lives and then some. I mean, every single time we heard from Trump's critics that this scandal, that scandal, this allegation, that allegation was going to end his presidency and his political future, impeachment 1.0, impeachment 2.0, never the case. Donald Trump somehow manages to survive.
Yeah, doesn't he just? And bounce back each way. Right, back to you all a little bit later.
And joining us now is the US conservative commentator Tim Young. Good to see you this morning, or good evening to you, Tim. And how are you feeling in this moment?
Right, we can't hear you. We can't hear Tim just at the minute. We'll see if we can.
He's overwhelmed with excitement, clearly.
Have we got you now, Tim?
I just finished a 12-hour live stream on Capitol Hill here at the Heritage Foundation, and I'm pretty excited. I couldn't be more excited about these results. The numbers are coming in the exact way that I thought they were coming in. I got texts from my friends on the campaign that said that they're starting to bring out the good bottles. So that's a good sign down in Mar-a-Lago. Obviously, their internal polling had called things the way that they have ended up tonight, and I don't think things could have gone much better.
Are you shocked by what you've seen so far, or were you expecting it to go this well for Donald Trump this early on?
I thought that it was going to go this way the entire time. I think that things are going to continue on for the remainder of the evening here in a positive manner. I think he's going to take Pennsylvania and want either Michigan or Wisconsin alongside Arizona. I think he's going to pull that off as well. This was kind of predicted. I've been around experts all night long, thank God, because my anxiety was through the roof going into today. I think a lot of Americans' anxieties were through the roof. Luckily, I've had very brilliant people around me here at the Heritage Foundation who have kind of kept me sane throughout this entire process.
Yeah, well, it's just the other 50% of the population who you're going to have to worry about now, because that's the issue with this, isn't it? That there's going to be 50% of the US population, because this is so polarised at the minute, who are going to feel extremely anxious if the result for Trump plays out.
I don't think that people will be that anxious. I think they're going to see a significant change in this country in a positive manner. Look, the world has been headed to potential World War III on multiple fronts. I think Trump will cover for that and clear up a lot of the issues in the world, on top of fixing our economy in a way that needs to be fixed so that people can afford their groceries and their gas. I think that everything here is going to be positive, and folks are going to be very happy with what happens here almost immediately after the election.
Based on the results that we've seen so far, what would you suggest is the #1 issue that has got people out to vote for Trump?
I think illegal immigration. I think crime on the rise. I think people not being able to afford groceries. James Carville, the top consultant for Bill Clinton back in the day, 30 years ago, 40 years ago now, used to say it's the economy, stupid. It's literally people can't afford their groceries, and he's turning people out for it. Also, Kamala Harris just hasn't had time to present herself as a candidate and define herself as a candidate. And I think that really kind of weighed on voters here.
It's interesting, the timings of all this. All right, look... Tim, we're going to leave it there with you, but thank you very much indeed for talking to us. Let's get the latest from Tom Harwood.
That's right. Let's look at the map that...
I'm Ellie Costello.
And I'm Stephen Dixon, and this is America Decides.
Are we ready to vote? Are we ready to win?
I feel very confident. I have felt, we went in with a very big lead today.
Will it be Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? I'm Ellie Costello.
And I'm Stephen Dixon, and this is America Decides.
Are we ready to vote? Are we ready to win?
I feel very confident. I have felt, we went in with a very big lead today. And it looks like Republicans have shown up in force.
Votes out here. Gotta talk to voters.
All right, everybody, come.
Caroline?
I honestly have no idea. This is one of the closest elections we have had in years, maybe even this decade.
If Donald Trump wins these 4 states, he still hasn't won the presidency.
This is a seismic moment globally. I think it's probably more important to British people, this election, than our own election back in July.
Why?
Because it's going to decide everything from the war in Ukraine to the Middle East.
And there is tremendous disillusionment, I think, with the direction this country is taking. Americans want to feel good about America. Most of them don't at the moment. And they think this is a superpower in real decline.
If Biden had dropped out earlier, there's no way Harris would have even been top 5 of the choices to be the nominee. So I think there are going to be a lot of regrets on the Democrat side. Under Trump, we had no new wars. We had 4 years of peace and prosperity. And I think you add some of the positive things that are being said by the team he's aligning himself to, Bobby Kennedy Jr., and is talking about make America healthy again, looking into food and the vicious cycle between food and the pharmaceutical industry. These are positive things.
Michelle Obama saying, can you have a weak man who threatens people, who criticises him, is not fit to be our commander-in-chief. I think she sums it up well.
Trump wins Oklahoma, Trump wins Alabama, Harris wins Massachusetts, Trump wins Tennessee, Trump wins Florida, Harris wins Maryland.
I think that Donald Trump, who won in 2016, he didn't really follow through with a lot of the promises he had, because again, it was even a shock necessarily to his campaign. He had to work with a lot of these like normie rhino Republicans. I think this time around, if he does win, we are probably going to be seeing more of those extreme Trumpist ideas coming to the forefront.
What we saw happen on January the 6th was kind of a pointer to the way in which very angry people react if they see the narrative not running their way. Now, I'm not saying that the blame for that is only on one side, but clearly I think there is an anger within America.
Everything is predictable. Everything so far has come out the way we all anticipated it would come out. The states that were supposed to go for Trump went for Trump. The states that were supposed to go for Harris went for Harris. My view is that Trump had this to win 10 days ago, and he blew it in his closing last week.
Always intrigued, Lewis, by your take on all of this as an American in the UK who probably thinks, I don't know, that you don't fit in quite. You're not an Anglophile.
No, I don't fit in. I'm kind of. I don't want to admit that I am, because I know English people hate being told how great England is. So you can't call yourself an Anglophile. They look at you as weird. In America, when you go to America, you got to go, oh my God, I love America. And they go, come on in. It's true.
Meet somebody where they are, listen, be open, and you can find common ground with people regardless of what side you're on. And that's I feel like the most important message, and that's what I want to see from America going forward.
Georgia and North Carolina. A lot of buzz about these states, a lot of noise that Donald Trump might have won them.
How would you feel if Donald Trump did win tonight?
I think I'd go home crying. I think it'd be very, very tough.
I would certainly be devastated. I could not really stand the 4 years of the Trump presidency personally.